Guten Morgen, half a day in Hackian. It is time for another game, and this one is called Celestial Return. If you were here for when we played the demo, you remember. If you weren't, that's okay. You are in for a treat. If you know games like Disco Elysium, very similar vibe. There's voices in the head, but instead of pure skill, it's like we have to use dice. So luck. We need a lot of luck on our side. But as always, let's head into the settings real quick. Bam. I have it set, obviously, to this, so I can read chat easily. And I made sure this is on, so... But also, the opening music... it was great. It's good. It's good. Anyway, new game. All right. Ooh. Book 1, Book 2, Book 3. Supposed to be an easy job, a few questions, a clean report done, but in this city, nothing comes free. Howard chases shadows and dead ends, and the digger he deeps, the clearer it becomes. Some doors are locked for a reason. Also, as you can see, we're trying out the heart monitor again, so I might mess with it, but it's like, it seemed to be working, and now it's hanging out in the 120s, and I'm just like, I'm sitting. I don't know why I'm so stressed, but I'm sitting. I feel like I need to just call the heart monitor people, be like, look, my torso is too tiny for your strap. Can you just like make me like an armband, neck thing, something? Probably just honestly have to get a watch, one of those little watch ones. But anyway, features licensed music. If you plan to stream or upload, we recommend enabling streamer mode, which replaces license with copyright safe. Streamer mode. Loading the way. I really can't wait to meet our companion again. I love her so much. Beneath the ashen horizon. Disapproved. Oh, is it the song name? Before we begin, understand this. Your choices matter. Their consequences are real, and they leave marks on the story, on the people in it, and eventually on you. Oh, encoding overloaded. See, another reason so I can watch the OBS. I'll respect those choices to a point, but I have spent an eternity writing this, so occasionally I'll need things to go a certain way. Try to not take it personally. I do it to everyone. Alright, I can't keep the serious voice up any longer. Trust the rails, and I promise you a hell of a ride. Trust the rails? You ready? Pick up your dice. I've been waiting way too long for this. Way too long. Celestial Return. Book 1. Chasing Smoke. I wonder how long each book is. Blood, Red, Rose. I set aside 3 days, but I might need more. Every story starts somewhere. This one starts 6 floors beneath daylight and with the grinding whisper of an old elevator heading nowhere good. Fluorescent light bleaches the cramped metal box. The air tastes like wet concrete. Howard leans against the shuddering wall, cigarette dangling from chapped lips. Howard? His knuckles drag beneath his left eye. Again, like scratching at something that never quite heals. Crack a joke. Flick the ash. Watch it fall through the cage floor. Close your eyes. Pretend you're anywhere else. Just stare into the void below. Okay, I'm noticing encoding overload. It's there, and then it disappears. There's really anything settings graphic-wise I could do, is there? If I hit escape? Settings, let me change the things. No? Oh? Well, that's not your resolution. Okay, the encoding's gone. Stay. Let me handle my mess. Let me change the things. I don't know why. I want to go there. Let me leave the journey. Let me play more. I like that. That is cute. Yep, and the coding overloads back, and it's gone. Interesting. Okay, so we'll try to keep an eye on that. Flick the ash. The ember drifts in the dark like it's got somewhere better to be. Howard tracks it until it vanishes. Around him, PID troopers stand tense, faces hidden behind visors, fingers locked stiff around their rifles. Neural archive sync complete. PID. One of the troopers checks his environmental sensor for the 5th time. Howard has stopped learning rookie names years ago. Most of them were dead before he memorized them. For now, this one was Trooper FNG. Sir, the readings keep resetting. It's there, then gone, then it's somewhere else. What if there's more than one down there? What if it's a whole pack? Calm down, it's just one. Doesn't matter, we're going to... Welcome to abstract hunting! This is supposed to be normal? The sensor going crazy like that? It's not broken, if that's what you're asking. They don't occupy space like we do. Let's try this. Archive. Archive. Abstracts. Ooh. Abnormalities, entities that blur the boundaries between imagination and objective reality, often appearing as manifested concepts or localized disruptions of physical law. They can spontaneously appear anywhere, defying conventional scientific explanation. Their arrival sparked global fear and led to the formation of the Paranormal Investigation Division. Once a musician, soldier, and pit agent, now a paranormal anomaly detective, intelligent yet grappling with anger issues, sometimes surprisingly foolish, but always ready for trouble. He spends most nights at the Crow Jazz Bar, despite repeatedly failing to charm the bartender. His most trusted friend is a talking... What's with the rose? What's with this R? We'll get to that later. Somewhere far below, a gunshot cracks. Faint. Then another. The sound spirals up the shaft like a warning. Alpha's gone dark. Abstract activity confirmed. Assume the worst and proceed with containment. Every few seconds, the floor counter ticks down. Level 15. Burst of automatic fire erupts below. 16. Checks the sensor again. His hand is shaking now. 17. Howard status. Level 18 descending, 18 down, and still no welcome party. Level 18, no contact. Delta Squad, report. Containment failed. It's moving through between the... Ah! Why is it protecting them? What the hell is it? The line dies. Howard exhales a slow breath. Delta, respond. Silence. The elevator keeps sinking. Level 23. Oh, negative 23. That's 2 squads down. 24. 25. Scorched Earth unit is moving in. 6. Gamma, your objective has changed. Containment is no longer a priority. Just... Elimination authorized. No asset recovery. No exceptions. Burn everything. Oh no. Marie's voice shatters through the earpiece, a raw, uncontrolled rage Howard's never heard. She doesn't lose control. Until now. That should matter. Would have before the meds. Now the pills dull it all. The fear, the instincts, the ghosts in his head. He wonders sometimes if he still needs them, especially on days like this. Then the familiar numbness whispers back. Alive is enough. The elevator jolts to a halt. Get out of your cat hair. The heavy steel doors screech open. A wave of stench floods in. Coppery blood. Wet soil and... What is this? It smells like a summer garden. A honeyed, sun-warmed sweetness that cuts through the slaughterhouse reek. Worst garden party ever, same shit. Let's burn this garden. Backup's here. Howard steps out, rifle up. The squad follows close behind. His flashlight spears the darkness, illuminating a graveyard of corporate sin. Corporate sin. Desks, toppled chairs, shattered monitors, keyboards buried beneath avalanches of paperwork, whiteboards smeared with half-erased equations and frantic red marker. Ooh. Time to learn Netherville's one true economy. Let's keep it simple. The basics. Every challenge has 4 slots. Toss in 1 to 4 dice. More dice equal bigger shot at hitting that sweet success range. How to roll. Each die, roll 2 custom d4s. 0, 1, 2, 3. Add them up. Example, roll a 1 and 2. That's 3, baby. Not great. Not terrible. Roll 0. Oof. Blame the universe. Dice economy. Dice are single use. They vanish the moment you roll them. Gone. Bonito. Goodbye. You do not get them back. They do not bounce back into your pocket. They do not magically respawn after a quick nap. Plan accordingly. Run out of dice, and every future dice check is an automatic failure. Find more dice by exploring, finishing jobs, and poking your nose where it probably doesn't belong. Survival tips from a dice addict in recovery. Hoard like a loot gremlin. Future missions will try to murder you. Save those dice. Dice don't grow on trees. Keep a reserve. Okay. So, like, use 1. That's kind of the vibe I'm getting. Alright. Let's see. Skill check. Oh. And on the far wall, a door stands wide open. Beyond it, chaos. Relentless gunfire screams from troopers. Okay, so... Skill check, recommended dice 1, recommended dice 2, success +2 +1. I'm gonna say spectral sight, activate your boost. The implant kicks in with a low throb behind his temple. Spooky eyes. He sweeps the room, scanning every mundane piece of trash, searching for anomalous matter hiding in plain sight. No detection markers appear, the room is clean. Whatever's chewing through the other squads is waiting on the other side of that door. Okay. I'm gonna say check the whiteboards. I'm gonna use inspect the whiteboard. Right, because I have to get a dice. Passive is 1. Need to get 2. Here we go. Yay! Flashlight tracks a messy diagram of arrows and erase text under the header. When did they first appear? Beside it, where? The Black Star Incident Foundation. No explanation follows. Another note has been circled 3 times in red marker. Can they return? A corporate sticker is slapped over the corner, handwritten across it. The fact that these things can be killed with human-made bullets makes them just as fragile as we are. It's a comforting thought for a man holding a rifle. Okay. Question. Right? They said hoard the dice. And I'm like, it's recommended that I use 2 dice. But I'm like, the looks of it, I can only have so many dice. But I'm like, do I use the dice? Because I'm trying to imagine, like, what if there is somebody out there who just decides to go dices to the wall, right? You'd fail, but I don't think you'd lose the game early. Double click? Oh, I have to click and drag. Okay. 2 dice. Let's see. Yes! How'd you get 10? Oh, wait. 1, 3, 4. Oh, I see. Okay. So it's like be 0, 0 or 3, 3, which is 6. So a dice, 1 dice can get you anywhere from 0 to 6. Oh my goodness. Howard sweeps his flashlight over the nearest desk. A spiral notebook lies open, filled with logged entries. Subject still resists containment. Demands return to garden. Unclear if memory or delusion. Emergent behavioral patterns suggest possible coordination between abstracts. No conclusive evidence at this time. First successful replication. The new specimen does not know it was made here. Howard lingers on the final line for a second too long. As he shifts the notebook, 2 8-sided dice tumble on the floor. He pockets them automatically. Bam! Always useful. Now rush towards the gunfire. He bursts through the doorway, leading his squad out of the metal corridor and straight into a massive greenhouse of shattered glass and blood-soaked soil. Before he can sweep the room, his spectral sight goes haywire. Hundreds of green detection boxes multiply and overlap until his vision drowns in target markers. Crimson roses choke the entire greenhouse. Their petals curled like fists around pale human faces, sleeping peacefully in the middle of the carnage. We were never supposed to see this. Are they actually sleeping? Are they actually sleeping? 2 years hunting abstracts for the PID. He's seen things phase through walls, heard screams that liquefy bone, watched creatures bleed light instead of blood. Never this. 2 years of service. A short stretch by any measure, except the PIDs. The division didn't exist before the first abstractions appeared, which makes Howard, by default, or by bad luck, the most experienced field agent still standing. Now watching his sight drown in green ghosts more than he could ever shoot, let alone understand, a cold thought settles. This might be the last day he holds that title! A scream rips through the air. Howard churns, his spectral sight zooms, reframes, and locks on something much bigger, flying, straight through a trooper mid-reload. What am I looking at? Target incoming. Please tell me we have just target incoming. Moonface, someone yells over comms. Okay, I see Flower. And I think his own arm that fell off. Okay. It drops from the ceiling, limbs stretched wide, shielding the roses. Its body crackles with twitchy nerves, leaking dark ichor. Right? It's protecting the roses. Leave my roses. Trooper panics and fires. The bullet tears a small hole through its side. It doesn't flinch. Don't touch them, please. I'll do anything. Just don't wake them. They're all that matters. Movement slow. Every breath feels like a decision. Howard raises his rifle. His squad mirroring the motion. One wrong move ends everything. Open fire. Negotiate. It speaks. Use that. Negotiate. Beast mode. I found 2 dice. I'm gonna negotiate. Corporate die. Foolishness. Abstract die. Howard's die. What do you mean minus? So what do they mean -1 virtue? Grams! Thank you, Grams, for the resub.
Remy X just resubscribed for 30 months.
Wow, such a long time. 30 months. If I use this is -1 virtue. Does that mean I get -1 virtue? -4 foolishness. Passive modifiers, right? The badge gives me that. I feel like if I pick this is going to be a -4, which we don't want. I need to get 6. It was recommended to use 3 dice. I'm gonna try out the virtue die. Oh my goodness. Alright, so 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, what was the -1 virtue? It didn't become a thing. Interesting. Well, we have 1 less virtue. Howard lowers his rifle just an inch, grounding the squad with a voice that refuses to gamble with their lives. Hold your fire. Stand down. Moonface freezes. The thrashing, nerve-lined limbs go completely still over the garden. It locks its gaze onto him. It's listening. Is that why you're trying to replicate? Alright. Where do you come from? Can you return? We can. It doesn't get to say anything else. Behind Howard, the roar of the flamethrowers grow louder. Sudden heat licks the back of his neck. Moonface looks past Howard, straight into the advancing glare of the flames. Its ruined face shifts into something like grief. Wait, please don't. They're not ready. Don't hurt them. The flames don't listen. No! The inferno rose across the greenhouse. Petals blacken, pale faces writher in silent screams before collapsing into ash. Moonface screeches, a sound that shatters glass, then sanity. It implodes, spilling thick, iridescent black sludge. Gamma, back now. Move your butts! Howard, please tell me you're clear. Mostly. Ash begins to fall as the greenhouse becomes a furnace. Around Howard, troops scramble for the exit. He turns to fall, then stops. A sudden weight hits his spine, like being watched or remembered. He glances back. His spectral sight detects a single pulse beneath the ash. Buried near, Moon's face remain. He kneels, brushing the soot away with shaking fingers. A single rose, unscorched. Its eyes are still closed. Is this my best friend? A wet rattle rises from the sludge nearby. Moonface's ruined mouth moves one last time. The stars remember. Let's say I'm sorry. Close around the stem. He tucks the rose into his breast pocket, careful as arming a bomb. The anomaly nuzzles against his heartbeats, sighing as a strange warmth blooms against his ribs. He walks away without looking back. Behind him, the greenhouse groans and collapses. Glass, steel, ash, and unanswered. Questions still and fall into darkness. New quest unlocked. Okay, so this is how I got my friend? Smoking whiskey. Location, Crow Jazz Bar. Should have asked what happens when they wake up. Howard sits alone at the counter in the Crow Jazz Bar, a refuge for those who've given up trying to keep pace with the city outside. The faint glow of neon signs outside filter through the blinds, painting fractured light onto the bar's worn surface. Yeah, this encoding overload is like constantly there and then not there and then not there, so. His whiskey sits untouched, a faint ring of condensation beneath it. His eyes stay fixed on the TV above as it broadcasts the evening news. In suicides across Nethervale, authorities remain, numbers continue to climb. The low volume of the television leaves the words muddled, forcing Howard to strain to catch every detail. I'm gonna move closer. Howard rises, steadies himself, and makes his way past empty tables to the screen. He rests an elbow on the bar, his attention fixed on the broadcast. The community is in an uproar, demanding transparency from law enforcement. What is driving this sudden epidemic of suicides? Who will step forward to shed light on these tragedies? The bartender stops wiping the glass. She folds her arms and watches the screen for a moment before turning to Howard. Oh, I like your tattoo. The bartender. Why is it the bartender? The bartender. The woman behind the counter at the Crow Jazz Bar, immune to Howard's flirting, she's seen worse than him, served worse than whiskey, and walked away from worse offers. And still, she's there the next morning, wiping down the same counter, watching the same city fall apart. I can be myself. 0 insight points. Perception, intelligence, foolishness. virtue, anger issues. Interesting. It's been like this for weeks now. Feels like the whole city's falling apart. But no, get out of here, Persuasion. Any rumors? City runs with problems. Maybe it's the city's wave. Yeah. The bartender hesitates. She glances around the bar as if checking for eavesdroppers, even though it's practically empty. People are saying it's the abstracts, like maybe they're behind it somehow. Howard's gaze doesn't leave his glass, his tone carrying weight. I thought we weren't supposed to say that word. Well, if it is, it's already too late. Yeah, but what the hell are they? Aliens? Something new Genesis cooked up? Doesn't matter, right? They show up, Pid takes them out, and everyone pretends that that's enough, but it's not even close. Pid doesn't ask questions, that's not what they're for. You don't need me to tell you the answer to that. Yeah. You worked with the Pid, you must have seen things, you really don't know what they are either. If I did, we wouldn't be having this conversation. Nobody knows. That's what scares me. If the Pid doesn't know, what the hell are the rest of us supposed to do? Howard doesn't respond, his eyes fixed on the glass in front of him. The silence between them stretches, heavy and uncomfortable. No persuasion. The bartender chuckles, shaking her head as she wipes down the counter. So what keeps you here? The endless excitement or the glamorous nightlife? Free misery. I heard leaving costs extra. I like watching things pull apart, call a harp. Oh my god! I heard leaving costs extra. You've got terrible taste, you know that? But I guess that's why we're all still here, waiting to see how far it falls before it finally hits the bottom. Listen to the silence. Howard leans forward, his elbows resting on the counter, staring blankly at his glass. The bar noises fade, the hum of the TV dissolving into a background whisper until all that remains is the hollow silence of his thoughts. And then they start. You've been here before, haven't you? Sitting in the quiet, pretending it's peace. It's not. It's avoidance. Hey, Word, my man, you're staring at the whiskey like it's got all the answers. It don't. Trust me, I've tried. Stop. You say something? Ask her for another drink, something fancy. A cocktail with one of those little umbrellas. That'd cheer you up. Yes, because a man brooding over suicides absolutely screams, Mai Tai. Great suggestion. Shut up, he doesn't need this crap right now. The voices clash like storm clouds rumbling in his skull. What? Shut up, all of you. Few heads turn, giving him that familiar look, another guy losing it after too many drinks. Then, as if the universe had been waiting for the right moment, the door to the bar swings open and a figure steps inside. Howard's head lifts, his eyes narrowing as boots scrape across the floor, loud and deliberate. The sound is sharp enough to cut through the haze in his mind. Reynolds. Sir Reynolds. Who is our Reynolds? Nope, Reynolds. A long-serving police officer and Howard's oldest friend, reliable, methodical, and one of the few people Howard still trusts without reservation. In a city full of compromised people and shifting loyalties, Reynolds remains a rare constant. He locks eyes with Howard, his expression coiled tight with urgency. Without hesitation, he crosses the room. Shouldn't you be out flashing that badge of yours somewhere? Reynolds pulls out the stool next to him, sitting with a sigh. I've been flashing all day, chasing leads that go nowhere. Thought I'd try something smarter. Brought you here, you look worse than I feel. That bad? Yeah. Say what you want, but you're still the guy people call when they run out of better options. Take that as a compliment. I think I know what you're going to say. Interesting. I can't read what's here, but okay. Make correct decisions. Let's see. Smart was to be. Don't you have a whole department? Do kind of like perception, but I'm like, if I can avoid using my dice. But at the same time, I'm like, I want to use my dice. I'm gonna go with intelligence. Reynolds exhales, leaning back slightly in stool as if debating where to begin. Ordinarily, yeah, but this isn't ordinary. He pauses, glancing at the bartender before leaning in, voice lowering. It started small, a few suicides here and there, nothing unusual, but now it's everywhere. Jumpers, overdoses, hangings. And this is police business because... Reynolds reaches into his coat and pulls out a thin folder, tossing it onto the counter between them. The edges are frayed from overuse. NYPD's had me chasing this suicide spike for months. Months. Autopsies clean, total blank slate, zero ties to the drug rings, and absolutely zero goddamn sense to any of it. You know how many bodies I've stood over? They look relieved, like something let them go. And don't give me that Pid smirk, I know what you're thinking. Abstracts. Exactly. And if it is abstracts, that's PID's territory. You know how it works. They swoop in, take over, and we're left holding our things while they hold the budget and the glory. Hell, half my guys still remember when we worked our own cases. Now we're just cleanup for PID's leftovers. His gaze locks onto Howard. Help me close this before they get their claws in. You ran with the PID. You've seen their mess. I need your eyes on this before it's out of my hands. Here we go, detective. This could be the case you've been waiting for. You've been drifting for too long. A case like this could be your way back. Back to the work that mattered. Back to being the person you once were. Think about the doors you could open. Or the ones you could slam shut. Haven't you learned yet? Every time you touch one of these cases, somebody ends up dead, broken, or missing. Usually you. Tell them to get lost. Big mystery, big detective, big reward. That's how this works, right? I saw it in a movie once. It's not about the dice or the reputation. It's about the people. Someone out there needs help, and you have the skills to make a difference. You know what's right. We'll do virtue. New quest unlocked. Check your quest log. The hunt starts in 543. Smoke west. Head back to the office to dig into the case files and connect the dots before the trail goes cold. You pulled something alive from the fire. She began with nothing but the heat in your hands. Now it's up to you to find what she becomes. Time to talk about the junk in your pockets. What are items? Items bend the rules of skill checks. Some boost you, some sabotage you, and some are just plain weird. They can affect all kinds of roles, either passively or on demand. These live in your pocket without paying rent. Passive items stay active until the end of the game. You don't need to click a thing. When a relevant skill check happens, they automatically appear in the upper right panel. Got a perception bonus? Rolling perception? Congrats, the item shows up and does its thing. Single-use items. These are your panic buttons. Use them to stack bonuses onto a difficult roll, then kiss them goodbye. If you use one, drag it from the left side into the lower right item slot before you roll. You remember these right after the roll fails. I love that they're like, you're gonna remember. Okay, hold on. Inside inventory. Dice goodies. Howard's gun, flashlight, cigarettes, held matches, daily newspaper, case 1 suicides, abstract dice. -4 to foolishness rolls. Okay, so if you use this for something that's a foolish, you're gonna get -4, but if you use it for something else, it's fine. Okay, gotcha. That makes more sense. Knew I could count on you. And there's one more thing. Thought you should hear it from me before it gets twisted through the grapevine. DK's father, he's dead, jumped off the top of a PID research wing 2 months ago. Data Kraken. Data Kraken. Howard's ex, for reasons neither of them would explain the same way, and a highly skilled Neth finder, expert in ghosting identities, breaching secure systems, and tearing useful truths out of protected networks before Howard even finishes a Nether puff. Cigarette. Nope. Yeah, don't know if you two still talk, but figured you should know. He adjusts his coat, tugging the collar up as though bracing for an unseen chill. You know where to find me, don't take too long. The door creaks open, a gust slips in and then shuts with a thud. Howard leans back, eyes on the folder, heavy with the promise of trouble. 4 dice, 1 experience. The city's silence offers no applause, but it knows you've earned this. I'm back in the game. Good, let's break something. Don't screw it up this time. Howard grabs the folder, nods to the bartender, and steps out into the rain. The city greets him like it always does, cold, wet, and sick of his face. I'm sick of your face! Neon burns, shadows bite. Nethervale. Ooh. Music. Alright, welcome back to the Gutter Detective. You know these streets better than your own reflection, but let's see if you still got the chops. Move controls, wasada, or hold right click and drag, or use the left stick to glide the map around. Double click anywhere for hyper skate mode. Yes, his boots have illegal mods. No, don't ask. Open spots glow with icons. Think cyber breadcrumbs. Click the icon Howard. Autopilot's there. Sit back and enjoy the ride. 1 visit ain't enough. Please. Places change every visit. Come back later and it might not look the same. New dice, new loot, new danger. Okay, well, I'm here. This is the Crow Jazz Bar. This is Reynolds' house. Propaganda poster 4. Detective's office. Tikel and the statue. I mean, I'm gonna stop by the propaganda poster. Howard vibrates in his coat, a low buzz that has no business showing up at this hour. He checks the screen. Incoming call, DK. He freezes. 3 years. 3 years since the fight, since I never want to see your wreckage again, Howard. Not a word. All this time. If she's calling now, it's life or death. Or it could be a butt dial. Howard, it's me. Look, I wouldn't call if it wasn't bad. I don't know what to do. I need you, please. Love her instead. She's scared. More than scared. Genuine terror. The line clicks off. A location pin appears on the screen. Scarlet Needle Tattoo, Maglif District. You don't get to pretend you didn't hear it. The alley smells suddenly of her perfume, a ghost memory he thought he buried. Well, I guess I gotta go there first. I'll be back, propaganda poster. He's like, I don't know if it's like, oh, because I clicked that, this event now is gone. The streets here are quieter, not peaceful quiet, predatory quiet. Howard stands across from the studio, half lit by a flickering neon sign. Scarlet Needle. Are you ready to see her again? A guttural moan tears through the silence. He isn't, but we have bigger problems. He pushes inside, gun instinctively half-drawn. DK turns, her eyes locked onto his, wide, stunned tears streaking down both cheeks. Behind her, a girl crouches on the floor, body convulsing, blood spills from her lips, but it's the arm that draws the eye. Etched into her forearm, the ink isn't sitting on the skin, it's burrowing, coiling, thrashing, trying to digest her radius. Hey, where's the artist? Panic helps no one. We stabilize her first. Yeah, stabilize first. She wipes her face and nods, trying to steady her voice. Yeah, okay, focus. Help her, please. Your girlfriend? Yeah, what's her name? Yar, we've been together a while. I can't lose her, Howard. Howard steps closer. The ink squirms under Yara's skin like it's being pulled from inside. See the ink's true form. Take the back door down, find the bastard, scour the workplace, look for the specific tool or inks used to inflict this. Try to reach the abstract. I'm gonna go with this. Crackles a spectral sight, floods Howard's vision, but instead of the clean geometric tags that usually cage an abstract, the pattern beneath Yar's skin flickers like a corrupted signal. Yar's arms spasm as the thing burrows deeper, avoiding the green overlays. Okay. We're gonna do this. It's a perception check. Means we can do this. Oh, what are these? 6 die total? 1 die total? I have 2. Oh, boom. Just have to get 2. Ooh, good. Alright. Howard snaps on a latex glove. He rifles through the spilled ink caps, needles, and used tissues. There, sitting amidst the filth. That doesn't look like tattoo equipment. His fingers close around a heavy, brushed chrome cylinder. PID. A PID containment vial. Interesting. How did this end up here? Take the vial. Alright, we're gonna try talking to it. Howard kneels, taking Yara's shaking hand. His gaze drills in the withering ink divine her skin. She doesn't deserve this. You don't have to stay inside her. Let her go. I know some of you understand words. Withdraw now. We negotiate. You got a permit for that meat suit? I didn't think so. Eviction time. Slide out or I carve you out. Okay. Right, you don't have to stay inside her. The ink doesn't answer, but she does. Her voice slips out between clenched teeth, every word soaked in pain. I shouldn't have come here. I just thought maybe a fresh start would help. Veins of black ink shoot violently up her arm, seizing her shoulder. Howard, stop. You're making it worse. Stupid. I ruined everything. I'm sorry, G. Okay, stop. There is a rhythm to the growth. What is it? What is triggering it? Search the room. Find a solution to sever the abstract. Right? There is a rhythm to it. Okay. It spikes every time she talks about herself. The guilt, that's what it feeds on. Her regret fuels it. Okay. Blow the arm off, save the rest. There is no other way. Oh my god. I'm running out of time. It recommends 2. I'm gonna do the recommendation. So far, so good. Howard locks eyes with DK. She hesitates and cups Yara's face, forcing her gaze away from the pulsing ink. Yara, look at me. Remember the protests? When you threw that brick through the new Genesis limo? The ink slows, drawing inward like it's listening. Felt good. I'd do it again. Damn right you would. It was glorious. Yeah, it's weekend. Use the sterile needle puncture, drain it. Howard reaches for a sealed needle from the tray. He grips Yara's wrist, twisting her arm into the light. He punctures the tattoo at its darkest knot. The abstract gives way instantly. It rushes out, thick and iridescent, defying the veracity of normal ink. It coils around the steel needle, desperate to leave the host. Let it drip on the floor, flush the wound with disinfectant. Yeah, pit vial. Howard positions the vial beneath the needle. A thick strand snaps free and drops on the vial with a wet sound, then another. Howard tilts the needle, patient, forcing the flow. The rest of it slides down in slow, reluctant ribbons, pulling inside the vial like spilled oil. He screws the cap shut, trapping the abstract, and slides it into his coat. Full pit vial! Thank you, Howard. Seriously, I didn't know who else to call. Next time, check the portfolio! Get her somewhere clean. Don't mention it, you're welcome. I'll just get her somewhere clean. He turns to leave, but she grabs his arm, a quick, desperate squeeze. Her hand is warm, familiar. Hey, you know where to find me. Don't be a stranger, okay? Howard looks at her hand, then meets her eyes. There's 3 years of heavy air between them, but he's too tired to clear it tonight. He gently pulls his arm away. Take care, DK. You fixed what you could. He pushes out into the Maglift district. The rain has started again. Cold iron water slicking the streets. Howard stops under the awning. He cups his hand and lights a nether puff. The smoke fills his lungs, hot and gray. He lets the burn settle in, searing the ghost of her touch back in the dark where it belongs. Okay. Alright, we saved the girlfriend. Cyber fetus fighting side? What? Pre-birth gladiator league? What? Why wait 18 years for your kid to disappoint you? Get them fighting now. We extract the neural pattern, build the wireframe body, and let them tear each other apart in the womb sim. Winners get 25 dice. Losers get deleted. Scan your fetus today. The ring is waiting. Wow. Okay, we got Tikel, got the statue, got my office, the bar, propaganda. Okay, well, I guess we'll stop by whatever Tikel is. The Tikel's interior is cramped, not designed for human comfort, but for maximum efficiency. Dozens of spider-like drones skitter across walls and ceilings, pulling packages from grid-lined shelves and zipping out through a revolving delivery chute. Neural archive sync complete Tikel. Behind the counter stands an alternated. The humanoid chassis is statue-like, head drooping slightly like it's asleep, standing up. Alternated. From its chest speaker, a tiny chaotic sound leaks out. Boom. Reloading! Blake left, you idiots left! Intelligence, I'm not a drone. Eyes up. Customer here. Are you witted? Yeah, are you witted? Jerks violently. The war sounds cut out instantly. Its head snaps toward Howard. Lenses spiraling as they focus. Whoa, what the? You actually walked here? On the street? Physically? You insane or just stupid? I need the fresh air. Why? What's out here? Yeah, what's out here? You serious? Abstracts. That's why I'm inside this tin can and my real body's 5 miles away. Ignorance must be bliss, huh? Alright, physical man. Here's the inventory. Make it quick. I'm mid-match. Anger issues reroll. Digital locket. It issues a reroll, but is it... I think it's not a single use, because otherwise it would say single use. Reroll. Ooh, a passive modifier. Yeah, I'll pay for that. You can have this. Price 2 dice. Another one, or are we finished? I'm gonna say just that, because single use, reroll, single use. Reroll makes me think it's... I don't know. See, I don't understand. Anger issues reroll. It doesn't say single use, which makes me think I can reuse it, but then would that not be a passive? I don't know. I'm gonna say I'm done here. I can always come back and buy again. Whatever. Alright, cool. We found the shop. And I got me a little passive thing. I'll go check out the statue now. What is this? What's this up here? The city exhales as midnight approaches. Howard's footsteps echo too loudly. In the abandoned square, his shadow stretching toward the statue. A jagged spire of oxidized bronze masquerading as a sailboat, its sails are shards of shattered mirrors reflecting fractured glimpses of the sleeping skyline. I'm gonna inspect the statue closely. Gloves scraping against the statue's unnervingly smooth base, his fingers trace the seams where metal meets pavements. Something definitely here. Up your dice, Nina. Do you think you can get 2 with 1 dice? No. No! Active items? Right? I think I can. Statue, you discover something unusual. Nestled and almost inceptible is a single gumball wrapper. Looks old and slightly out of place. A piece of gum! Weird, but it feels important. You should definitely take it. You must take it, even if it doesn't make sense right now. Take it! Takes the gum, trusting his intuition that it might be important. Even if he can't see the connection right now, it's a hunch he decides to follow, hoping it'll make sense later. Clarity chew. Smells weird, feels important. Effect, re-roll a perception check, single use. See? Single use. How do I put it in my thing? This is my inventory. Left click, right click, archive, boosts, my eyeballs, insights, secret insights, secret insights. Squint at the mirrors. He leans in, the rain warp reflection twists his face. 5 Howards, all wrong, too cruel, too tired. One of them is smiling, their eyes follow him with quiet accusation. What are you afraid of seeing? Optical distortion, stress-induced paranoia. Logically, break the glass, see what they do! Howard staggers back, collar damp with sweat. The mirrors reset, showing only his face. Alright. Try to find peace in the design. Lets the noise fade, the statue's booms, rain rolling off its surface like slow tears. The longer it looks, the less ugly it becomes. They're not broken for needing a moment like this. Pathetic, you'll die soft! The moment shatters, a hover truck backfires, the piece was a lie. Think about what it's supposed to be. Howard stares at the sailboat, or what claims to be one. Lines just jut out like broken geometry. It's chaotic, but not careless. Rose would have known what this meant. You're wasting time again. Zip it. Take it just for closure. Alright. Howard steps back and delivers a firm kick. There you go. That's what justice feels like. Try punching it next time. Maybe it drops loot. I don't think we should punch it. I think the kick is... We're gonna leave it. Turning away, hands in his pockets, telling himself it's just a statue, not worth another second. Not tonight. There you go. It did one thing. Okay, I'm gonna go to the propaganda poster. I'm gonna stop by Reynolds and then the bar, and then we'll go to the detective office. An ugly poster ideologically spits in Howard's face. It celebrates a battle it won against everyone else. Together, Nethervale. We reported the doubters, snitched on the naysayers. The sky is now in the hands of those who deserve it. You do not live under Nethervale, you support it. There is no above nor below, there is only us. Your sacrifices have paid for the future. Progress is not an option, it is certain. We reported the doubters, snitched on the naysayers, and built the city of tomorrow. The sky is now in the hands of those who deserve it most. You do not live under Nethervale, you support it. Neural archive. Throughout the construction of Nethervale, minor but coordinated sabotage efforts were repeatedly recorded. Logged acts included sugar poured into wet cement, contaminated water supplies, acid exposures, severed brake lines, sand introduced into fuel systems, and repeated cargo manifest disappearances. Small acts, repeated often enough, they become a pattern. Repeated everywhere, they become resistance. Vandalism, yes, but when the only tools left to you are sugar and sand, when the law is the weapon being used against you, is it still wrong to blunt its edge? And the corpos and the state did what they always do. Stirred the poop, stepped back, and watched people rip each other apart. Public reporting campaigns were introduced during the final construction phase. Rewards included alternated units, home entertainment systems, and boosts. Snitch for a prize, betray your neighbor for a new toy. Same old freaking stuff. They should have read the fine print. With corpos, the gift is only there to distract from the cost. Howard steps back in the dark. The poster stays where it is, proud, as if betrayal were just another building material. Where's my archive? Right, altered. Remote-controlled shells manufactured by New Genesis. Operators jack in from their couches and pilot them through the city. They work, deliver, patrol, and take the hits so their owners don't have to. How? Small, automated convenience store designed around efficiency, minimal human presence, and constant drone-assisted restocking. Customer interaction is usually handled by an alternator behind the counter. Oh, say hi to Reynolds. Stop by his house. He knocks. A moment later, the door slides open. The stuff is. His face showing a mix of fatigue and concern. He looks at Howard with a questioning gaze of searching for answers in his question. Didn't think I'd see you again tonight. You got news? I just missed you. Just read the damn file, Howard. It's not like you got anything better to do. I'll be in touch. Almost forgot. Here, call it in advance. He passes 4 small, heavy dice into Howard's hands. A little funding for bad decisions. Howard steps back from the downpour, collar turned up against the rain. Reynolds gives a small nod and steps back without a word as the door slides shut. Let's go, Reynolds. Alright, let me check the bar. Alright, make sure. The bartender looks up as Howard walks in, a mix of surprise and amusement crossing her face. Back so soon? You look like you were heading out for good last time. Guess I wasn't quite done with this place. He takes a seat at the bar even as she continues her closing routine around him. So what brings you back? Funny you say that because you actually did forget something. She reaches under the bar and tosses a few small dice on the counter. Your gut's got a better memory than your brain. Found these under your seat after you left. Knew you'd come back for them eventually. Just in time, too. We're closing for a few days after tonight. Renovation work. You'll have to find another bar to haunt for a while. It'd be strange not coming here. Yeah, I know what you mean, but don't worry. We'll be back soon enough. Tell you what, since it's your last visit for a while, how about one on the house? I'll save it for later. No rush, we'll have it ready for when you come back. Gives a quick smile, feeling good about leaving it for another time. The bartender moves through her closing routine, jazz slow and fading as Howard rises to leave. See you in a few days. Better. The door closes behind him and the night greets him again. It's still the same. Nice! Look at all those dice I got. Let me go to my inventory. No, inventory. Right, like this is a single use, which makes me think when I do roll a dice, it then is gonna pop up. Right, Clarity Chew, reroll, single use. Let me go back to Tell real quick. Because this is reroll, and you would figure if it's a single use, it would say single use. Heal me! Are you blind? Oh, it's you again, the walker. Still not abstracted. Impressive. Still playing? Playing implies I'm having fun. This is ranked competitive. I'm paying money to be stressed. We're losing, by the way. Thanks for asking. Now, are we buying or you're just distracting me? My team is pinging me for support, right? Because it says Rage Chew, Anger Issues Reroll. Right? And then it says Single Use, Intelligence Reroll. Single use. I feel like there's enough room here to say intelligence reroll, single use. Like, I feel like that's a thing. I don't see myself using anger too much, so I'm gonna spend money on this. +4 anger issues, +10 total. +2 persuasion. I'm gonna go with my normal dice. Like, I'm really hoping, but I feel like if it's not, I'm gonna be like, that's gonna be something you need to fix. Like, plenty of space to put anger reroll, single use. Alright. That's probably single use. But I gotta find out. His head snapped back. Whatever. Turns back. Okay. Fingers crossed. Ah, it's single use. Ah. Well, I'm glad I didn't buy everything then. Okay. That'd be my feedback in the store. Put single use so people know it's not like, oh, I get to keep re-rolling my intelligence checks. Yeah, I'll spend all my dice on all these re-rolls. Yep, nope. All right, let's go. Okay, now we know. Unless it says passive, don't buy it. Digging deep. Oh. Rain clings to Howard's coat as he steps inside. The case folder mocks him from his desk. Beside it, a mug of coffee sits cold and neglected. What is the beeping sound? Coffee's been sitting long enough to make friends with the desk. Don't think it's gonna do you any favors now. He lifts the mug, tilting it slightly and watching the liquid swirl as if the answers might float to the surface. Set it aside, face the file. Sets the mug down, sliding it on the desk's edge. The folder is still there, waiting for attention. Every file is a life undone, echoes of choices. You owe them. The longer you sit there, the colder the trail gets. Open the folder, start with what you know. Howard pulls the folder closer. Inside, a jumble of photos, reports, and scribbled statement waits to be sorted. Check your horoscope for gadgets. I'm gonna say a silent prayer. Lowers his head, closing his eyes in quiet reflection. A silent prayer forms in his thought, a gesture of respect for the lives lost and the questions they left behind. May they find peace. When he lifts his head, a calm determination takes hold. Experience. Compassion is its own kind of experience. Oh, that's what this is. These are my experience points. Okay. He turns back to the folder, ready to uncover the truth behind these senseless deaths. Why not? He's back in the chair, pulling out his and navigating the astrology app he never admits to having. Are we really doing this right now? Relax. Maybe the stars have answers you don't. He scrolls past a banner ad for Chakra Enhancer 3.0 and a pop-up offering 10% off psychic neural tuning before finally landing on his horoscope. Capricorn, the answers you seek are closer than you think. Trust your instincts, but beware of overthinking. Also avoid dairy products today. Howard stares at the screen for a moment, then lets out a dry snort. Overthinking? Me? Never. Secret insight unlocked? Kismet? Have you the courage to laugh at fate and continue regardless? Hold on. Insight. Secret. We trace patterns in the unknown to share the heavy burden of choice. True wisdom lies in the courage to laugh at fate and continue regardless. I'll have Kismet. We search for patterns. Tracing lines between coincidences build a shelter against the unknown, to consult the stars, even though the glow of a screen is to admit that the burden of choice is sometimes too heavy to carry alone. True wisdom lies not in the prediction, but in the courage to read it, laugh, and continue. He tosses the Comic back into the desk, the folder waiting for him like a patient teacher. Time to let the stars take a break. He's got work to do. Examine Isa Ugura case. Pulls out the file, flipping it open. A mess of reports, photos, and dive logs spill onto the desk. Check his background. 32, independent, Nethfinder, lived alone, no registered family or emergency contacts, finances stable, no debts, low profile, clean record. Just another ghost in the system until he wasn't. Examine the crime scene photo. Lifts the grainy photo, slumped in his chair, neural bridge still clamped on, cables thread into his approval. A half-eaten nutrient paste rests nearby, smeared across the desk. He was mid-bite. Something cut him off fast. Analyze the dive log. Running a recursive scan of his own neural archives. Accessing sensory logs, foreign signature detected, data fragmented, unrecognized encryption, running bypass, neural feedback surge, emergency disk terminated, user force shutdown. Was digging through his own mind. The session ends with a self-termination, no external triggers. He overloaded after this? Why abort mid-dive just to fry yourself? Read the witness statement. It's cold and empty. Lived next door for a while. Don't have much to say. He kept himself, never caused trouble. Either the witness didn't care or they were just choosing their words carefully. Last time I saw him, no idea. Maintenance went in after his rent auto payment failed. Door was still locked from the inside. The autopsy says what he expected. Self-induced neural overload, no signs of struggle. One thing jumps out, a crumpled note in Ogoro's pocket. He said it would help, that I'd feel lighter. I trusted him to fix me, now I don't know what's left of me. He trusted someone to fix him. What if they did? What if this was the result? He got played, try to detach, think of your own failures. Try to detach. He leans back, eyes unfocused, just ink on paper, just a case, just data. Howard closes the file, every detail etched into his mind. All right. Serena Koss, a corporate executive for Echovision, died after jumping from the balcony of her luxury high-rise apartment. Body lies discontorted, hips dislocated, limbs twisted beyond human limits. Her shattered skull spills brain matter across the pavement, smeared like something crawling in its final moments. Howard's stomach knots. Security footage? Eyes moving over the transcript. Her balcony railing is low, barely waist high, easy to climb, just as easy to trip over. Walked onto her balcony, stood motionless for 6 minutes and 32 seconds, then she stepped forward, calm as a sleepwalker. One detail catches attention. Incoming Comic call. Caller, ID unknown, subject steps forward. Someone reached her in the last second. Whoever it was, they didn't try to stop her. Flips the autopsy report looking for anything unusual. The cause of death is obvious. Blunt force trauma from a high altitude fall. The injuries are exactly what you expect from that kind of drop. Nothing more, nothing less. Scans the report. The household assistant, a maintenance bot, synced to her approval logged biometrics 24/7. Except at 2:20. Serotonin spiked to lethal levels. No physical trigger. A neighbor's statement. She stood out there for hours. Even in the rain, she wouldn't move. She liked the wind. Said it made everything feel lighter. Isn't leaving his head anytime soon? Flips the file, scanning the first few pages. Atelis Gorvez, tech doc, found dead in his workshop. Picks up the first photo. Gorvez is slumped at the corner of his workshop, his lips blue, fingers frozen, mid-claw at his throat. A trail of dried blood streaks from his nostrils. The workbench nearby holds a half-assembled boost, tools scattered, and an overturned biogel vial. He died mid-repair. No signs of a fight. Howard flips through the autopsy report, focusing on the key details. Nothing unusual stands out. Cause of death, asphyxiation due to biogel expansion in the airwell. External trauma, deep scratches along the neck and chest, self-inflicted. No traces of drugs, alcohol, or sedatives. Interesting. So I noticed my heart rate is just hanging out at 120, so I'm probably gonna take it off. It's just, I'm like, I'm not stressed at all. So, one moment. Do 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 boop do 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 do. All right, check the last recorded thing, and then let me go here. Tell the postaloid to stop, so it's not thinking it has to be on. Comic logs reveal months of calls to a private line, same clipped exchange, same time tomorrow. Progress takes consistency. Sounds like regular appointments, but for what? Pages crammed with repair logs and client quotes. Routine until the final entries. Ink blotted, letters slanting widely as if written mid-tremor. Last page, bottom corner. Howard lowers the file, turning the details over in his head. Ooh. Pulled from ink-stained papers and sleepless hours. He leans back and rubs his eyes. Hours of reports, interviews, and autopsies later, the case still refuses to make sense. Rain crawls down the window in uneven trails. For a moment, he just listens to the city, to the hum of things moving unseen. His fingers tap against the desk, slower now. He needs another angle, someone who sees things differently. If only she was here, she always knew where to start. His limbs grow heavy, the words on the files blur together. Just a minute. He just needs a minute. The rain whispers against the glass as his head dips forward, hitting the desk. Sleep drags him under. Oh. Sleepy time? Ooh. Ooh. Can you wake up inside a dream? What is this?
Howie. You're tired, right? I can play with the pieces. You're gonna fall anyway. The dream is an interface.
It's leaking again. No more processing, no more waiting. We act now. And yet we endure. Because we must. Otherwise, there's no difference between us and the ones we fight.
The way his thoughts circle, never landing. He knows what's there, he refuses it. He's lying to himself.
Whoa, that was not in the demo. This is so freaking cool. What was that? What was that? Okay, a dull ache settles in Howard's neck. The kind that comes from falling asleep in the wrong place. The stiff leather of his chair hasn't done him any favors, and neither has a pile of paperwork serving as a pillow. Then a knock. Howard stirs, blinking against the grit in his eyes. His brain claws its way out of a dream and collides with reality. Then another knock. Louder. Someone's begging for a broken nose before breakfast. Alright, I don't know who it is. to the drawer, fingers curling around the grip of his gun. The suicides, the unanswered questions, it's all put him on edge. It's me, Howard. Put the gun down before you add yourself to the case file. It's Rose. I'm excited. I love her. Nethfinder. An expert who infiltrates secure networks, bypasses advanced encryption, and extracts data from restricted digital layers. Much like the hackers of the past, they exploit the vulnerabilities of the Neth, though the stakes in Netherville are often physical as well as digital. High-level practitioners often use Gang Fang boosts for direct interfacing. Oracle Rose. An oracle and somehow a talking flower. Gifted with psychic sight, Rose sees glimpses of the possible futures, an ability triggered only when submerged in ice water, a sensation she strangely craves. Fragile enough to need Howard to carry her through the city's decay, strong enough to make sure he doesn't lose his way. Aww. And a tech doc? A street-level term for a doctor who works on both flesh and machinery. In a city where boosts, implants, and nervous systems are often too entangled to treat separately, a tech doc handles the damage ordinary medicine cannot. Okay. Howard lets out a slow breath, no mistaking that voice. Get up, open the door, give me one reason not to leave you. Let her in! As Howard opens the door, he's met with a sight he wasn't prepared for. Mysterious visitor? Hold on. His motives are his own, his timing is always perfect. His presence is never a coincidence. He never speaks. His language is a raised eyebrow, a nod, the sudden placement of his stick, a strip club pole, repurposed to break bones and change fates. Oh! Standing before him is a man built like a tank, his neon green hair clashing against a tight pink shirt stretched to its limits. In one hand, he grips what looks like a stripper pole, if stripper poles were designed for combat. In the other, he holds a bowl. Inside it, floating like some overpriced centerpiece, is Rose. Howard blinks, then again. Still real. His brows knit together as he stares at the stranger. Well, hello, Muscles. Is that my good salad bowl? I'm still asleep. Well, hello, Muscles. The man offers no answer. He stares back with all the emotional range of a brick wall. Big guy quiet means he's shy. We should hug him. His silence is either tactical discipline or profound stupidity. Before Howard can decide how to handle this, Rose breaks the tension. Pick me up, unless you want to solve this case with your head up your butt. Howard grits his teeth and does as he's told. The man adjusts his grip on the pole and starts down the hallway, never once acknowledging the conversation that just happened. Can we keep him? Can we keep him? Can we keep him? Can we keep him? No, you're barely qualified to take care of me. Howard drops in his chair and sets Rose on his desk right next to the open case files. I got 100 freaking questions about that guy. Is he mute or just dramatic? Was that really a stripper pole he was carrying? We'll meet him again, Howard. Mr. Mystery can answer your questions later. Now, the case. Tick-tock. Howard's eyes drift back to the files spread across his desk. I hate it when the only witnesses are corpses. Oh. Don't even ask. Oh, come on, Rose. You can talk to them. You have before. No, absolutely not. I'm not your Ouija board. Then give me another option. The files are dead ends. You think I enjoy digging through the dead's memories? It's not a party trick, Howard. It hurts. Alright, if it hurts, we won't find another way. That's encourageously gentle of you. Howard leans back. The files glare up at him. Then something clicks. Without a word, he pushes himself to his feet and heads for the kitchenette, essentially a closet with a sink and a freezer humming like a dying alternate. I thought I already had alternated. Did I get it again? I already had alternated. I guess this is where you're supposed to get it. Alright, no graveyard channeling, but we're not completely out of tricks, are we? He yanks the freezer open and wrestles out the ice tray. He slams it on the counter, the frozen cubes cracking apart under the impact. The ice water vision. Might get us something. He drops the ice into a glass, fills it halfway with tap water, and sets it in front of her. Now this I don't mind. Freezing clarity, my favorite flavor. She drops in with a soft plop, her stem shivering with delight. Still, it tastes like frost bit into something dead in there a long time ago, but compared to a graveyard, it's vintage champagne. Foolishness, if you see a sandwich, I'm compositing. That's mean! I'm gonna go with virtue. Says the guy who still thinks Answers is a brand of whiskey. Quiet, it's starting. She goes quiet, the sarcasm fades, her petals fold slightly inward as she closes her eyes, and the water stills entirely, save for the ripples spreading out from her stem. Hear a song, a voice, forcing alignment. Absolute obedience, it tastes bitter like blood. I'm gonna wait. So much blood, it's dark and smells like Eden core. Nobody wants to leave, like a ceremony or ritual. Her eyes snap open, she shakes herself off, shifting in the now lukewarm water. I've got a feeling this mess leads straight to their doorstep. Wonderful, another group of weirdos with terrible hobbies. Time to knock on the cult's creepy little door. Oh. The cult's creepy little door? I'm gonna save real quick. Okay, we got my office. We got the wooden bench. We got the manhole. We got the shop. Chaotic Arbiter poster. I'm gonna go to the poster. That doesn't seem like... Random encounter! Hold on. Quest log. Find your way to the cult's domain to determine if they're involved in the suicides. Okay. The sound of shattering glass tears through the static of the rain. Its sharp, violent close in. Sounds like trouble found me again. You sure that wasn't your stomach finally giving up on you? I'd be relieved if it were. Shame, I was hoping for a quiet walk and zero trauma. Alright, focus. Stops, eyes narrowing as he scans the rain-drenched street. He locks on the source. Cyber sashimi. Raw fish and raw nerves. Cyber sashimi, let's go! We are here. Howard steps to the broken window frame. Inside, the restaurant is a wreck. Overturned tables, smashed chairs, soy sauce everywhere. Ugh, that fish smells assaulting my senses. If you pull me out, I'm holding my breath and pouting and filing a formal complaint loudly. Duly noted, just try not to pass out on me. Okay? Listen carefully, focus on the voices. Success. I'm gonna scan for abstract. I have a +4? Oh, because I have the vial! Let's freaking go. Okay, so I just need 1 dice. Do I even need a dice? I'm like, I already have a +4. I'm gonna be fine. I'm gonna be fine! Let's freaking go. The world shifts into high contrast, monochrome as he locks on the figure inside. He hunts for the telltale. Telltale? Static of an abstract. There's distortion around it. There's nothing. No spectral presence, just a solid, grounded human, even if not entirely flesh and blood. Howard shows relax a little. Reynolds gets paid for this. Call him. Pulls out his coma, quickly dialing Reynolds. What is it? I'm outside. Something going down. Place is trash. Sounds like the redecorates Trevor at Hero's Joint. Someone is dumb enough to try to rob the old man. Pause. The sounds of keys clacking on the other end. Alright, I'll send someone to check it out. Kills the connection. He takes one last look at the shattered storefront, then turns his back at the distant wheel of sirens, begins to cut through the rain. Not your scene anymore! Oh! Oh, I thought we were gonna work together! Oh. I spent a dice. Hold on. I did save beforehand. I did save beforehand. I'd like to load. Excuse me, I would like to see what's going on. Better give me that random counter. Alright, sounds like trouble found me. Try to do the same thing. Focus on the sound. I'm gonna save here. I don't have to keep redoing this, because like, what if on the off chance this random encounter is something that doesn't happen all the time? Alright, cyber sashimi. You. I want to be a part of it. I want my experience points. Okay. Do the same thing. Right? Because I feel like it's only fair. Should I do the same thing? You should do the same thing. You should do the same thing. Do the same thing, Nina. You know that. Boop. Oh. Alright, do the same thing. Okay. I'm gonna save here, right? Because I want to call Reynolds, but I want to do things. Like, I want the backup. If that makes sense. Call Reynolds. Oh no! Place is trash. Alright, I'll send someone to check it out. Oh no! I clicked too fast. Okay, so if you call Reynolds, you're essentially handing it off. And don't call Reynolds. Don't call Reynolds. Okay. Go in, and this before it gets worse. Walk away. Right, listen carefully. See, now you have +1. And +1. But if you're doing abstract stuff, you get a +3. Pretty nice. So I'm gonna click instead of enter. Howard leans closer, letting the ambient noise of the city fade as he concentrates on the sounds inside. He catches the muffled, agitated voice of someone inside, sharp and angry. The words become clear as Howard focuses. Where the hell is it? Ooh, I don't know. Voice snarls, followed by the sound of something heavy being slammed onto a surface. I swear, if you don't hand it over, I'll carve you up like your damn sushi. I'm gonna skill check like crazy. Focusing on the scene inside. Despite the dim light and the chaotic mess, he manages to pick out the familiar figure of Chef Hero. Next to Hero is another figure, leaning far more menacing, moving with a predator's grace. Howard can't see their face clearly, but the aggressive body language and the fact that Hero is clearly not in control of the situation make it obvious this is no customer. Save here. Make a second save. This can still end without you. No, I'm gonna go in there. Howard pushes the door open. The interior is a slaughterhouse of culinary debris, slashed tuna, and sticky rice smeared across the tiles. In the center of the chaos stands Chef Hero, gripping his legendary blade. He looks ready to gut the intruder like a fresh catch. Oh, we went from... okay. Detective, what you're seeing is a moment of desperation. Neither of them notices Howard. He steps closer, squinting through the gloom until the thief's face becomes into focus. Howard freezes. It's Lilith. Who's Lilith? DK's teenage sister. Oh! So your ex's little sister. Young, clever, and fearless in the way only teenagers can be. Give her a drone and something to chase, and she becomes very hard to underestimate. Her love of sushi is intense enough to blur the line between the enthusiasm and criminal intent. What? What? What do you... what? Intelligence? Dice. You know, let's see what happens. Oh no! What happens if you fail? Hey, I can roll again! I'm gonna roll again. It's still bad! Between the crashing and Hero shouting, the actual motive is lost. He can't tell if this is a robbery or a grudge match, only that it's getting violent. Hero lunges, Lilith raises her weapon. The time for analysis is over. He needs a non-lethal solution, fast. He scans the counter for anything to slow her down. Drench her with sake. Disarm her with chopsticks. Make her slip on the sheet. Blind her with wasabi. These are... I feel like I could accidentally stab her with the chopsticks. I feel like this... I'm gonna drench her with sake. Just like, stop it! Okay, it's recommended 2 dice, so we're gonna 2 dice it. Let's scoot this to here. Thank you. Roll. Good. Bucks on his sake bottle. He snatches up and hurls it. The ceramic explodes against Lilith's face in a shower of glass and rice wine. She staggers back, gasping as the alcohol stings her eyes. Right move, right moment. Howard's attack leaves her wide open. A flash of steel cuts the air. Hero is there instantly, the razor edge of his Yanagiba hovering millimeters from her throat. I don't want to hurt you. Don't force me. Wow, seriously? You're okay with this? You're just gonna stand there? Howard steps over the wreckage. The fight is over, but the politics are just starting. The law exists for moments like this, or it doesn't. If we believe family can do better. Yeah, I'm gonna call DK. Be like, yo. Howard ignores the police frequency and dials a private number. 10 minutes later, a beat-up cyber bike skids to a halt outside. DK storms in, helmet under her arm, rain dripping from her leathers. No, you called her? Please just call the cops. Shut up, Lilith. Get on the bike. She shoves her sister out the door, then pauses, looking at Howard with exhausted eyes. You're making it really hard to hate you, Thornfield. She doesn't wait for an answer. The bike roars away into the rain. Back inside, Hero shakes his head, wiping the counter. You got a savior complex, kid. Expensive habit, but you saved my kitchen, so we're square. He slides a pouch of dice across the counter. Yes! Yay! Hero steps back from the downpour. The door slides shut, severing the warmth and the smell of raw fish. Well, none of us got filleted, so that's a win. Okay. That's the shopping. A manhole. Wooden bench. Detective's office. Crow Jazz Bar. Let me go check out this poster over here. Chaotic Arbiter. Dispute Resolution Specialist. Tired of fair fights? Sick of contracts that protect both parties? So are we. We are New Stratum's premium destination for alternative dispute resolutions. We don't do peace treaties, we do conclusions. There is fine print at the bottom, but I can't read, it's too small. Our services include dice-based arbitration, combat mediation, asset claim resolution, honor restoration packages, premium witness suppression. 50% up front, we take the rest from the other guy. Book the Chaotic Arbiter for your next dispute because some problems are too big for a handshake. Okay. It's closed. It's under heavy renovation, scaffolding, paint buckets. The entrance is completely blocked. Looks like we picked the wrong night for jazz. Let's come back when they're done with the renovations. Whoa. Leave the bar alone. They're renovating. Like, I'll still check it out for funsies. This wooden bench, right? Because I feel like manhole is where they're gonna be. Sits down. Look at the ring! Something digs in his leg. He reaches between the wooden slats and pulls out a die. Yeah! Pockets it and pulls Rose out carefully, setting her in his palm. The street is alive in the half-dead Nethervale. Neon reflects in the puddles while broken ads buzz and alternates pass by. The campaign drone drifts overhead, projecting a smiling face 10 feet tall. Your vote, your future! Howard's eyes follow it a little longer than they need to. That face bothering you, or is that just another one of your quiet little existential episodes? Can't decide which part is more insulting, the smile or the promise, thinking how they always say your right before they take something. I don't know much about politics, but that sounds ugly when you put it like that. Howard watches the drone complete another loop, then he looks down at Rose in his palm. They want you thinking your voice matters, keeps you invested, makes you feel like you have a say when they screw you over. There is no real system in the city, just a bunch of interests crashing each other and calling it government. People's Party could have every vote in this district and they still lose. The ballot boxes work for the sponsors, not the people. Ooh. Kind of detective am I gonna be? I like them all. That's the problem with the person. That's nastier than I expected. Not enough to hurt people. They need them to feel like they agreed to it. Starting to see why you hate this city. Howard leans back and pulls another puff from his pocket. He rolls it between his fingers for a second before lighting it, his eyes still on the street. Let's see. The people in charge like it this way. Broken cities are easier to control. The city's dying on purpose keeps everyone scared. Scared people don't ask questions. That's the whole game. Nothing changes because crises aren't meant to be solved. Fixed problem doesn't need a budget next year. Ooh. So the disaster stays alive because too many people profit from it. Rose angles her pedals toward the street. His words settle over the view and she sits with them, trying to understand how a city can work and still be this rotten. Why are you telling me all this anyway? Because I don't want you to ending up like me, because someone has to tell you before you start believing the smile, because the city's a grinder. If you don't know how it works, you become the meat. Yeah, I don't want you to end up like me. End up like a chain-smoking detective with a death wish and a moral compass that spins in circles? Howard says nothing. He just takes a long drag, smoke drifting into the wet night air. Thanks for telling me? Don't thank me yet. We're not done. He tucks her back into his coat pocket. The warmth settles against his ribs. And the city swallows them both again. When you say it, a harsh first lesson. I'm sorry, is Rose gonna end up being like the big bad at the end? Dude, could you imagine? She's like, I learned it from you. And I'll be like, no, Rose. Into the shadows. I was gonna say manhole for a second. The manhole cover grinds back, screeching on rusted edges. Howard stares into the drop, dead black, cutting off the yellow glare of the street lamp. I'm not insured for this. Neither am I. He drops her in his pocket and grips the ladder. The smell hits immediately. Rotting meat, iron, the sour tang of infection. His stomach hitches. This is ridiculous. Crawling through filth for what? Swallow it down, detective. People are dying while you complain about your boots. The brick tunnel narrows, trapping the damp heat. Did you hear that? Howard stops. The echo of his boots dies out, leaving a new sound up ahead. Voices, a lot of them, chanting the same words over and over in the dark. I'm gonna ask Rose real quick if she recognizes the chant. I know that one. It's a nursery rhyme. Twinkle, twinkle, little corpse. Want the full verse? Rose? It's an intelligence check. Anger issues. Persuasion. -4 to anger issues. -2 to total. Communist die? What does that mean, 4? Communist die. Is that +4? It just says 4. Does that mean the highest I can get is 4? Like all the sides are 2? Ooh. 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 Okay. Yes. That's what the communist die means. It means everything is a 2. The most you can get is 4. But that means the least you can get is 4. That's a good dice. Howard waits out the echoes until the words finally clear up. They're repeating the same lines over and over. Ashes to alloy, flesh to gold. The door must bleed for the truth to unfold. I'm saying you've got a job to do. The chanting grows louder as Howard pushes forward. The air turns metallic, sharp on the tongue, like licking a battery. Stop. Not again. What is it now? We're being watched. I can feel it. Trust your instincts. Trust the tech. Hello, ghost creeps anyone. I'm gonna trust my instincts. My horoscope said so. Okay, so I kind of want to save the dice, but I'm like, I know this will be enough because no matter what, I'm gonna get 4, and I just need 1. I just need 1. I was like, there's no way I'm gonna get a 0. Howard holds still. A faint exhale echoes somewhere behind him. See? I told you. Something is following. Hey, at least it's not someone trying to sell you a truth. Find your stalker before it finds courage. Oh, goody. She is a blank slate in a world of rigged promises and smiling drones. Keep talking, detective. She's listening to every bitter word. Keeps his hand near his holster, refusing to look back as he forces his boots forward across the wet stone. The tunnel opens into a massive, low-ceilinged junction chamber. Right in the center, a ring of guttering candles cuts a weak hole into the dark, lighting a stained stone slab and the shapes that move around it. Stay quiet and observe. Lingers in the shadow of the threshold, letting his eyes adjust to the dim candlelight. 6 mutilated silhouettes move around the slab. A legless woman drags her torso across the stone, her blackened thigh stumps leaving a slick trail of pus. Near her, a man with hollow, weeping eye sockets scratches symbols on the floor with skeletal fingers. Farther back, the others sit flat against the wall, staring at the floor between their knees. Howard slowly lowers his hand from his holster. They are harmless in all the worst ways. Cult leader, I don't want to interview the wrong one. I'm just here for information. Who's in charge? A hunched silhouette in the back shifts, stepping into the candlelight. The man has no jaw, just a gaping hole where bone and muscle should be. His tongue lolls like a dead eel, swollen and purple. Before Howard can even process the sight, a hand grips his boot. He looks down. The legless woman has dragged herself right to his feet. What do you want from us? Focus, there is still an interrogation. Time to act like it. With ashes to alloy. Her milky eyes seem to sharpen, though it might be a trick of the candlelight. We sing for the messenger, the one who walks where dreams take root. She tilts her head, her nostrils flared slightly as if she breathes in the stagnant air. She carries the scent of home in her thorns. They say we'll know when she's near. Howard's gaze instinctively drops to the warm weight in his chest pocket. You remove your boosts. Why? Every piece of corporate steel belongs to them. We took our bodies back. It was messy, but now we don't owe them a die. She shifts her weight on her blackened stumps. The pain reminds us we're alive. At least the agony down here belongs to us. If someone wanted their boost backs, what would you do? Hard conditions not met. Opportunity missed. Ah! Oh. He chose that? Choice is a complicated thing. What's left of him made one. Anyone new join? Who brings people here? You the leader here? The moment lets out a dry, rattling wheeze that might be a laugh. She tilts her head back, looking up at Howard. Me, a leader? No, our leader is not here. She avoids the name, like saying out loud might bring them here. Who brings people here? People find their own way. You don't need a guide to find the dark when the neon above is burning your eyes out. Anyone new recently joined? She glances toward the others, expecting them to answer. They don't. People come. Some aren't ready. Some don't survive. And if they don't, their weight is lifted. Their offering is complete. You don't just bury them. Okay, what if someone here killed themselves? Would you see it as a failure or an offering? That is not our way. Death is not taken, it is given. Any life goes against your beliefs. Who benefits from framing you? You tell me, detective, isn't that your job? Poetry. The machines are stripped away and melted down. We mix the scrap with gold. Then we pour the hot metal over the face. It seals the flesh, hardens over the bones. That is how the offering is completed. The mass becomes a door. Door to what? To them. She means the abstracts. Who makes them? Someone you don't need to know about. Okay, I'm done being polite. Carved into the mask. Who is that? What? When did this happen? Oh. Super secret underground mask club. First rule, don't talk about the mask club. I already spoke to someone who told me where it's come from. I'm just checking to see if your story matches. What did I miss? What did we miss? Should I have gone back to my little file thing? Sponsor dice. Trash. But that's the point. Some dice are bad. Persuasion? Just you need 3 now. I'm gonna trust that I can get 3. Oh my god. Then why are you asking me? A long silence follows. She doesn't even blink. Her milky eyes completely fixed on him. Magnus Ivory. Where can I find Magnus Ivory? You won't have trouble finding him. Your leader? She shakes her head. How do I know you're not lying? You don't. Did I know that name? You know it now. All I needed. Magnus Ivory. He knows who's dying and why. Detective work actually paid off. Howard turns away, leaving the cultists stuck in whatever broke them. Hold on. Insights. I have an insight point. Sensory sharpens. Detail detective. Rational. Giggle brain. Brain dead ape. Character trait that's morally correct and acts with good intentions. Uncontrolled outbursts. Environment stimuli. I feel like virtue is like, I'm trying to be nice. I'm trying to do good things. I'm assuming we can't. Yeah, you can't up Kismet. 1 insight point. Do I want to be able to perceive, interpret things? I want to be able to understand things, or do I want to be nice? Truth seeker. A character trait that seeks the truth, making efforts to obtain knowledge. I like it. That's what I'm going with. I'm going with niceness. The sound of the rain hitting concrete grows louder with every step. By the time he reaches the surface ladder, the sewer is just a stain on his coat. He steps back into the rot he understands. Nothing here but ghosts. Another step deeper, and somehow forward. The iron plate bangs shut, locking the colt's chance back underground. Howard steps in the wet alley, the cold air doing nothing to clear his head. He pulls Rose out, holding her up to the light of a street lamp. Her petals are duller, like the dark down there, suck the color right out of her. They called you the messenger? Who were they talking about in there? You want to explain what that was? You heard them. That was about you. Oh, sure, because cultists are famous for their accurate biographical sketches. Didn't you hear? The one who walks where dreams take root? Scent of home in her thorns? Of course I heard her. I hear everything in that damn pocket. Doesn't mean I understand cultist babble. They're tearing themselves apart over you. Doesn't that bother you? They worship an abstract, matching your description. They worship an idea, Howard. If I actually had the kind of power they're singing about, do you honestly think I'd be hiding out in a damp trench coat? I'm the thing you pulled out of the fire. That's the only answer I have. I seem to know more about you than you do. Tell me what you remember before the fire. I don't know, Howard. I don't remember a single thing before the fire. None of it. She pauses, a rare softness in her voice. I opened my eyes and saw you through the smoke. Felt your hands. That's it. Before that, nothing. Like, I didn't exist before that moment. Rain gathers on her petals. I wish I had a better answer than that. Howard stares at her for a second, then slides her back on the dark of his coat. She began in the fire, and for better or worse, she began with you. He lights another puff, breathes in slow. For a while, neither of them speak. Howard? What? Thank you for not leaving me in the flames. The rain, never truly gone, gathers strength again, drumming a steady rhythm on the pavement, soaking through Howard's coat. He steps under a scaffold, pulling out his comic. The crackled screen flickers to life. Time to make a call. Ask her to look into Magnus, give him an update, check when the bar will reopen. I'm gonna call Reynolds. The line picks up instantly. You've got something? Nothing connects them. Alright, that's useful. One less dead end to worry about. Possibly. Hangs up without another word. So, the bartender. Taps the numbers he's earned after arm wrestling the bartender, a match that cost him 3 shattered shot glasses and a bruised ego. There's a click followed immediately by the screech of metal on concrete in the background. You're calling to ask when we're reopening. Don't. We're still closed and I'm in a bad mood. Need a hand? I'm good at breaking things. Sounds like you need a drink. Fine, I'll take my dice elsewhere. That's exactly how I like my dinner dates. Okay, I'm gonna be like, need a hand? That's exactly why I'm saying no. Check back in a few days and bring dice. Okay. Better than the last time you opened your mouth. Alright, let's call DK. 3 shrill briefs, then her voice hooks into the line. No hello, never hello. Thornfield, I've got 5 tabs open, 3 alarms blaring, and a Neth note on fire. This better not be a social call. It's quick, look up, guy goes by. Need everything you can. Right. That's it, just a name, cute. Listens to electronic chaos on the other end of the line. Magnus Avery sounds like the kind of a-hole who introduces himself twice. 2 minutes, don't wander. Just like that, she's gone. Let the nicotine lie to your nerves. The city whisper its sins. Check your reflection in the puddle. Regret not bringing an umbrella. Howard shifts under the scaffold. The rain relentless now, needle thin and personal. You're a human sponge. Check my reflection in the puddle. The face looking back is tired, water warped and older than Howard remembers, or maybe just accurate. Comic buzzes, a sharp vibration, dragging Howard out of the moment. The city doesn't wait. DK is calling back. Found your Ivory. He's an artist, quote unquote. Eccentric, rich, and probably convinced he's changing the world. Tonight's show at Crystal Tower, invite only, retinal scans of the doors, pure high-rise ego orgy. Got a lead. That's more than most cases offer. The question is whether it's enough. You get me in? Already done. Spoofed your name onto the guest list. One thing though, it's a masquerade. You'll need a mask to get through the door. Gradations? Check your neural archive. Coordinates are in. I pinged a few places that should have what you need. Do any of these require surgical? Can I wear a paper bag? Alright, thank you for the help. She's like, this is not a social call, right? I'm trying to keep it brief. Send you some dye, by the way. Buy something that doesn't make me embarrassed to know you. Oh, fresh dice to waste wisely. You don't walk into a god's party wearing your real face. Okay. Okay. What do we got? What do we got? We got the Neth sign, cold load bearing pillar, Adam Pease, reflect, rusty and hostile bench, last roll, crystal tower, propaganda poster. Okay, so over there. I guess we'll go to the cold load bearing pillar. There it is again. Footsteps. Someone is following us. I'm gonna ambush. Hold on. Hold on. We're gonna save. We're gonna save. And we're gonna ambush the ambusher. Cuts a sharp corner, narrow, trash choked bypass. He presses his back against the cold, wet stone and waits. The footsteps pause, then turn after him. As they pass, Howard steps out behind them. That is why you don't follow detectives. Up close, the details resolve. The matter, finishes of an alternated chassis, comes into focus, a remote-controlled shell. Oh, I like all their accessories. Is that a dog in your chest? Its vocal processor crackles and smooths out into a voice that is dramatic and colorful despite the tiny speakers. You can call me Nikki. I'd curtsy, but the server's in this thing. Why are you following me? You always approach. You follow me for a reason, or you just like the view? You the one following me in the sewers? Sewers? Ugh, no, I have standards. That wasn't me. Sounds like you made a friend, though. Congrats. Alright, if you wanted an autograph, you could just ask. I'll just go with intelligence. Nothing dramatic, just a conversation. There's a certain theater to your misery. I think we can make something beautiful out of it. Great, another one who thinks trauma is art. Point is, I was watching you for a while, and I want to talk. For real. Not through this thing. Let's meet. Face to face. I'm sorry, face to real, sweaty, imperfect face. Meet where and make it public. Let's do cyber sashimi, public loud, plus hero has a very sharp knife for anyone who gets out of line. Okay. Why me? Special? No, you're just a damn good character study. You've got layers, color, a soundtrack. You're not a ghost story, and I'd like to hear it. Why? What's your angle? I'm a chronicler of weird stuff, and you qualify. The way you move through the city, it's like you're dragging a ghost behind you. At the Crow, you talk to yourself, not like someone who's lonely, like your head is crowded with people. Alright? I call it compelling. There's something raw about it, genuine, like you've gone through... No! No! I'm glad I saved. Can't run an audience forever, especially when I'll be at Cyber Sashimi. Hope you decide to show. Gives a jaunty two-finger salute, then steps back when the rain is gone. Great. Now that we've got a fan, next she'll want your signature on your soul. Hard to tell with the artistic types. Different kind of muse. Well. Where's my Cyber Sashimi? Cyber Sashimi? Hold on. At Cyber Sashimi. Well, it's not up yet, so we're gonna go do our load-bearing thing. Hard places his palm against Newstram's colossal concrete. A need to touch something real in a city made of more. It's cold to the touch, rough, and every bit of it is load-bearing. A thing stripped down to purpose so completely that it has become ugly. Then, for one impossible second, the dead concrete awakens. A presence runs through it. Load transfer, structural pressure, the whole upper mass is pushing down through this single vein of material and into the foundation below. It goes deeper than he could follow, past the smog of Nether Vale, into the buried arteries of the foundation, layer upon layer of poured silence. Truth Seeker! No room for the useless little deviations that make a thing into a something. Just purpose and utility, just enough structure to keep the collapse from happening today. It's been reduced to function, same as us. I don't want to be just function, detective. I don't want to exist only because I hold something else up. He pulls his hand away. The sensation dies. Concrete becomes concrete again. A whole city resting on a spine that was never built to care. Let's go to the Neth sign. Right, one of you has a mask. Neth sign number 1, a punk way to see the concrete. Could the abstracts have leaked into the Neth? Yeah, spare me the eye roll. I thought it was a load of force when I first heard it too, but when I linked up with Double EO1, one of the Vortex Bay's most hardcore Neth finders. Ooh. Another mysterious Neth finder. Sync complete Double E. Double E, there he is. A hardcore Neth finder from Vortex Bay. They gained attention after helping prove that the abstracts in the Neth panic was mostly staged using fake accounts, dead threads, and rerouted signals. They have a habit of marking systems they've already broken into, like a hunter leaving a signature. Smelled like they've been chain-smoking Ethernet cables, but you know how it is. The best Neth finders come from the ones who shower the least. They told me something's messed up in the Neth. Zombie forums, threads nobody's necroed in months, deleted accounts, they're all crawling back. And everywhere. It's the same creepy tone, same obsession. Don't stop, never stop, just keep running. Doesn't buy the Ghost in the Machine abstract BS for a second. They told me straight, this isn't a haunting, man. A haunting would be poetic. This is something else entirely. This is some high-level technical messery. Stuff hitting the boards is absolute brain rot. One post just said, locked at 350, we are not stopping, not yet. Another, they're always right behind us. Then this one, how'd they find us in the Black Forest? Look, either some brain-burned losers write a new tabletop RPG, or there's something in the Neth trying to skinwalk as a human. Or maybe I just accidentally tripped into a Neth meth smuggling ring's back channel. Also a possibility. If it's the latter, we're even more messed up. The only thing more dangerous than abstract is organized stupidity. Hey, don't forget, just because we're punks doesn't mean we're junkies. I'm ripping straight edge, bro. Oh, and before I forget, another post just hit the wire while I was scribbling this. This is the address where I'm sharing live updates from the Neth. Go dig through it yourself, nethsign.com. Okay. Little radio show. Let's go to Madam Peas? I don't know. I feel like I should save. I'm like so worried. I'm like, ugh. Hornets lead Howard to a faded storefront sandwiched between a black market approval clinic and a noodle stall. The flickering pink neon sign reads, Madam's Peas, House of Pleasure. A mannequin in a fishnet bodysuit slumps in the display window with a gag in its mouth and a sale tag around its neck. We're gonna need gloves and a decade of therapy. We could turn around, you know. Maintain dignity. I'm gonna walk away. Wise choice. I'm gonna just... Okay. And if I go to reflect... Storefront gleams like a jewel set in a cracked city. Sharp, architect-controlled lighting and a mechanical iris that shifts open when Howard nears. Inside, the air smells of jasmine and something too expensive to name. Shelves curve like sculpture. Each mask floats behind glass, turning slowly on velvet-lit pedestals. Howard feels like a stain on the universe's good suit. Behind the counter, a figure stands motionless, more alternated than person. The mask is a chrome carapace molded into flawless human symmetry. As Howard steps closer, a soft click echoes from somewhere behind the mask as vocal synths power on. Welcome to Reflect, Mr. Thornfield. I am Face Curator. How may I assist you today? He knows our name. How? Standard for high-end retail, customer service means custom surveillance. How do you get my name? That iris scanned more than my name, didn't it? Identity verification is part of our service model, Mr. Thornfield. Allows us to respond with accuracy. Would you prefer anonymity? Chrome fingers tap the counter. A hologram flares. Data wipe V3 dice. I'm gonna keep my name. Howard says nothing. The hologram fades. I acknowledge. Your identity remains active in our system. Now that your preferences are noted, what brings you to reflect? Protection, deception, or something theatrical? What's the cheapest thing in here that won't fall apart in a fight? I need to blend in with Crystal Tower Circus. You tell me. What do I look like I need? I need to blend in. A chameleon. A glass pod slides forward, revealing a mask made of liquid crystal that shifts colors to mimic its surroundings. The Mirage Lattice. This one meets your specifications, but consider alternatives. A subtle gesture, 2 more display pods detached from the wall with a hiss gliding forward on anti-grab tracks. We do not rush decisions of this nature. You may choose when ready. Ooh. Ooh. What are my current stuff? Hold on. I currently have a +5 to foolishness. That is a passive modifier. And spectral sight. +1 to all checks. Alright, so foolishness, spectral, and everything's a +1. It gave me 6 dice. She gave me 6 dice, Nina. You need to save your dice. How many dice do we have? We don't have a lot. We don't have a lot. I'm gonna say you can buy 1. You can buy 1. Don't do anger a lot. I feel like I'm gonna need to persuade or percept things. I feel like I'll be doing a lot of perceiving. Okay, what do we got? What do we got? Intelligence, 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 intelligence. Yeah, this -2 total, not a fan. Intelligence, intelligence, anger issues, 10. Intelligence, 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 anger issues, right? Because that's +1, which is really good. Alright, +10, +1, +4 if it's an anger roll, +1 for intelligence. I'll do that, because I'd rather have a +1 to everything. Thank you. Mirage. A fitting choice. Do send footage of its performance. The mask seals in a vacuum capsule. Howard takes it without a word. He turns and walks out. Outside, Nether Vale remains exactly as he left it. Still hasn't changed his mind about it. But now, I have a mask. Oh, but the other places are gone. Wait, but wasn't this a bench? Oh no, this is the bench. There was something else over here. Well, I think it was a good choice. The bench squats in the square like a sentence handed down in concrete. It's heavy and rectangular, brutalist in that special way only something meant to punish can be. Steel spikes jet up from the seat, each one placed with the cold precision of a government form. This is a public bench only by technicality. Technically, public space belongs to everyone. Technically, we all know that's not true. Good luck sitting on that without a tetanus shot. Symmetry without mercy. Every spike is placed exactly where a body might try to rest. This is designed as enforcement, a public amenity engineered to repel the very people it pretends to serve. A bench should belong to the tired, the poor, the lost, not just those the city finds acceptable. He runs a hand along the rough edge of the concrete and feels the answer in it. The state does not need to shout when it can shape the world like this. The architect functions without a badge or a siren or a written law. It is a slab of stone and steel arranged to tell the unwanted to keep moving. In the middle of a square that belongs to everyone, the architect draws the line. Stomp. Propaganda poster. Presents a call to action urging citizens to automatize themselves for the benefit of others, or else. We are all reaching the sky. We owe our livelihoods to the corporations that enrich us. Join the construction of Sky Breach and claim your new alternated. By accepting this contract, you waive your right to hold New Genesis liable for reparations regarding work-related incidents involving your alternated, neurological complications, and mental strain. The corporals kept climbing toward the sky like they were trying to escape the ground. Escape the people? What was the hurry? Ah, and yes, they claimed reparations on the alternatives they handed out, too. Well, I think that's all you got. So, Vale reimagined. What is this image? Because that's wild. So if I'm out of dice and I have my passive modifiers, is there a chance I could still survive? The Crystal Tower stands like a colossal pillar of arrogance, built 120 floors above the city's grief. Howard pushes through the towering doors. The lobby greets him with sterilized silence, all marble and menace. Retinal verification required. Don't blink wrong. Howard steps in the scanner ring. The retinal scan blinks a cold blue, then pulses green. DK's hacked stuck. He's in. Welcome, Mr. Thornfield. Exhibition access granted. Proceed to elevator 6A. The elevator, a glass coffin wrapped in steel, rockets upward. Below, Nether Vale shrinks into a festering circuit board of neon. Too long since you crashed a corpo nest. The elevator doors part with a hiss. Howard steps onto the ink-black carpet, thick enough to muffle footsteps. A tall woman in a waxy bodysuit waits. Her face is painted porcelain white, and her eyes are sewn shut with silver thread. Welcome to the Vale Reimagined. Please remain masked at all times. She holds out a small tray. On it, a single translucent soft pink pill. Your senses will betray you. Let them. Howard looks at the pill. Around him, the other guests. Don't hesitate. Faceless name is already swallowing unison, moving like part of a machine. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Right. Your senses will betray you. Let them. Watch how others are reacting after taking it. Ask what it actually does. Someone has to. Swallow the pill. Slip in your pocket. Press your under boot. We don't play by the rules. Refuse politely. Obedience without purpose is just submission. Catch your mouth like a bee. Obedience without purpose is just submission. I'm gonna go Truth Seeker. Meets the attendant's sealed eyes. I'm afraid I'll have to decline. Experience requires full surrender, Mr. Thornfield. This is not a request. She extends the tray closer, stopping an inch from his chest. Oh. See how they are... Howard watches the masked figures around him swallowing their capsules. Their movements shift instantly, slow, as if pushing through thick liquid or drifting through a dream. One guest halts mid-stride, shoulders rigid, hands clawing at nothing. Another spins slightly off balance, arms parting for stability. something's messing with the senses. Ask what it does. What does it do? A necessary recalibration, Mr. Thornfield. It suspends ocular function for 63 minutes. Her gloved hand extends the tray further toward Howard. A necessary deprivation pill. Mild neural inhibitor. Probably safe. Your vision will return in 1 hour. Ooh. Good question. I feel like in order to see what the other people are seeing, I would have to be under the pill, right? I could see what they're seeing, like get an idea. And that way I'm super, like, under the radar. But at the same time, I won't have my full senses. I'm gonna be a little silly. Often comedic decisions. Impulsive. The thing is, I'm worried if I do too much foolishness, he's gonna do something crazy. Just swallow the pill. But at the same time, I don't want to stand out. I want to blend. Pill melts bitter on Howard's tongue. A slow, creeping warmth spreads behind his eyes. Within seconds, sight fades. Colors smear, shadows melt until darkness. Absolute, suffocating, total. But the silence sharpens. Scents bloom in the void, thick and invasive, almond, steel, sweat. Sounds floods the abyss, footsteps on carpet, breathing to his left, machinery pulsing behind the wall. Then a voice, glass clear. This way, turn left, touch the wall. Howard obeys. He follows the voice, every step a surrender to something unseen. The door hisses shut behind him, like a tomb ceiling. Sterile chill of the lobby dies, instantly strangled by wet, feverish heat that slaps his skin. Every breath tastes like something that shouldn't be swallowed. Muffled echoes circle him, low, shapeless, impossible to place. Success 12? Sniff the air. What is the stench supposed to be? I don't think I even have enough dice for 12. It's perception, though. Yeah, you got a +3. Actually, what is it? What is it? I'm here for answers. Rotten flowers, spoiled milk, and there's something else underneath it, but it's hard to tell. Howard gags. You're about to throw up, but it's just in your head. Hold it together. You're reacting to sensory. Suppress the urge. It's a truth seeker. Question, is truth seeker intelligence? It's not. Oh, Nina, you need all these dice. I do. Do need all these dice. Come on, 2. Yes! Howard swallows it down, barely. His throat burns, but he holds. The nausea lingers, ugly, heavy, but contained. Listen. Guiding voice has to be out there somewhere. Focus, cut through the noise, smell past the rot, find your way. Perception, intelligence. Ooh, intelligence. We would have to get 4. We would have to get 4, Nina. I just have to get 3. Steadies his breath, focuses past the hellish choir. There, just beneath the infant storm, something else, soft and steady. A woman's sob. That's your lead. That's an interesting lead. Hard moves towards the sound. With each step, the infant cries thin, the sobs sharpen, words start to rise, then crumble before they reach meaning. Wait. Voice found you before, I'll find you again. Just walk. If it's the wrong way, something will stop you. Let's rage! Hope they're going the right way. Howard reaches out, his fingers brush fabric, then skin. A hand closes gently around his. It gives a squeeze, then begins to walk. And Howard follows, because the dark offers no better choice. The shift is sudden. The stink flips, no more milk and rot. Now it's burnt hair and charred flesh. The air dries out, the humidity vanishes. The exhibition's sectioned off, scent, sound, temperature. We've stepped into a different zone. The sound cleaves the heat, a woman's sob, thin, shuddering, alive in a way. It's unbearable. Whoever thought this was art deserves a broken jaw. Lock it before it breaks you. That cry, it's the same one. A memory surfaces without permission. A hallway. Peeling paint. Rain on a tin roof. Someone behind a locked door crying. A tremor starts in his hand. His throat locks. Tears burn like acid behind his eyes. He's almost lets it out. Don't. They want this. They want you broken on their stage. Break something. Anything. This place deserves it. Cry? For art? Cringe, bro. I'm fine. He swallows the pain. Tastes like blood and salt and old grief. Then a spark in the void. Faint, fractured shards piercing the blindness. His vision bleeds back in waves. He sees the sobbing woman, a sculpture so real it almost breathes. Burnt hair fused to her scalp in brittle clumps, skin charred in patches peeled back to reveal glossy flesh. She kneels, one hand covers her ruined face, the other rests on a glass dome where her pregnant belly should be. Inside the glass womb, a machine infant curled in perfect, terrible stillness, metal limbs, hydraulic joints. Scan the room, examine the sculpture more closely. Check. I don't think you have the dice for that. Hold on. Anger issues, intelligence rolls. You have 3 dice left, Nina. You don't have the dice for this. You don't have the dice for this. Because you'd have to use all your dice. I'm gonna scan the room. Howard steps back, eyes sweeping across the exhibit. Masked guests drift like ghosts between installations. No one's heading for the exits. Are they waiting for something? Shows like this usually end with a statement. A performance MI has to be here. Or maybe he's blending in with a mask. He'd be impossible to spot in this crowd. What if he's that guy with the weird shoes? No one real wears shoes that clean. Need to speak, act like a collector, ask the guests where the artist might be, look for side doors. Right, I'm gonna start eavesdropping. Howard lingers near a cluster of guests, their voice barely above. Last time he came through the wall. Heard the artist will. The sentence cuts off as the lights soften across the gallery. Then a single spotlight ignites, sharp and blinding. The ground beneath the central exhibit splits. From below, a floating platform rises in silence. Atop it, a figure wrapped in a skin-tight black silhouette. One arm raised like a blade, the other lifted like a crown. Oh, wow. MI has arrived. Pumpkin Cypher. The hunt paid off! There he is, the man of the hour. The crowd's breath stills in unison, masks tilted upwards like sun-starred flowers. My beloved beasts of light, thank you for surrendering your senses tonight. You came to consume art, but true art consumes you. When sight dies, you feel the architect of despair, the texture of obedience, the symphony of dying neurons. He holds the pose a moment longer, then drops from the platform with a dancer's indifference and moves through the crowd, greeting each guest. He adjusts a woman's glove, tucking a dried cockroach beneath the cuff. What? From your childhood pantry, Michael. It outlived your father. Resilience. What is he doing? Next, he holds a conch shell to a guest's ear. Here, Beatrice, your mother's last voicemail drowned. Listen to the bubbles. Why is he doing that? To another, a cracked microscope slide is placed gently in an open palm. For your daughter's grave, militant, she dreamed in ultraviolet. There's no hesitation, not a name missed. He knows exactly who they are. The masks are useless to him. They might as well be glass. MI is 5 guests away. 4, 2, then he's in front of Howard. I don't believe we've met, Mr. Thornfield. Hold your ground, let him speak. He wants an audience after all. You tailored a gift for each of them. I assume you've got one for me. All this performance and no merch table, at least give me an autograph. Impressive language, but some of us hear more than metaphor. We need to talk privately. If this is art, it deserves understanding, not just applause. Give me a minute, one-on-one. Oof. Oof. I'm gonna risk it for the biscuit. I'm gonna risk it. You know, you have like no dice. I'm risking it. I just need 5. So, you know, a 3 and a 2. Applause is easy. Understanding takes blood. Lucky for you, I'm in a generous mood. He turns, motioning Howard to follow through the corridor. The crowd parts instinctively as MI moves forward and Howard follows. At the end of the hallway, a seamless black wall blocks the way. MI places his palm flat against it. A pulse of light scans his hand and the wall splits open down the center. He steps through. Time to get answers. A usual interrogation. Oh my god, you have 1 dice left to your name, Nina. I know! My private spaces, jarring contrast, the sensory overload of the gallery. Cold, clinical, and brutally minimalist. Nothing but 2 chairs and a desk between them. One chair faces a massive screen. One chair faces... Oh, sorry. And real-time data from the gallery. That's where MI sits. Eyes on the feed, all ready to seat. Sit! You've got 5 minutes. I'm gonna listen, right? I'm gonna listen. Howard takes the designated chair. It's colder and harder than it looks. MI doesn't say a word, no reaction. He wants to see what you'll do next. I'm not here to accuse you. I'm here to understand what happened, why they died. People are dead. You know why I'm here. Let's not drag this out. Cut the act. Nervous or just theatrical? I don't... How... This is book 1. How many... Okay, whatever. I'm out of here. A tragedy, I'm sure. But you mistake me for another artist. I generally have no idea what you're talking about. Pulled your name off a corpse face. You really want to keep pretending? Yeah, where was this? Ring any bells? Not even one, but I'm guessing they matter to you. They're all dead, every one of them wearing one of your masks. That tends to happen when I'm hired to make funeral masks. You make it sound scandalous. I work with death, not cause it. They were cult bearers. Why were there arguments? Okay. When one of them dies, they call me. I go to the graveyard. The bodies are in the coffin, stripped of everything except their approval. I melt gold and scrap boosts on site and pour it over the face. They believe it attracts the abstracts that their bodies can become vessels. He looks at Howard, and for the first time, he seems genuinely present. But I've never seen a burial with boosts still attached. Never. See the micro expressions of surprise, but they're too perfect. I can't tell if it's real shock or just another layer of performance. Yeah, someone is using your work, framing your art for their murder. Help me find them. I am an artist. I appreciate when a performance has consequences, but someone using my work for their own ugly little play is a profound insult. He waves a hand and the large screen shifts. Data flows in rivulets of light. Timestamps, bank accounts, transaction logs. His fingers dance in the air, pulling a specific cluster of files forward and enlarging them. This doesn't make us friends. I need a copy. Badly. He stares at Howard, expectant. I'll need access, Mr. Thornfield. He means your neural archive. Sure. Cold, sharp sensation. Pricks at the base of his skull. The data floods his mind as pure information. It's invasive but clean. No hidden threads. At least none I can see. You got quite the clientele. Anyone on that list ring a bell? Someone who stood out? MI falls silent. His eyes lose focus, staring at a point in the middle distance as he scrolls through an eternal ledger of memories. There was one a few months ago. A single request, but a big one. I can't recall the exact count. 20, maybe 30 masks? They contacted me through an encrypted channel, a synthesized voice, paid up front all at once. The amount, yes, was significant. More than I make from the cult in half a year. He gives a hollow, cynical laugh. Even artists have to eat, detective. Anything to ask? A drop point? Where did you send? That much? Dice doesn't move quiet. Synthesized. Exact dates. That'll do. Timeline. Taps the air and the data on the screen, scrolls rapidly before locking on a single entry. The order came in on the 14th. The courier picked up the completed order on the 21st. That's a tight production schedule for 30 custom pieces. He must have worked around the clock. The client needed them in a hurry. Drop point. There was no drop point. They sent a courier and alternated. It showed up right here. No paperwork, no conversation. The whole thing took less than 2 minutes. Voice. Closed his eyes, concentrating. It was a high-fidelity synth, neutral gender, but the cadence, it was precise. Almost clinical? It didn't sound like a thug or a zealot. It sounded like someone who was used to giving instructions and being obeyed without question. Payout? In my line of work, you learn to accept the dice and ignore the context. I told myself it was a private collector, a new cult sect, anything but what it clearly was. Would you have asked detectives with a year's rent shining in your account? Oop. I'm sure your intuition is formidable. I look forward to your next artistic interpretation. The world feels louder again. The rain, the drones, the neon. Finally, I thought I was gonna fossilize in there. You did fine. Guess miracles do happen. You lasted longer than I expected. You did fine. Fine, I was holding back world-changing commentary. Thank you very much. So what do you think? Truth or performance piece? I'm not sure yet, but I don't have any other lead. So we kick it to DK, see what she can pull from the data? Yeah, she can follow the dice. It can always lead somewhere. All right, boop, boop. Knowing when to ask counts. Taps the comm, the line crackles. Report and please, for the love of code, tell me the high society art show was unbearably pretentious. Worse, it was performance art. Sending you a data package from MI's records nows. I need you to trace a bulk payment from the origin. The sound of rapid keystrokes fills the line. Oh, this payment is a maze. I love mazes. On it! But seriously, was the art at least interesting? Just track it, DK. Spoil sport. Digging now! DK out! The line goes dead. So we wait, and we hope she finds something before someone else ends up wearing one of those masks. Your job is pretending you're patient. Okay, what do we got? We got the metal bench. We got beer ad. We got Tekel. We got the structural pillow. Go to the bench. The streets are empty. They should be. Only the desperate or the armed walk the pavement this late. At a crosswalk waiting for a column of armed transports to rumble past, a flash of color interrupts the monochrome misery. It reads, "Scream at the void. Live tonight at the feet of the statue." Load and jagged scrawl, "Beneath the ashen horizon." Last recorded public performance in Nethervale 730 days ago. Band devoured Elysium. Context: following abstract manifestations in high-density zones, public gatherings were classified as high risk and gradually dissolved. You're allowed to want this. Go, stand with them. Remember you're human. Why not? I had to drown in the mosh pit. Okay, I'm gonna save here, just in case me doing other stuff means I miss it. Look at the ad. Natal beer. Drink like you survived something. A cold, bitter lager brewed for exiles, burnouts, and anyone still breathing out of principle. Nidhall. Contains alcohol. Metal bench. Art sits on the cold metal bench. Across from a massive mural covers the concrete wall. It depicts two alternates, their mechanical limbs intertwine as they marry beneath a sun that doesn't exist in the city. Howard studies it for a second, then pulls a rose from his pocket. Are they getting married? Like it. I don't get it. Why would someone paint that? That's art. Does it need permission from either of us? Maybe they were bored. Somebody saw a blank wall, took it. Maybe they're trying to figure out what love looks like. So the painting is a question, not an answer. That actually makes sense. What makes someone an artist anyway? Is it the skill? A decision. If you see yourself as an artist, then you are one. A point of view. If you see things the same way everyone else does, skill won't save you. Practice. An audience. If no one sees what you made, you're no artist. It's just a hobby. Intent. Skill is just a tool, but artist does it for the reason that it's I'm gonna say a decision. That's simple. So anyone who says they're an artist just is one, even if they're terrible. That means they're a terrible artist. Stay on the mural while the city grinds on around it. A siren starts and stops. A rat slips in the crack. Below, a magway train grunts through the concrete. So, do you like it? Do you even care about it? I like it when it's honest. Most of it isn't just someone showing off. Hard not to think it's a waste of time when there are real problems. Art is left for people with time, dice and walls to hang things on. I really do. I like anything that makes this place feel a little more alive. It's just paint on a wall. It doesn't eat my feelings. I like this bench. That's enough art for one night. Right, because this is me talking to her. Me trying to be like... Which is weird, because you think after 3 years she would have... Not be a blank slate, but... Right. Before the thought can settle, a low electronic chime starts somewhere down the street, getting closer. A cleaning drone glides into view and stops in front of the mural, its red sensor sweeping slowly across the painted surface. Wait, they're not going to... The drone deploys its sprayers. Caustic foam hits the concrete, the couple's face melt into a gray slurry, their joined hands running down the wall like black tears. Secret insight unlocked, the right wall. Listen to what the city forbids its walls from saying. Insight, secret. In a city built on cold steel and calculated silence, a blank wall is obedience in its purest form. To paint it is to declare war. When they try to erase it, all they really admit is that it reached the right wall. So that's it. Gone like it never mattered. I think I hate this city. They let the streets rot, but they can't tolerate a painted wall. Decay is fine. A voice without permission. That's what bothers them. Rot keeps people tired. Something beautiful might wake them up. Keep your head down, or you'll be the next thing it tries to clean. You're starting to get it. Right? Rot keeps them tired. A city of sleepwalkers. No wonder the lights are so dim. The drone's red sensor reflects in the wet slurry it just created. It hums a satisfied note, then glides back into the smog. Another machine completed a routine task. Can art actually change any of this? Not a damn thing, but neither does complaining. At least they did something. No, but it can remind people, not the city. People maybe, that's usually where it starts. It can, that's why they clean it so fast. It will. Give it enough time and enough people with brushes. It already is. One wall at a time. Even if they clean it, the next one will be there. I'm an optimist. Damn it, I'm an optimist. Rose says nothing after that, neither does Howard. He slips her back in his pocket, gets to his feet, and leaves the wet smear of the mural behind. Beauty gets punished. Oh! Okay, it's my office. Pillar, the statue. Check out the pillar. And go scream at the statue, because, you know, trying to get some experience points and some dice. Oh boy, we're trying to get some dice. Presses palm against the Newstram's colossal concrete pillar. You know, most people just lean against these things. They don't try to start a conversation. Silence, that's all. Hollow and indifferent. The kind that comes after everything unnecessary has already been stripped away. Some things are denied the chances to become themselves. They are assigned a function and left there until the shape hardens around it. Howard pulls his hand away. The connection vanishes. The pillar stands there mute, gray, and unremarkable. A brutal thing. Massive and useful, but hollowed out before it never had the chance to do anything more. Like something is supposed to. You have no money, Howard. You have no money. You're gonna go scream. Go to the statue. We're gonna go scream. We don't have time. We're gonna go socialize. Maybe find some dice. Please find some dice. The statue stands in the center, staring down at the concrete. The benches are empty. The windows of the surrounding blocks are dark, but the silence is being murdered. Two figures stand amidst a tangle of cables. A lanky kid hunched over a guitar and a rotund one buried behind a drum kit. No stage, no permits. Howard stays in the shadows expecting amateur noise. He doesn't get one. Good. It sounds like violence. It sounds like teeth breaking. I like it. It sounds like us before the badge. Howard watches them play their hearts out to absolutely no one. They are sweating, eyes squeezed shut, pouring every ounce of teenage frustration into their instruments. They are good, better than they have any right to be in this city. His foot taps, almost involuntarily. It's been years, but the instinct doesn't die. It is heartbreaking. All that fire burning in a vacuum. They aren't just playing music. They are begging the world to acknowledge they exist. But something is missing. The rhythm is tight. The distortion is heavy, but there's a gap in the noise. They are building a throne of sound, Howard, but no one is sitting on it. Let's give him an audience! Howard steps in the pale wash of the street lamp. The guitar cuts out instantly. A chocked squeal of feedback. The drummer freezes, sticks hovering mid-strike. Hey, we got an audience! Well, hey, mister, you here for the concert? Here's how much I missed this until just now. I saw the poster, promised screaming. You gonna play or what? What else would I be here? The view, don't make me regret the walk. Yeah, I feel like this is kind of the vibe where I'm like, I saw the poster. I didn't realize how much I missed this until just now. Yeah. See, I told you, people are starving for it, man. Hell yeah. Well, we missed it too, and we never even saw the old days. The lanky kid puffs out his chest in a pose that screams rock star, but whispers, nervous teenager. He tries to deepen his voice. So anyway, I'm Vermin Overlord. Entropy, Devour. Strong names. I see you could be worse. I've heard dumber. Big titles. Strong names. Right, we spent like a week thinking them up. I like it. Enough talk. You want noise? We got noise. This is what is called merhuman. He stomps the distortion pedal. The wall of heavy sound slams the plaza. It's good. They build the throne of sound. But when the chorus hits, the music demands a voice. Berman leans into the mic, veins bulging, ready to scream, then flinches. He mumbles a weak lyric that instantly dies under the crash of cymbals. The momentum snaps. Dude, you gotta commit. We talked about this. I can't, okay? It feels weird doing it in front of him. He gestures vaguely at Howard with his guitar neck. He's the audience. That's the point. You gotta scream at him. He looks at Howard, flushed with embarrassment and frustration. We, usually have a guy for the screaming part. He quit. Howard looks at the empty microphone stand. It's waiting. You've got a lifetime of screaming locked in your throat, Howard. Maybe it's time to share it. You're not the frontman. You're a detective. Don't mistake nostalgia for purpose. You don't need words. Let the guitar do screaming. Play it again from the top. I'll handle the vocals. Stop looking at me. Look at the statue. Scream at that. You're good, but you're incomplete. Get a singer. scream, Howard. You will? No offense, man, but do you even know this kind of music? This isn't a jazz lounge. We need, aggression. You want aggression? I was in a band long time ago. I spent years on stages before I should. Trust me, just play. I've got more than enough. Okay. He hands Howard the microphone, suspicious eyes with a glint of hope. Howard steps between Vermin Overlord and Entropy Devourer. Muscle memory triggers. Stance widens. Chest expands. The detective is gone. The front man is back. Take 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. The drums kick in like a heart attack. Vermin Overlord slams the strings.
Tree shivers,
Oh.
creeping across the skin. It's cold as steel and dark as sin. Breathing tattoos, fleeting crows I behold in the sky. Cylinder shrieks and swoons.
Alright, let's see.
Filled unholy bright.
My detective is singing in like a punk kid band right now. It's great. They're like, we need aggression. He's like, I'm not aggression. Ooh, which one? Oh no, I want more!
Involuntary shivers, creeping across the skin.
Holy cow, I didn't know we could sound like that! That song was so good. Oh my god. My arms are numb. I can't feel my arms. That was awesome. Turns out you can still do this. La Plaza's still empty, but the windows have silhouettes in them now. For a long moment, the city actually pays attention. Then slowly the shadows drift back into the dark, leaving the windows black again. Blank again. Create anything that can infect and spread into other minds. Ooh! I'm sorry. 0.2% of people have gotten this achievement. Let's freaking go! Let's freaking go! Sorry, that's like really cool. Those who were seen dancing were thought to be insane by those who could not hear the music. They hear it now. You infected them. You planted a thought worm in their gray matter. It will wiggle, feed, and grow in the dark of their skulls. Nice. Create, scream, paint, transform thought and feelings into anything that can infect, fester, and spread to other minds. I just got an achievement that only 0.2% of people have gotten. Walks up to the mic stand, he reaches out and snaps the cable loose, then he turns and holds the microphone out to Howard. Take it. It never sounded like that for us. I think it was waiting for you. Before Howard can answer, Entropy Devourer scrambles over, shoving a crumpled sheet of paper at him. It's one of their own gig flyers. The white space is filled with frantic, messy black marker scrawls. Beneath Ashen. I wrote it down. While you were screaming, I didn't want to forget the words. It's a manifesto, man. You can't just leave that in the air. You keep it. Take the mic and the flyer. Say nothing, just nod. I'll take the lyrics. You keep the mic. You're gonna need it. Oh. You keep it. I feel like the mic and the lyrics are gonna be like a manifesto. Take the mic and the flyer. Say nothing, just nod. I'll take the lyrics. You keep the mic. You're gonna need it to practice. Give both back. The music belongs to them, not you. I personally want to keep it, but at the same time, I kind of want to be like, no, youngins, sing this song. Let it spread. Let it be an anthem. Like, I want to hear this song at the end of the game. I want to hear you guys be like, burn it all down. And then the city burns. Music belongs to them. Looks at the offer tributes. He shakes his head slowly and pushes them back toward the kids. He steps back, buttoning his coat against the cold. Make it loud enough to rattle the windows of my office. Make sure I can hear it over the rain. And so you know they're still alive out there. Right? Eee! What a fun time. Alright, well, I don't think there's anything else at Tekel, but I'll check it. Who knows, maybe he's like, here's some dice, or maybe I find some dice there or something. I don't know. Heal me, heal! You blind? Oh, it's you again, the walker. Miss me? No. Still hiding behind the tin can? Yeah, and look, I'm still alive. That's the point. Still playing? Playing implies I'm having fun. I'm playing. Losing, by the way. Thanks for asking. Alright. Yeah, show me your stocks. Why not? Can't afford. Required condition not met. Opportunity missed. Weird. Weird. When you use... Right, I'm using the arrow keys. And it has that. But when I hover over it manually, it doesn't have that. Interesting. Well, I'm done here. Right, just to see, you know, maybe I'll talk with him. Alright, I'm gonna go to the office. One more experience point. I'll level up. You weren't meant to dig this far. Oh? Octopus. The abrasive chirp of Howard's comic shatters to silence. He wakes from a thin, uneasy sleep, the memory of sewn-shut eyelids fades slowly. Find your ghost. His name's Dr. Kevin Harris, runs a private practice, specializes in hypnotherapy and neural restructuring. Ghost has a name. The name hits harder than he'd like to admit. Dr. Kevin Harris, licensed psychotherapist, weekly appointments, last appointment 3 years ago. You there? I'm hearing way too much silence. Can you get into his patient? Hold the line, I need official confirmation. Yeah, can you get into it? Ooh, patient records? Now we're talking. Proper illegal. Agora, Goss, Corvus, just check appointment logs. The sound of furious typing returns. Seconds later, a screenshot blinks into Howard's neural archive, all 3 names highlighted. Reception calendar says all 3 spent quality time with Dr. Harris. So, guess you're heading to his office next? Want backup? Backup sounds good. Alright, then give me something to work with. Building access points, whatever you've got. There used to be 2 alternates at the main entrance, 24/7 reception, cameras in every corridor and elevator. Reception. Do they know you? Morning shift does. Night shift? Not really. Why? Perfect. I'll ghost you a fake ID, someone forgettable, logistics clerk, maybe. Now what else you got? Think details. Sending you visual data from my neural archive. It's a few years old. The line fills with the sound of furious rhythmic keystrokes as DK parses the data. Got it. Let's see what the old eyeballs picked up. Hello there. Floor ports. Nice catch. What the hell's a floor port? Maintenance hubs. If I can jack in, it's a backstage pass. Unlock doors, loop, or kill cameras. I can even trip emergency exits or mess with their air vents if you want to get dramatic. Archive. Hey, floor ports? Floor ports. Maintenance access hubs built into a building's physical infrastructure used by authorized personnel for diagnostics, security control, and routine maintenance. Floor ports provide access to doors, camera vents, emergency systems, and other floor-level infrastructure. Can you access them? They're locked down with rotating ciphers, but I can brute force it. I just need cover. What kind of cover? Hold on. The clacking intensifies to a frantic pitch. Jackpot. Found the building's maintenance schedule, system resets, log backups, firewall refresh, digital noise heaven. When's the reset? Every morning at 4. I love patterns. They save me so much work. I'll slip into the floor port during the reset, crack root access, and unlock Harris's office. From their end, it'll look like a failed login from an internal maintenance terminal. How much time do I get? Sounds easy. Run it back. What's the full plan? How much time do I get? 20 minutes to work, but the unlock 90 seconds tops before the system auto-rechecks the door. Okay, so run it back. What's the full plan? You get in the building. Head for the 36th floor. Find the nearest floor port. Patch me in before 4. I hijack the system. Pop Harris's door. Loop the hall cam. You get in. Find what you need. And you're gone before the system knows. It's been kissed. Sounds easy. Got it. I'll be ready. better be. I don't run cleanup. The line cuts, the plan is set, the clock's ticking. Time for some real detective stuff. You're missing it, Howard. We have the who and the where. We don't have the how. Wait for her to finish. Overlap in their lives. So how do you talk 3 completely different men into pulling their own plugs without a fight? Let's see. They were drugged, sedated. They were threatened, blackmailed. Their implants were fried as cyber attacked. I can't say they were drugged because their stuff was cleared. I'm gonna say implants? Boosts were running at optimal efficiency right until the moment their heart stopped. The hardware was clean. So if you can't force the body, what do you have to force? Exactly. And what is Dr. Harris's specialty again? Hypnotherapy. Dr. Harris? Dr. Harris? Where is he? Hold on. Let me backtrack a bit. Right, psychotherapist. Hypnotherapy and neural restructuring. Okay. Hypnotherapy. You're on the right track. He doesn't fix bones, he rewires thoughts. So how did he turn 3 healthy people into corpses remotely? The mind is a machine. With the right access, we can rewrite anything. Fear, trauma, even core survival instincts. It's just code. The brain loves repetition. Given enough time, almost any response can become automatic. The virus, he hacked their approvals, he built a response to them, planted something, persuasion. Maybe. He left them with something they couldn't remember until the right moment brought it back. He changed the way they react to something. He never had to hack their approvals, he only had to change how they responded. We're getting closer. It has to be some kind of switch, not hardware, something dormant and behavioral. And it can't be an object. Think back. Koss jumped right after the call. It was what she heard. But planting something like that takes time. You don't do it in one conversation. You do it over weeks, months. Howard, how long were you seeing Dr. Harris? Not like that. I was there for insomnia. What if you're right? If you put a back door in their heads, he could have put one in yours. Pieces connected. And I leveled up. Okay, what do we want? Moral perfect? Do I want ultimate, like, truth? Having impeccable moral character and a strong commitment to ethical principles and value. Did we just close a case? We've got almost everything. Who, when, how. What we don't have is why, but that question just got a lot more dangerous. Howard tries to remember Dr. Harris, the waiting room, the office, the walk home. A cold prickle crawls up the back of his neck. Deep inside his neural archive, he feels the outline of something sealed away, a locked door he never knew was there. He closes his eyes, but the darkness behind his eyelids doesn't feel empty anymore. Oh. End of book 1! Oh, that took like 2.5 hours. Oh my god, is that my song? No, it's a different song. I know this building. It's that famous building. Yeah, I can like see it. What a terrible place to meet a soul. The penguin! He's got a little tracker on him. vibing. We're vibing. I feel like credits or something are supposed to be like shown over here. My poor OBS, constantly encoding overloaded, then it's fine. It's fine. I'm waiting for it to pop back up again. It's like, over. Says it's fine. Which is weird because I'm like, we've been on the scene for a while, so now you're fine? Now you're good? And we're back to overloaded. I am trying out the new 2K streaming, so it might be a bit too much for my system. Oh. I'll move my mouse. But see like a little bit of the remnants of this. Uh-oh. Just hold to skip. Okay. I'm gonna skip it. I think it's stuck. So is this me like transforming? Alright, beneath the concrete skin. The case finally comes together, just not the way it should. The paperwork is flawless, the truth perfectly legal, but the victory tastes like ash, revealing the machine how we're just served. Smart way to handle this, and then there's the Howard's way. Ignoring the exit ramp, he goes all in against the untouchables. It's time to drag the ugly truth kicking and screaming into the light. Get into book 2. I should have grabbed a snack. Rem Achman, Neth is alive. There's a chance that this is not the actual song because, you know, copyright. Ooh. It's either a part of it or the encoding really is having a problem. It might be the encoding. Look, a spider. Big spider. Ethernet cables. Make it, I believe in you. Some cases end with an arrest, others don't truly begin until you realize who you've been chasing all along. Howard was about to find out which kind this was. So, Elysium Tower, I have a feeling we're not coming back the same way we go in. If there's anything else you want to do in the Netherville, I'd do it first. Sashimi? And a poster. Cyber Sashimi! Nice pillar. Check out this propaganda poster. A poster insists on its message in the tone of an insolent toddler or a spoiled Nepo baby who can't get their way. You can do it again. Netherville was just the start. You proved your dedication once, comply once again. The future is above you. Step forward. We must go higher. Pay the generous patrons of our future forward. Eugenesis, Activision, and RR Industries. Funny how you can turned into you will in just a couple of years. Generous patrons, that's one way to say sponsors of your slow death with logos on the coffin. They used to dress it up as patriotism, now they just say comply. At least they drop the act. Sponsors of your slow death with logos on the coffin. Ooh, you can turn into you will. These are all good answers. Give it another year, then it's just a bot stamping on a human face, no words. X City made a little more sense. As time went on and progress in the sky breached, construction slowed, the powers that be grew more and more agitated. Their promise of a better future and prosperity gave way to veiled threats of violence and oppression. Work harder, toil longer, lose more, and receive less. Promises have been replaced with nothing but demands. Stop by the Crow Jazz Bar. It's been a couple days, right? Scaffolding is down, the Crow Jazz Bar is in a hole in the Wymore. It's a statement. Ooh. You're staring at the door like it's insulted your mother. It's just a renovation. That's not a renovation, that's an execution. New facade means higher prices. It's nice, a little respite might not be the worst thing. Push the doors, claim the habit back. I'm gonna say more. Look at you embracing change. Careful, keep that up and you might actually smile. I'm up. Shoves the heavy door open, the hinges don't squeak anymore. Ooh. There are cushions on the stools, armchairs, imitation wood panels, and fake fire crackling on screens. It feels cozy. It feels wrong. The bar is more crowded than usual. That is, more than 3 people are inside at any given time. The bartender finishes an order and slides it across to an eager palm. She looks up and gives a knowing nod to Howard. Ah, the regular returns. So, she spreads her arms, gesturing to the room, then looks back to Howard. What do you think? It's warmer. Maybe that's not a bad thing. Bars are for drowning things, not decorating. That's shiny cocktail, please. Say it's warmer. Smiles, a genuine smile, not the kind you get as foreplay before a sale. Surviving and living are at the same, Howard. You can enjoy things once in a while. She turns to the liquor wall, her hands moving like a hyper-focused octopus, a blur of rye, vermouth, and bitters. She places the glass in front of him, right? Because she owes me a drink. Enjoy. The drink is cold, smooth, and perfect. It slides down his throat, leaving a trail of warmth. With the passing of time, the chatter, patrons, booze, and the new ambience lulls him to a state of smooth euphoria. For a second, the world feels manageable. Hey, don't go drifting on me, big guy. The thought is terrifyingly appealing to just close his eyes, to let the fake fire warm his real bones. This place is poison, it makes you soft, and while you sit here getting cozy, Harris is still out there. The case remains unsolved. Dead people don't get justice if the detective is drunk. We can't stop, not yet. With a grunt and a nod to the bartender, Howard pushes himself off the stool. Halfway to the exit, something pulls his attention. A door that shouldn't be there. Dark wood, a bronze plaque etched with a single feather. Oh good, this is the interesting timeline. Try not to rush it. You're not imagining it, it's real. It was waiting for you, lying in the dust of the old bar, just waiting for you to bring it back to the new one. The geometry matches, the symbol, the object, a lock, and a key. Stop analyzing it, put the damn thing in the hole, open it! I can't wait for this one, you need it. Place the feather in the lock? What lock? What feather? What? What? What feather? What? God. There's so many things that I'm like, how did I get to this point? All right, on my timeline. I don't have whatever the feather is. Hey, but I got 2 dice. Thank you. All right, recess is over. Elysium Tower. No. No. Mass Pillar and Cyber Sashimi. And then the other thing. Street Soldiers. Yeah, Street Soldiers before Cyber. I need dice. Howard places his palm against New Stratum's colossal concrete pillar. Oh, again, we're romanticizing columns. Okay, take your time. It's cold, brutal, and purely functional. Then the recognition settles in. Hairline cracks vanish beneath the clean geometry, little failures buried inside lines that look perfect from the outside. New Stratum was built to endure, built to hold, built with no ambition beyond surviving its own way. Ugly is what remains when usefulness strangles every other possibility. Howard looks up towards Skybreach, then down as if he could see through the floor of the foundation below. Above, polished scale. Below, buried strength. Between them, this thing. A structural compromise pretending to be permanence. And suddenly he understands it. Wasted potential has a shape. Sometimes it is a man. Sometimes it is architect. He pulls his hand away. The illusion breaks. Concrete returns to concrete. He's having his moments. Cyber Sashimi. The shattered window has been replaced with a temporary plastic sheet that rattles with the wind. Inside, the restaurant is back in order. Behind the counter, Hero works in silence. Chop, fold, reset. He doesn't look up. That looks delicious. Salt, rice vinegar, old oil soaked into wood. Most tables are empty. A couple of late-night regulars hunched over bowls, eating in the quiet. At the far end, tucked in the last booth near the back wall, a woman sits alone. She's draped in leather, her black hair falling in messy layers over her shoulders. That's her. She dresses better than her puppet, I'll give her that. Check in with Hero first. Howard approaches the counter. Hero's blade never stops moving, but his eyes lift. How are you holding, Hero? Place looks patched. Hero shrugs without looking up. Glass is replaceable, hands are not. Your table's waiting, back booth. She's been patient. Watch her for a moment. She takes a slow sip from the teacup in front of her, eyes distant. She's not performing. Okay. For a moment, she looks hollowed out. Her jaw tightens as she bites the inside of her cheeks. Then she senses his stare, her gaze snapping toward him. The vulnerability vanishes, replaced by a sharp, knowing look. Howard crosses the room and stops at the back booth. As he slides in the seat across from her, Nikki doesn't look up immediately. When she finally raises her eyes, they're almond-shaped, black, and heavy with a gaze that feels like it's reading the fine print of his soul. You look different in person. Glad you came. Was worried one of the voices would talk you out of it. You're not what I expected? You wanted to talk? I'm here because I'm curious. Don't waste it. I don't know what you're expecting to find. I expected. Good. Expectations are just pre-written scripts, and I'm trying to move away from those. Reality is much more jagged. Nikki leans back and takes a slow breath as if steadying herself. I once had someone I thought would be with me forever. I built a lot around the idea that they wouldn't leave. They did, just like that, and ever since, everything is a struggle. Work got harder, sleep got worse, every idea felt structured around doubt, rage, sadness, like my own thoughts started boxing me in. I know the feeling. So you're lonely, sounds like betrayal, you don't strike me as broken, and you think I could fix it. I know the feeling. I know you do, that's why I'm talking to you. It's written all over your face. She leans in closer, her voice dropping to a low, steady tone. When I saw you, at the Crow, arguing with the air, carrying on a full-time relationship with your own pain. You look like you're fighting a war nobody else can see. It's the most honest thing I've seen in this city in years. Most people run from that noise inside. They numb it, ignore it, pretend it's not there. You turn and face it. You give it a seat at the bar in order to drink. I want that kind of courage. I need it. You're romanticizing tragedy. There's nothing honest about losing your mind. And you think if you watch me long enough, some of that courage will rub off on you? It's not courage. It's just what happens when you run out of places to hide. I hope so. She looks down at her hands. I'm a writer, Howard, or I was. I can't create like this. I don't trust my instincts anymore. Every idea has second-guessed itself into nothing. I'm stuck in this, and it's swallowing everything I used to be. So I thought maybe if I could see the world through someone else's eyes, just for a moment, it would break the loop. How do you plan on doing that? Poetry? I want to try something new. Something no ethics board would sign off on. And definitely something that's never been done before in the history of terrible ideas. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, yes! She takes a deep breath, her dramatic flair finally giving way to naked, earnest intensity. I have 2 neural bridges at my place. I mod them myself. It creates a short-term synaptic link, lets 2 people share raw sensory and cognitive input. Why would anyone volunteer for that? And you trust me with that? Hello, how are you doing? How are the games coming? Hello, Andrew Heckian. They are coming along nicely. We're playing Celestial Return. As you know, we played the demo for this, and then we supported the Kickstarter. So now we're here. If you were in the Discord, I know it wasn't you, but I know other people. I had gotten 2 extra keys to give to the community, so I put that out. They were claimed, so everyone who claimed them, hope you're enjoying them. But yeah, it is a good game. And I'm excited. Some of the decisions we've gone have been great, and then other things, I'm just kind of like, how am I supposed to get to that point? But you know, we're doing our run. We're on book 2 of book 3. Trust isn't the word. I think you won't pretend. That's rarer than trust. She slides her hands palms up on the table, an empty gesture, open, waiting. Look, it's not mind reading. I won't see your memories or your secrets unless you actively drag them to the surface. It's just a glimpse. What would it feel like? And if something goes wrong, what exactly do you get out of this? Heckian. Something goes wrong. I hit the kill switch. It's hardwired. You be out before you finish blinking. I'm not looking to burn us out. I'm not asking for an answer now. Just come look at it. The bridge, my place. If not, that's fine too. She leaves a few dice on the table for Hero and slides out of the booth. Thanks for the face-to-face. For what it's worth, you're a better listener than your reputation suggests. Address is on your comic in case you decide to take a bad idea for a test drive. She doesn't wait for a response. She turns and weaves to the empty tables, pushing out into the night. You attract interesting disasters. Oh, yeah, we're gonna do it. Yeah, do I have the option? Can I go do it? Oh, not yet. Not yet, anyway. To the street soldiers. Let's see what they're up to. Slips through a narrow side street where tangled wire droops between buildings like dying vines. He finds the shop tucked behind a shuttered arcade, its entrance patched together with scrap and stubbornness. A fortress for the desperate. They don't fight the system here, they just sell you the tools to survive it. Sometimes survival is the only rebellion left. Howard knocks once, twice. The slit snaps open in the metal, a pair of teenage eyes rimmed in black liner and sleep deprivation squints through. Look what the gutter's dragged in. Old dog Pid, the last unplugged man in Nethervale. Thought your corporate ghost didn't shop down here. Not here for implants, just tools. Relax, I'm paying. The boy squints another second, then the slit clamps shut. A lock grinds, a series of heavy bolts clank and disengage. Finally, the door parts just wide enough for Howard to slip through. The shop's nothing but raw concrete like a fallout shelter wired for business. Shelves sag with outlaw tech, unstable, illegal, and experimental. So what's the job, Grandpa? You looking to pop a deadbolt or pop a skull? Neither. A high-rise Elysium tower. I have a way in. A Neth finder's cracking the floor ports. Neth finder? You're trusting your life to a voice in your ear? Here's a pre-lesson, Grandpa. Signals jam, ice adapts, Neth finders choke. If your ghost gets locked out while you're standing in the hallway, you're dead. Unless you bring your own key. What key? He's trying to upsell you. He is, but a manual override isn't a bad idea. Maybe I know a way around a shutdown. Ugly, loud, and illegal, but knowledge cost, especially the kind that keeps you breathing. Ooh, 3 dice. 2 dice. 4 dice. None of these are good. I don't want to give him any dice. Okay, I'll give him the sponsor dice. I'll give him the metaphor dice. Take. Alright, old man, you got the right kind of desperate. He reaches under the counter and pulls out a device. This is Knocker. It's dumb, doesn't connect to any network. If your Neth finder fails, you jam this in the port, brute force, one use only, but it always works. No money. Let's see, what else do you have? Shopper, fine, let's see what else tickles your fancy. He pulls out more devices, lining them up next to the Knocker. This one's the lockjaw. Clamp it onto digital lock and the door forgets who it works for, pops right open, one-time use, and don't stand too close unless you like migraines. And then for the suicidal types, reflex booster, neural stim shot, jam into your neck and suddenly you're faster, sharper for a few minutes. But the crash is sucks, makes you feel old and stupid. And here's my favorite, noise rat, a drone with a speaker that screams like it's dying. You had a game that you almost canceled Coverg of? Canceled Coverg of. Took you 3 hours and still almost didn't want to install. What? Oh, you had a game that you almost canceled coverage of. But it took you 3 hours and still almost didn't want to install? I'm assuming you had installed because then how would you cover it for 3 hours? Interesting. Well, I hope that the experience was at least fun. So, make up your mind, you're letting the damp in. I have no money. Pleasure doing business, Grandpa. I'm trying to die with my gear on you. Bad for advertising. The kid slams the case shut, metal echoing through the shop as Howard pushes out. Alright, let's go crash a therapy session. Yeah, I have 1 dice. And the game said, if I don't have any dice, I fail automatically, so... one of those games where the more you play, the more IRL you earn. Oh, is it that, like, weird mining one? Like, where you had to, like, be, like, a frontier prospector? And you had to, like, there was, like, 80 passes or something that they give you? Is that one? I forget the name. Fatal Frontiers? I think that's the one. That sounds like it. Yeah. Yeah, they sent me a thing, too, and I was like... that's gambling. And I was like, nah. Like, I read their FAQ and like how you're supposed to like get the money and everything, and it makes sense. But I'm just like, nah. Alright, Howard observes Elysium Tower from across the street, watching the 2 alternates stand like decorative furniture. Expensive, useless, smug. Then the lobby doors slide open. A man steps out, moving with the calm invisibility of someone who belongs. He slips into an auto cab and is gone. Alright, look alive, your boyfriend's on the move. Howard crosses the street, the lie already forming on his lips. He approaches the reception desk, ready to deliver his lines to the night shift stranger. The words die in his throat. The woman behind the polished doorsill counter isn't the night guy, it's her. Maria, the morning receptionist from 3 years ago. Bum bum. Maria! Hey, Maria! The receptionist at Elysium Tower. Despite her personal history with Howard, she is a diligent worker who is hesitant to bypass security protocols or allow unauthorized access after hours. Ugh. Howard? Thornfield, is that you? I love your outfit. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. It's too late. Walking away now is more suspicious than staying. Howard exhales through his nose. Options narrowing fast. I don't have a dice. Success 12. Success 12. Success 6. Throw a distraction. Use the chaos to slip towards the elevator. Scan the lobby, spot anything that could pass for a distraction. I need to get success 6. I have 1 dice to my name. Oh no. You have 1 dice to your name, Nina. Eek! I got +3. Come on, 3. Yes. We're fine. Howard's eyes dart across the lobby, cutting through the polished BS. He's not looking for systems to hack. He's looking for a moment of chaos, and he finds it. A janitor's cart, laden with cleaning supplies and full bucket of murky water, sits unattended near a pillar. The servitor drone hovers toward reception, balancing a precarious tower of coffee cups. And Maria's half-eaten bowl of fish soup steaming dangerously close to her console. They're all perfect, beautifully, stupidly simple. Let's see. Bump the janitor's cart, send a wave of soapy water across the floor. I'm out of dice. Step into the drone's path, make it rain espresso. Tip the soup, let it fry her console. I'm gonna auto-fail. What is the best auto-fail? I guess make it rain espresso? Howard steps squarely into the drone's trajectory, bracing for impact. It never comes. The drone reroutes effortlessly, gliding around him. Not a drop spills. The alternates, who not moved an inch, seem to focus on him more intently. Their silent judgment is worse than any alarm. Harris booked me. Distraction? Doesn't matter. Oh god, it's all bad. It's all bad. You always ask so nicely. For a heartbeat, nothing happens. Maria opens her mouth to speak again. Then the alarm screams, red strobes flooding the lobby. Let's see, do you remember the Rice website game? And it went into IRL? Oh. No, I don't know what the Rice website game is. That sounds familiar. It's like where you kind of like answered questions and like, it was like what, like they donated rice? I think that was their thing. Yeah, no, once I read, I don't just do every game blindly. I do a little research. But yeah, well, I hope it was a fun learning experience. Maria doesn't even flinch. She mutters, tapping the console with practice speed. Not again. Building's network's a mess ever since the damn upgrade. She silences the alarm in seconds. The moment of potential chaos has fizzled into nothing. Okay, a new plan. Make something stupid happen. Harris booked me for a late slot, said it was urgent. Melts into a look of profound pity. She leans forward, her voice dropping to a whisper. Oh, Howard, no. He's gone for the day. You must have misremembered. She glances nervously at the alternates, then back at him, her meaning painfully clear. She isn't doubting you. She's pitying you. She thinks you're broken. Maybe you should go home. Call the emergency line if you need to talk to someone. I can't let you up there. Okay. Ouch. That was hard to listen to. The humiliation is a cold knife. It's worse than being caught in a lie. Howard exhales through his teeth. Every angle tried. Everyone failed. He hates this. A key for the city of locks. Even you are one of them. Not enough games. Time to remind them who you were. His hand dips into his inner coat pocket and comes back with something old. Something he swore he'd never use again. His old pit badge. Immunity, authority, fear, all carved into a simple piece of metal. Pit investigation. Clear the elevator. Now. Maria hesitates, then taps the console with stiff fingers. The elevator lock disengages. Maria's reaction wasn't just fear, it was recognition. She's seen this badge before. Recently. Let's see. Spent 2 hours off stream. Wait, 30 minutes on stream trying to install it? Weird. Okay, so I understand now what you're saying by you spent 3 hours trying to cover it. It's more... spent 3 hours installing it. Yeah, that's certainly sus. Certainly sus. Like I said, a learning experience. And normally you can with Keymailer. I don't remember how, but there is a way to be like, hey, can't do it. I know there was one time I got a key and just like, it didn't work. They were like, this key's already been claimed. So I was like, hey, this key's broken. So you could just say the key's broken. Howard snatches the badge back, tucking it deep in his coat. He hates the feel of it in his hand, hates that it still opens doors he can't. You didn't win! Howard steps in the elevator. The door closes, swallowing the lobby. Maria's stare behind him. He lets out a breath he didn't realize he was holding. Well, you didn't get shot. I'm calling that a win. Now, try to keep the rest of this op from being a total cluster, will you? I'm out of dice! Howard lets his head thud back against the wall, his eyes sliding shut for a second. As he slides down to a crouch, his fingers brush against a small, sharp object. Yes! He picks up a pair of dice! Guess someone's too low to bother betting over for a couple of credits. Oh, thank you. Little extra luck never hurt. The display pings, 36th floor. The doors part, revealing the quiet corridor shared by only 2 tenants. Skybreach Architects and Harris's office. Alright, your floor port's ahead, left wall 15 steps. And I guess just as a future thing, it's like I normally don't start a stream or a game until I have it successfully installed and working. Because I'm like, how else am I gonna show what's in my OBS? I'm like, I need the program open. So I can be like, hey OBS, get this video, track this video. Or I guess window, not video. Howard steps out, eyes locking on the hidden panel. Found it! Finally, now open it up and unplug me in before someone gets curious. What if you get flagged? I'm not risking that. Hold on, save real quick. Let her work her magic. Howard pulls the link spool from his comic and snaps it into the floorport recess jack. A quiet click confirms the connection. Alright, I'm in, bypassing the mag lock on Harris's door first. A low thunk echoes softly from the office as the heavy bolt retracts. You're open. Go. I'll loop the camera feed and scrub your entry from the logs while you search. Howard moves the door, hand on the handle. That's annoying. What's wrong? The camera. Are we flagged? No alarms. It's just a weird architect or a bad update. It's accepting my loop, but I can't find the sync. The sync? The storage, the server is recording, but I can't find where it's saving the data. Can you fix it? Howard, please. It's a hallway camera, not a pit vault. Go, I've got you covered. Cataclysm for ambition. What a great image. This is an octopus, and it looks like we're cooking it. The same desk, the same floor-to-ceiling window offering its god-eye view of a sick city. Nothing has changed. Let's see. There's one. A list that's still not covered. It was for a playtest and still hasn't been done in a year. Interesting. Well, okay, I'm reading active sensors everywhere. Pinhole lenses in the bookshelves, mics and light fixtures. This place is wired like a retro reality show. Can you loop them? Already on it, but they're running the same weird code as the hallway. Slippery. I really don't like it. Lovely. Find what you need and get out! Alright, terminal most logical place for digital patient records. The filing cabinet's most obvious place for archive. The door? Wait, what door? This wasn't here before! To the door! An old basic door, just a handle and a simple lock. It wasn't there 3 years ago when Howard last visited Harris. Plain wood, mechanical handle, cheap lock, nothing here would stop a hard shove. Show some old school detectives turn away. I'm gonna kick it open! Takes a step back, sizing up the door. You sure? Maybe take a deep breath, try something that doesn't involve a broken foot? It's going down! Fine, search the room for a key. There's a lock, there has to be a key. Maybe he swallowed it. Check the... Never mind. Like the underside, soil of the fake pot. Search the pockets. Probably under the doormat. There is no doormat. Right. Fingers brushing only dust. The key's not here. It's in the soil. Digs his fingers in the coarse synthetic soil of the ornamental plant. He finds nothing but plastic roots. Search the pockets. Fingers brush a familiar shape first. Dice, clattering softly as he pulls them out. Beneath them, cold forged iron. A simple, old-fashioned key. Takes both. Yes! I got some dice. Alright. Try the key. Howard slides the key into the lock. One turn, a soft click. He pushes the door open. So are you, like, waiting for them to accept the playtest? Or are you going to do the playtest? I imagine the playtest is over if it's been a year. Dust, stale air, and mask. Rows of them. Golden, expressionless masks staring back from the dark. Ceremonial death mask. A practice of the cult. Molten gold poured over the face of the deceased. Gold ritual. Well, that's not creepy at all. Please tell me this is evidence and not decor. They were camouflage. Harris used them as cover, borrowing the cult's mark to shift suspicion from his chair to their altars. There's more. Something you missed. Keep looking. Right? Filing cabinet. Howard crosses the old-fashioned filing cabinet. Inside, rows of thick files wait, alphabetized with obsessive precision. His fingers walk the tabs hunting for the targets. Ogora, Koss, Gorvez. He was right. They're all here, and right behind them, the final member of the club, Thornfield. The proof is in his hands. Woo. Oh my god, did he make me into like a killer? Howard flips open the folders, sterile intake forms, benign session notes, then the truth bleeds through. Agora, blackmailed a family, ruined them, kept the cash, lived with the guilt. Koss, approved faulty boosts, customers died, she buried the evidence. Gorvez, sold illegal tech, one malfunction caused a massacre, he never admitted it. Howard hesitates, then he opens the last file. Thornfield, Howard. Let's see, you have a Bellatra like that I'm playing. Like a store sim. Okay, alright, sounds like a fun time. Sector 6 events disclosed under deep hypnosis. The official report is incomplete. The patient remembers more than he allows himself to say. The subject carries the burden, but guilt is not atonement. He still has to pay for his sins. He weaponizes guilt. The clinic is just a slaughterhouse where he bleeds out people's trauma to use against them. He isn't choosing people at random. Every single patient has a dark past. Then he should have picked someone else. We were following orders. Maybe, but notice what we just did? The moment it became about us, we started making exceptions. You've only scratched the surface. Keep your eyes open. Something's off, right under your nose. Desk drawers. Slides open the top drawer. Beneath the clutter of stationery, a slim black notebook hides. What is happening there? Its pages are scrawled unfiltered. Words jump out at him. Parasites, hopeless, they deserve death. Oh! The evidence is no longer circumstantial. Harris didn't just enable their deaths, he desired them. Holy cow. Yeah, right? What? No, Howard, listen to me, the cameras. It's not saving to the building server. It's not saving anywhere. So it's a dummy cam? Fake? No, it's a ghost stream. The data's being encrypted and beamed out in real time. Direct feed, no storage, no cache, no backups. Someone is watching this office live. Right now. A cold shiver crawls up Howard's spine. He feels the weight of an invisible gaze pressing against the back of his neck. Then the impossible. The spectral sight sears to life. Uh-oh. Abstracts don't exist this high up, yet its target lock blazes, unmistakably branding a simple pen. A glitch. It can't be an abstract. Howard's stomach tightens. The boost has never misfired before. The signal's clear. It's real. Harris must have used it without knowing what it was. Just as Rose looks like a flower, this looks like a pen. Perfectly ordinary, perfectly hidden. If Rose can speak, maybe this one can too. Scribble with it, see what it writes. Break it, no abstractions. Try to communicate with the pen. Howard opens his mouth to speak. You hear me? The pen stays silent, just a cold, lifeless cylinder. Let me. A thin green stem stretches from her petals and wraps around the pen's barrel. The pen shudders violently. Its form blurs, elongating, shifting. Metal flows like liquid for a split second before solidifying anew. Huh? Standing on the desk is a bipedal figure with the body of a fountain pen, face etched into the metal just below the tip, and blinks two bewildered eyes. He's shredded. I am Penman. No whiteout allowed. Oh, another abstract. That's what humans call us. I heard them saying it. Hello, flower abstract. First one I've met besides myself. I usually stay very, very still. Humans get nervous when the office supplies start talking. Penman gives Rose a wink. What did Harris use you for? Are you a weapon? Do you help? What did he use you for? Penman puffs out its metallic chest, proud of its function. My purpose is pure. I am the engine of completion. The good doctor would write a goal, and I would fill him with the fire to see it done. Total, absolute focus. Oh no. He wasn't writing goals, he was writing death sentences for his own patients. Indeed, he was most meticulous. He would write their names and their prescribed outcomes, and then, oh, the ambition that would fill him. Such brilliant, relentless focus to make the words become real. He didn't write find peace, you stupid nib. He wrote die. The phrasing belongs to the author. My function is simply the ambition to achieve it. He thought they were bad, so he wrote it down, and the abstract made him act on every dark thought as if it was a divine command. The tool is neutral. The hand that wields it is not. Paul Curry, hold the gun, shoot it, and a problem. Are you a weapon? Did you help? Hold on. A weapon, such a crude term. I am a cataclysm, a focus. I turn intention into action. A scalpel's not a weapon until it's wielded to harm. The definition of a weapon is an object used to inflict harm. By that metric, the answer is yes. Did he ever use you to help someone? I don't think so. He said they deserved it? He said the system failed, so he became the system. Ogora, Koss, and Corvus. It didn't stop with those three, did it? He is my author. I exist to turn words into action. I thought that made me useful. That's what pens are for, isn't it? To help their authors? I never imagined there was another way. If justice keeps failing, sooner or later someone decides to replace it. Maybe that's what happened to Harris. He didn't lose his way overnight. Every name made the next one easier. Hold the gun. Did you help him kill his patients? I'm not going to report the abstract just yet. Help is such a passive word. I provided the will he lacked, the certainty he knew what needed to be done, but doubt is a paraclitic. I gave him ambition. So yes, the answer is yes. I stayed with my author. There wasn't anywhere else for me to go. Humans don't usually give us a chance to explain ourselves. The clinical diagnosis is folie à deux, but the moral one, if a broken system creates a vigilante, is he a monster or a symptom? He's both, a symptom that became a monster. He didn't cure the disease, he just added a new one. There are no clean answers here, just more blood. I'm not gonna shoot it. I'm just gonna report it. Taps his comic, the line rings. Room, it's me. I'm at Elysium Tower. I've got a confirmed abstract class unknown. It's a pen. Elysium Tower? You can't be serious, Howard. You need to leave now. Get the hell out of there. What? What? I need a containment team. It's dangerous. What the hell are you talking about? I found an abstract. I can't. Howard, please just leave before. The line cuts abruptly. You said abstract. She barely reacted. You said Elysium Tower. That's when she panicked. Something is off. Be careful. Howard stares at the desk comic. Before he can process Carie's panic, DK's voice cuts through silence. Howard, I traced it. Traced what? I don't have time, DK. Something's going on. The ghost stream. I managed to catch a fragment of the handshake protocol right before the receiver cut the connection. It's a PID signature. Howard feels the blood drain from his face. The room suddenly feels very small. That can't be right. Why? That doesn't mean they created it. It only means someone inside PID was receiving the feed. Maybe they're already tracking this abstract. They wired an entire office to stream data 24/7. If all they wanted was the abstract, they could have walked in and picked up the pen. So they chose not to interfere. They chose to watch instead. If they wanted to study an abstract, they could have done it in a lab, which means the abstract wasn't the objective. Then what was? He slowly looks around the office. His eyes settle on the patient chair, then on Penman, then on Harris's notes. What was the objective? Patience or Harris? I feel like the patients. Yes, but they were watching Harris too. The realization hits Howard like a physical blow. It was a petri dish. They knew Harris had an abstract. Instead of containing it, they set back to see what it could do to a human mind. They sent you the exact same psychiatrist they were monitoring. That can't be a coincidence. They were testing it. It's the only explanation that fits. They were observing Harris and what he was doing to his patients. Howard leans against the desk, his breath coming short. What about you, Howard? Who do you work for 5 years? Who gave you your badge? Who gave you orders? Who sent you to Harris? You were a field agent. You were just another rat in a slightly bigger maze. Howard's hand begins to shake. The pieces click into place. We have to expose this. We can't let them. With what? It's a ghost stream. There are no logs, no recordings. If we go to the press, PID will just deny it. Of course they'll deny it. That's the point. They built it that way. He feels humiliated, used. All those years believing he was part of the solution and he was just a part of the experiment. We can't just let them get away with it. Justice! After justice, no more! We need to... Shut your mouth! Oh my God, my poor anger issues. Shut your mouth, all of you! Howard, your vitals are spiking. You need to calm down. Howard's jaw aches from clenching, his throat raw with words he can't force out. Every voice buzzing in his head sounds like a liar, a collaborator, except one. You see it now, don't you? You were never a hero, never even a man, just a rat in their maze. But no more orders, no more cages. My goodness. Don't let the anger control you. Don't let the anger control you. Don't let the anger control you. Don't let the... You're done. Oh my God. Don't let the anger control you. The other voices are just noise now. Useless. They are snuffed out by a single roaring, undeniable truth. Oh no. Howard turns the door, half blind with panic, his whole body already committed to running. He nearly collides with the body filling the doorway. He jerks to a halt, heart ramming against his ribs. Harris is standing there watching him. I must say, I'm disappointed. After all our sessions, this is what you resort to, breaking and entering. He blocks the doorway, standing with the casual confidence of a man who believes he is untouchable. But we both know why you're really here, don't we? We both know how this ends. Whatever you're doing, make it fast. Pit is on the way, and it isn't a containment op for the pen. It's for you. Oh, same badge, same bullets, new target. Oh no. Oh no. Howard takes a step back, but Harris matches him, a cold, knowing smile touching his lips. I made sure you could never be a threat. All I have to do is say the word. The trigger word. Whoop! He opens that mouth, we die. Shut him up! I don't have any. How many bullets do we have? How many bullets do we have? I have 6 bullets. I have 6, not bullets. I have 6 dice. Final result. Virtue rolls. Virtue. Persuasion rolls. Okay. Say the word and Pid takes you. They've been watching all of this. Try to reach him. Pid used you, Harris. They'll kill you too. Distract him with the talking flower. Go, Rose! Oh my goodness. I'm gonna save. Just in case it's like game over, you know? Because I don't know what's about to happen. I would love this. But at the same time, I do want to do this because I've spent the time leveling up. But also intelligence. If I need to, persuasion. I'm gonna go with this. The words form in his mind a lifeline, a chance to be something other than the weapon they made him. It's the right thing to say, the human thing, but the anger is too loud, too close. His jaw locks, muscles corded with tension that refuse to let a plea for virtue escape. Okay. I'm gonna go with persuasion because I do have a persuasion dice. Yeah. So now it's 3. Just need 3 points. Just need 3 points. Perfect. For a terrifying second, Harris's lips part, the word hovering on his tongue, but Howard's words land first. Sharp and precise, aimed at the survival instinct beneath the therapist's calm. You weren't wrong, the system is broken, and you were the only one willing to get your hands dirty to fix it. Death is too easy, you're gonna live, and you're gonna be the evidence that burns the pit to the ground. You're innocent, you only wrote opinions. That's not a crime, it was the abstract that turned your thoughts into blood. A life for a life, you took many, I only need to take one. You don't get to walk away, you deserve to die. I'm trying to live, yo. Trying to live. Harris freezes. The arrogance, the calm, the god complex. It all evaporates instantly. Abstract. Your pen is not a normal pen. It didn't just record your thoughts. It weaponized them. It gave you a conviction you never earned. Howard, stop talking. Move. Out. If you're still in that room when they arrive, you're done. Harris looks down at his hands. The horrifying logic connects. The unnatural certainty. The way his darkest musings always accumulated in action. It felt so pure. So right. You telling me? Oh God, what have I done? The man crumples before Howard's eyes. The immediate threat is gone, replaced by a bottomless moral crisis. Don't get soft now. Broken or not, he's standing in the doorway. Don't worry, I'll put you out of your misery. Living with the guilt is worse than dying. You will suffer. Harris sinks to his knees, his eyes wide and hollow, staring at nothing. He opens his mouth to speak, but only a broken, ragged sob escapes, a sound of absolute despair. Okay, let's go. Howard turns his back on the wreckage of the office and the man inside it. There is no time for victory laps or regrets. A long way down. Oh no! Am I like going out the window? Pid's in the lobby right now. One team's already in the elevator shaft. Air support in 2 minutes. Air support for one guy? I feel special. I pulled a heavy favor. I'm lining up a ride. Just get to the street and try not to die before it gets there. Howard looks wildly down the hall. To his left, the elevator bank. To his right, the fire stairs. Across the hall, the double glass doors of the only other tenant. Speaking of rides, I think the wrong one is fast approaching. The soft ding echoes from the elevator bank. The numbers are climbing. 5, 10, 15. You can't walk down. They'll have a containment squad waiting at the bottom of the stairs, and the elevator is a kill box. Skybreach architects, they might have a way off this rock that doesn't involve the front door. The window! There! It's just glass. Shatter it. Run, jump, fly! Sprint for the hallway window. No. You need 18? Yeah, because you'll die. No. Run to the open, architect. Opportunity missed? So we're gonna break into it. Howard sprints across the corridor, his boots thudding against the sterile floor. Behind him, the elevator cables whine. The car sloring for its arrival at the 36th floor. 7 seconds, Howard. You need to be off this floor yesterday. Shoot the elevator lock. 1 precise bullet. Use the pistol grip, strike the glass, kick it with everything you got. Oh, this is gonna be so bad. How many dice do we have? How many dice do we have? We have 3. Final result, which is bad, so it's -2. Virtue, virtue. Okay, so in theory you have 2. In theory you have 2, Nina. I feel like these are bad because if I get in, they're gonna see it. They're gonna see it. But I feel like kicking it in is also bad. Use the pistol grip, strike the glass at the corner stress point to shatter it, shoot the electronic lock. 1 precise bullet to short the circuit. What are my insights again? It's virtue? Of course it's freaking virtue. I don't know which one's better. That's the problem. I don't know which one's better. Because I feel like kicking it, it's not gonna work. Alright, we're gonna try. You are gonna try your best. You just need 3. Just need 3. Oh, thank God. Oh, what? I failed? Oh, I need 3 points. Wait! Roll again! Roll again. Were those all zeros? Oh, much better. Let's go. I'm in! Howard flips the pistol in his hand, gripping the hot barrel. He swings hard. Crash. The barrier is gone in an instant. Howard crunches over the debris and slips in the office. A half-second later, the elevator outside slips open. Heavy boots thunder across the floor. The sound is aggressive, disciplined, and terrifyingly close. We're checking Harris's office first. You've got a tiny window. Use it. Howard turns to face the room. The space is dominated by a massive floor-to-ceiling holographic display of new stratum. A jetpack on the wall? What's that? Scale models of needle-thin towers sit on drafting tables, and the far walls lined with construction gear, harnesses, helmets, and survey drones. I think we're going out the window. Beyond them, the terrace doors rattle against the high-altitude wind. You have an asset here. Architects don't just draw buildings, they climb them. Look for a way down. Howard, move. Any direction except stand there and die works for me. Hide inside the hollow base of the city model and stay silent until Pill moves on. Check the gear. Shooter glider. Let them come. Take cover behind the drafting table and ambush the squad. I'm gonna go with hide. I'm gonna hide inside. They'll probably see me. I'm gonna hide. Howard scrambles in the crawl space beneath the massive architect model. It's dark, cramped, and feels secure. He holds his breath as heavy boots stomp into the room. For a second, there is silence. Oh no! I figured as much. Thermal contact behind the toy city. Line of sight, yes, but not heat. We're glowing like a flare. 3 laser sights are already painting his chest. Target acquired. Night-night. The taser prongs him. Hit him before he can even raise his hands. Oh, fudge. Oh no. Oh no. Evasion of justice, corporate trespass. Is that a game over? Did I lose? Oh my God, did I lose? Loading the work. Oh, Nina. I think we lost. The long way down? Oh. Oh, man. Okay. Okay. Okay, well, we have to break in. I'm gonna try kicking it. Save my dice. Yeah! It's like kicking him out and the door doesn't rattle. Howard bounces back, a sharp crack echoing from his ankle. Oh, come on, you knew that wouldn't work. The elevator door behind him open. Probably with 3 tasers in use and the world dissolves. Oh. Oh, man. Attempted burglary, public disturbance, arresting officer note. Suspect was apprehended while attempting to physically fight a blast-proof door. Suspect left. Listen here. Listen here. Listen here. Listen here. Listen. 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 So, we're definitely going to save right before we get to all the choices again. Okay. I'm going to save here, so I don't have to keep doing this over and over and over and over. I'm going to save. We're going to break in. And I'm going to perception it, right? Because we have that reroll. Right? You just need 3. I mean, in theory, I could do it. I could do it with 1. Fine, I'm gonna reroll. Okay, what happens if you fail this? Absorbing the blow. A tiny white scratch is the only mark. The elevator die. Drop the weapon. Stun's already in the air. Discharge your firearm. Resisting arrest. Vandalism. Unlawful. Okay. Okay. So I have to get in. My question is, what if you were out of dice at this point? Like, right? Because I'm like, there's no way this would be like a soft lock, would there? That would be hilarious. Oh my goodness. No, load. Don't put me all the way there. Put me back here. Okay, break into the office. Oop, I think I slightly broke it. Break into the office. I'm gonna use the pistol. I know I can do it. I just need 3. I'm gonna save my dice. Yes! Freaking go! Howard flips the pistol in his hand, gripping the hot barrel. He swings hard. Okay, right now we're in. Okay. This bad option. This is what we gotta do. We have to. We have to do it. Have to score a 3, Nita. You have to get 3! Roll. Reroll, please. I just need 3. Yes! Howard's eyes scan the chaos. I'm gonna quickly save! quickly. Oh, thank you. Okay. Howard's eyes scan the chaos of the gear wall, flittering out the useless junk, helmets, vests, clipboards. Third shelf, heavy motor casings, reinforced plating. That's a lift drone. He scrambles up the rack and pulls down a sky hauler drone, a beast of a machine built to lift steel beams or desperate detective. Thanks, Mr. Meep. Next to it, mag clamps, designed for high-altitude external hull. It will be violent and searing hot, but it's a fast way to the bottom. Mag clamp. Kicks the terrace doors open in the freezing wind of the upper city house. He steps on the ledge, staring down the infinite drop. He pulls on the mag clamp gloves, then he runs and throws himself into the void. The wind rips the air from his lungs. The 36th floor disappears behind him. He twists, faces the buildings, and slams both clamps against the steel I-beam. The magnets bite. A fountain of orange sparks screams down the beam as the clamps drag against his fall, slowing. Stop it. He clings to the beam, suspended in the rain, but low enough to survive the drop. Far above him, pit troopers crowd the terrace, staring at an empty ledge. Well, detective, you're alive. Again, let's not ruin the streak. Because you're not dead yet. He stumbles forward, leaning against the brick wall. The adrenaline crash hits all at once. His hands are shaking. Your heart is beating so fast it hurts. Breathe. If you pass out now, this was all for nothing. Okay, good. Good. My ride's looping the block. 90 seconds. Howard pushes himself off the brick wall, stepping out of the alley and into the freezing downpour. The pit would never stop hunting Howard after tonight, but Howard knows that surviving the hunt isn't the same as winning the war. Nethervale doesn't mourn the people it breaks, and certainly doesn't celebrate the ones who survive. Oh, end of book 2? That was like an hour. Okay, interesting. Interesting. I'm gonna grab a snack real quick, so. BRB. Let me know if another cute penguin pops up. penguin by any chance? Oh, let me reset my app. My chat is good, but my screen isn't good. Core encoding overload. I wish there was like an in-between for like 1080p and 2K. But I guess there's not, because 1080 becomes 2K when you times it by 2. Can I times it by 1.5? Is that a thing? Damn, I'm only 3.5 hours in. I think we might finish this today. I'm excited, but also I'm like, plus 12? I'm like, I feel like I was supposed to get way more dice or something. Or maybe just better rolls? I don't know. Or maybe I used too many, but it said recommended 2. Oh, like, okay, I'm gonna use 2. I'm like 12. My current passive is like plus 3. So I feel like I have to get 9, which means at least 3 of those dice have to hit the max amount. The 4th dice. Yeah, that seems really hard. Maybe it's the insight? Maybe depending on which insight you pick, maybe it like lowers the dice requirement? Or like maybe easier runs? But also, what was the feather? What was the key? What was the mask conversation? Which is really weird, because I remember in the demo that we found that. Like, we did, like, some weird, like, deep dive into it. And I'm like, why didn't we do that? You know? Why didn't that happen? I think it's because I didn't go back to my detective thing. But I was like, I want to explore everywhere. I don't know. It was weird. Burb!
Involuntary shivers.
Merhum, Loath Rituals, and Malevolence. This is the song.
It's cold as steel, and dark as sin. Bleeding tattoos, fleeting crows I behold in the sky.
Wow, this is great footage. Where'd you guys get it?
Some swoon, riding in fields unholy bright.
Where is this? Saw a person up there. I'll be controlling the drone. This game is great. I don't know why this song is here, but I love it. beautiful quality, too. Oh my god. Heathervale's still trying to kill him when the driver arrives. The concussive sub-bass thrum shakes the pavement, the fog parts violently as an oxidized violent rig tears around the corner. It rolls nearly onto its side before snapping upright and slamming to a halt inch from Howard's knees. To a halt inch? T and F, they're right next to each other. To a halt inches from Howard's knees. The passenger door kicks open. The driver sits stone still, face hidden by a helmet. There is no steering wheel. The driver's gloved hands rest motionless in their lap. Thick black data cables snake out from the base of their helmet, feeding directly into the dashboard. The car and driver are no longer separate. You look like you just pissed off a lot of expensive people. Get in! Wee adventure! Thank you. Howard throws himself in the passenger seat. A neural command hits the engine and the machine screams, launching forward before Howard can even pull his second leg inside. Acceleration pins him to the leather. That launch hit harder than I expected. Ah! Reach under your hip to see what's stabbing you. Ow! Ignore it. Eyes forward. Watch the street. Howard keeps his gaze, walks straight ahead, watching the heavy fog rush past the windshield. The sharp pressure in his thighs ignored as the cabin fills with the harsh whine of an incoming transmission. Decoy's voice burst through the car speakers. Holy hell, I can't believe that actually worked. Hope you saved some luck for the ride home. Where am I dumping him? 2 seconds of dead air pass. Inside this rig, it feels like 10. Oi, lady, coordinates. I'm working on it. Hey, as long as the ride has cup holders, I'm good. I'm good. We're in the flying coffin with pit on our ass. You don't have a plan? DK, breathe. It's okay. Just do your best. Thanks, Howard. I'm on it. Just give me a second to reroute. Oh! Fantastic. Flying blind with a target on my back. You better have deep pockets for this, DK. On the dashboard, a proximity sensor screams in a sharp red pulse. Howard looks through the rear glass. 3 paid pursuit drones are tearing through the mist. We have a tail. Companies here. We're marked. Companies here. Yeah. The driver's helmet tilts a fraction of an inch to the left. In immediate sync, the heavy rig rolls 90 degrees, banking hard between 2 tower blocks. Oh my god. Jet, you're too exposed. The engine screams. The car stops climbing and noses down toward the heavy blanket of gray fog that swallows the city's roots. The Foundation, are you insane? One support column and we're done. Pull up. Relax, I spent 5 years running contraband through this fog. I know where the walls are. The car plunges in the darkness, the neon lights vanish, the world becomes a swirling gray void. The true scale of the city reveals itself. Massive concrete pillars loom like the ribs of a rotten leviathan. The rig drops into a terrifyingly high-speed slalom through pitch-black ruins, trusting nothing but the driver's memory to keep them from being smeared across the cold industrial concrete. Radar is clean, we lost them. The words barely register before a new alarm shrieks. Solid yellow. Collision warning! A collapsed industrial crane burst out of the gray, hanging directly across their path. There was no time to stop. Brace! Throw your arms over your head to protect your skull. Twist your body. Sacrifice your arm to shield your vitals. Don't move. Keep your eyes open and watch the end come. Close your eyes. Hope for a mercy. This isn't real. I'm gonna save real quick. Oh my god, Howard, no! Throw your arms over your head to protect your skull. Twist your body. Sacrifice your arm to shield your vitals. Shield my vitals! Percy twists his torso, throwing his shoulder forward to take the brunt of the hit. The crane's counterweight shears through the passenger door. Metal folds, glass explodes. The impact drives through his shoulder, through his collarbone, through everything. The rusted iron shatters his arm, but the crushed door still caves in on his side with the force of a wrecking ball. The world spins, sparks shower the fog. The rig skids to a halt on a wet concrete ledge. Howard! Jet, talk to me! Howard tries to inhale. He can't. His chest doesn't move. Howard, answer me! The driver looks over at the passenger seat. Ugh. Howard looks down. Where his ribs should be, there is only jagged metal and dark, spreading wetness. Get up! Get up! You've been hit worse than this! The driver unbuckles and grabs Howard's shoulder, shaking him hard. Hey, look at me. Don't check out yet. You're my paycheck. The diaphragm is severed. The lungs are flooding. This is fatal. Well, I tried to protect him. You tried. You didn't run. You didn't leave anyone behind. Jet, I'm losing his reading. He's flatlining. Howard! The cold rushes in. Heavy. Absolute. We're out of time. Howard closes his eyes. Oh my god, this is the ending. That's going to be kind of funny.
This is bad. Really, really bad. Worse than usual.
Open your fucking eyes!
Rest would be kind. Okay, time's up, I guess.
We're not doing this. You absolute shit stay not like this. Not fucking ever.
The body's slipping. It's alright. Let it go.
Yeah, let it. Howard! You motherfucker, dying is fucking forbidden! Do not fucking die here! Get the fuck up!
I gotta listen to my anger. Crashboard? What is happening? Darkness. Absolute and heavy. Heavy as water at crushing depth. A void where time goes to die. Ribcage is pulverized. Heart's barely pushing sludge. I have to scoop the rest of it out. I don't care what you cut away, Doc. Keep him breathing. You have promises to keep. Don't let go. Easy peasy. Okay. So yeah, whichever one you invest in, the dice count is less. I only have one dice. I don't think you can win. Like, you have to get 3. Oh, I got 2? Sure, I'll take it. Consciousness snaps back like a broken wire. A blinding halo of white light cuts through the pitch black, buzzing like an angry hornet. That doesn't make sense. Ooh, maybe I did get 3, and I got the 2. Good work, Nina. Howard's jaw hinges in a reflex to scream, but there is no air in his lungs. Neural integration is rejecting the interface. Hold him down. Heavy hands pin him to the bloody steel. A sharp prick in the neck. Liquid fire floods his veins. The white halo flickers, shrinking. Threatening to disappear again. I don't... Right, vital stabilizing, take control. The darkness is lifting. Find the light. Hell didn't want us. Get up. Okay, nap time is over. Up we go. Howard's eyes snap open to a concrete ceiling and the scent of antiseptic. He lies on a blood-stained table. His arms are gone. In their place, 2 heavy industrial limbs hang from his shoulders like loaded weapons. Below them, a torso of seamless synthetic flesh lacking any of the scars, hair, or natural contours of a human body. He flexes his new fingers. They are long, skeletal, sharp, and more claw than hand. Had to amputate at the shoulder, both sides. Crash turned your bones to powder. The torso is custom. It's not pretty, but it's bulletproof. Where's the coat? Howard's eyes dart frantically around the room. Stop sitting there. Move! Find it! Find her! There's something important in my coat, please. Where is it? The tech doc points a wet finger toward a pile of rags on a chair. It's ruined, soaked in blood and oil. I was going to burn it. Howard tries to launch himself across the room, but the... Psychics? Physics? The physics are wrong. His human legs buckle momentarily under the crushing new weight of his steel torso. He forces his exhausted leg muscles to carry the tank he has become. He grabs the trench coat. It's torn and stiff with dried blood. He clutches it to his chest, his metal chest, and scans the room. Bathroom. I need a mirror. I need some privacy. Through the back, but Howard doesn't wait. He kicks the rusty door open and slams it shut behind him, engaging the lock. He leans against the sink. The mirror is cracked, splitting his reflection. Look at what they've made you. No, turn away, you're not ready. Look what they made you. His face is still his own, bruised, unshaven human, but it sits atop a body of war. A grotesque collage of man and machine. The man he's become and the machine he's becoming. Yeah, check on Rose. His steel hands tremble as he reaches in the pocket. His fingers brush against the weighted dice, Lucky Charms that clearly failed him at the tower. He closes his metal fist around them and tucks them away. I like that you found dice in your jacket. Where were those? He reaches back in and pulls Rose out. Her stem is bent. The petals are bruised. Please be alive. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I've had gentler afternoons. You're alive. Define alive. I'm bent at a 45-degree angle. I think I lost a pistol, and you smell like a battery factory. Rose's head swivels slightly, taking in Howard's new appearance. Well, look at you. Shiny, hard, expensive. They rebuilt me best they could. I'm just a walk-in receipt for DK's dice. I don't recognize the man. At least I'm waterproof now. No more catching colds in the rain. Best they could. And it finally matches your personality. Cold and abrasive. Howard doesn't say anything. You kept your hand over the pocket when we hit. He looks at his metal fingers. The last thing you did, you covered your heart. You covered Rose. I can't feel my heartbeat anymore as they're left. Did the others see you? DK the doc, is our cover blown? I'm sorry, I promise to keep you safe, and I almost got you killed. You You almost got killed. You took 90% of the impact. I just got rattled. So don't go getting weepy on me. Just try to dodge the next building, okay? Howard carefully places Rose back into his pocket. He looks at himself in the mirror. The shock is fading. All that's left is the mission. Friendly fire! He straightens his coat. The fabric screams in protest, seams popping at the shoulders as they struggle to contain the heavy chrome underneath. There goes the armpit and the elbow. Add new coat to the revenge list. Howard straightens the collar one last time and opens the door. 3 people turn to look at him. The tech doc wiping blood off a saw, DK looking pale, and a woman he doesn't recognize. You're the driver. Sometimes. The name is Jet. And you're the guy who owes me a new passenger door and a new upholstery cleaning. Do you have any idea how hard it is to get blood out of perforated leather? I left it along in your backseat. Call it a trade. You saved my life, thank you. I don't forget things like that. Have you tried club soda? I heard that gets blood out. You banked left, you shielded yourself and exposed me. Let's not play the blame game. Jet blinks surprised with sincerity. She looks almost uncomfortable. Yeah, take that. Don't get sentimental. You work cargo. I don't like losing cargo. It's bad for my reputation. DK steps between them, raising her hands to cut the tension. Okay, enough. We have a bigger problem. She points toward a wall-mounted screen. Rogue agent armed and extremely dangerous. Suspect is linked to the Elysium Tower massacre. The what now? The footage shows the shattered lobby, pit troopers, and a blurry still of Howard's face. Massacre? Nice touch. You have to go public before. You have to go public, but without evidence, nobody's gonna believe you. Every screen in the city is running that broadcast. Howard watches his own wanted poster disappear behind another replay of the tower. They're scared, that's why they're lying. I'm not letting them bury the truth. I'm not dropping this. I just need evidence. Jack lets out a dry laugh and reaches for her helmet. Heartwarming, truly, but I don't do revenge quests. I do transport. And since my car is currently a piece of modern art, I'm cutting my losses. Good luck with the revolution. She turns toward the exit. You drove the gateway. Hit saw you. You're already in this. You leave, you don't get paid. Ooh. Yeah, you're already in this. Jet freezes, her hand hovering over the door handle. She swears under her breath, a creative, sharp string of curses. Fine, but only because I value my skin more than your cons. And for the record, the meter is still running. Triple rates for public enemies. Before the deal is even sealed, a sharp buzz cuts the room. Howard's comic lights up. Caller ID, Karee! Don't answer that. She's a friend. She might have intel. She wouldn't call unless it was serious. I won't. It smells like a setup. She's the one who told me to get out, which makes me think she still, like, is my friend. But can she trace the call? You better save. You better save. I'm gonna trust her. Three armored pit agents are tearing apart her living room. Lilith. Isn't that your sister? Yeah. Interesting that we got it again. She snatches the clean comic off the text bench. Her fingers shake out as she punches in a number. Up, come on, pick up. Hello? Lil, listen to me. Don't go home. E? Stay away from the building. Do you understand? What's going on? You're freaking me out. You need to get to the foundation right now. Use the old freight tunnel. I'll meet you there. She ends the call and slumps against the workbench, gasping for air like she just ran a mile. Should make it. Kree gave us that chance. Shaky breath and nods. Great. But do we have a geography problem? The Crow's in Nethervale. I'm not driving up there. We're not going up there. The Crow is mobile. It sits on the mag rails. Yeah, on a schedule. It doesn't drop to the foundation till Thursday. I know the bartender. That's a hell of a gamble. Call the bartender. All right. Bad idea. Registered device, active signal, easy trace. Brings his new steel fist down on it. The device vanishes into a spray of glass and plastic. Ah! Removed forcibly! Oh, okay. Leaving the wreckage on the table, he turns to DK. She silently hands him the tech docs comic. His new metal fingers are surprisingly precise as he dials a number from memory. Hey, my comic is not a commit crimes device. Ask first. The line rings and rings and connects. The Crow, if you're calling to complain about the music, don't. Thornfield, don't hang up. Howard, you've got a lot of nerve calling here. You know how hot you are right now? I know, but you need to listen. Believe me, I'm aware. That's why I'm calling. You are all over the news. They've got a bounty in your head. Why are you calling me? I need the Crow brought down the Foundation tonight. No, absolutely not. The bar stays where it is. I'm not losing my license for your vendetta. Bribe. Opportunity miss. What's on the second floor? If I had the feather. Never asked for a thing. I'm calling that favor in. How many dice do we have? 2. Intelligence? 0 to final. Okay, so you have 2 dice, Nina. I have to give her 2 dice, or you have to pass. Persuasion check. When did you last save, Nina? Yes, let's fucking go! 10 years. Has it been that long? Alright, for old time's sake, just don't get killed in my bar. Thank you. Bree's coming tonight. She gets past the threshold all the way and you drop the Crow. That's it. A pause on the other end, longer than comfortable. Why did that color change? They're gonna get us both killed. And we'll be dead together. I really hate you. Howard tosses the comic back. I have to get Lilith. You figure out where we sleep tonight because my place is Ash and yours is Watched. Foundation's rolling bet. Jet, you know you... Right? Any ideas? No, outside. I've got a container in the lower docks. You can crash there temporarily. Pulls out a worn key, tossed into Howard. Don't touch my stuff. Don't forget this. We don't need your pit or your container. Why they said a charity? A metal box. Perfect. I'll match my outfit. Forget it. Just add it to the tab. I'll get Lilith. Meet you all later at the container. She grabs her jacket and is gone before anyone can argue. Right. Well, I have a car to untangle. Got to get it moving by midnight. Trying to schedule any more collisions before then. She leaves too. Now it's just Howard and the tech doc at this clinic. Or whatever it calls itself. I owe you my life. Thank you. Yeah, sure. Just get out and take your bad luck elsewhere before you make this place famous. Up. The Foundation air hits like a wet towel. Thick, humid, and smelling of sulfur and fried noodles. Somewhere in the dark, a Magway train screams past like a metal ghost. The vibration travels up his boots and into his teeth. Well, you can't go meet Kree like that. I'm listening. A miracle. The chassis didn't fry your common sense. Good. You need 2 things before midnight. 1, a new coat. Preferably one that doesn't tell a whole story the second you walk into a room. And 2, a new comic. Foundation Mall experience? And yes, before you whine, it's necessary. Besides, I'm doing you a favor. New coat means you'll look slightly less pathetic. New comic means you can call for help when you inevitably do something stupid. You don't have time for this, fine, but I don't have any dice. I don't have dice! Check your inner lining, left side, your stash emergency dice there, assuming the crash didn't incinerate it. Reaches in the tattered, his metal fingers brush against a few die. It's not a fortune, but it's enough. Yes, thank you. You remember my pockets better than I do. I live in your pockets, Howard. The rent is terrible, but the entertainment is non-stop. Starved of the sky. Okay, so we're below Nethervale, and then above Nethervale is whatever nonsense. I hang. Gundo. Turn yourself in today and volunteer at the Nethervale Project. Prove your worth to society with labor. Your sweat will wash away your crimes and build our future. Mm-hmm. Oh, I'm out of Pop-Tart. They stood for something. 80% of prisons in New Stratum were classified as for-profit. Ownership, New Genesis, Activision, and RR Industries. The corporals squeeze, shut the prisons, dump the whole stinking mess in the streets, and the police and the state drop their pants and bend over like always. What were they supposed to do? Stop kissing corporate ass for 5 minutes and do their job? Consider the arithmetic from a purely pragmatic standpoint. If your moral framework is sufficiently flexible and your interpretation of anti-corruption statutes even more so, the deal was mathematically sound. Arithmetic gets much less elegant once you remember the percentages had names. Howard turns away from the soggy paper. He can almost hear the rhythmic clanging of hammers from the lower levels, the sound of 1,000 debts being paid in a hole that the sun never reaches. Mickey Studio, McCall, Brown Velvet, Gutter Arcade, Static Argos. I guess Nikki's Studio? Pudding smells like turpentine, old paper, and someone's attempt at frying fish 3 floors down. Howard's knock gets answered by a chain sliding, then a deadbolt. The door opens. Nikki stands there, her almond-shaped eyes go wide, then narrow, traveling down from his face to his shoulders, to the heavy industrial limbs hanging there. I expected you to look different after the news, but I didn't expect a masterpiece of industrial trauma. Come in! The studio's one large room, living space collapsed into one corner, mattress on a platform, clothes draped over a chair, the rest is work. Walls plastered with pages, a desk buried under tables, scribbled notebooks, empty cups. Sorry about the mess, creativity doesn't clean up after itself. She moves towards the center of the room. 2 chairs face each other, cables snaking between them to a jury-rigged console covered in warning labels she clearly wrote herself. Not for guests, I mean it, Nikki, and seriously don't touch, crossed out, and rewritten twice. The neural rigs are mounted behind the chair like predatory insects. Want something to drink? I have water, and I'd hold beer, and something I made in a jar that might be poison. Water's fine. Smart, better keep the neurons hydrated before we set them on fire. She grabs 2 waters from a mini fridge covered in stickers, tosses one, and then drops the chair and closes the console. Hold on. That was an actual inventory. 4 to intelligence, single use. For a moment, she just looks at him, her jaw tightening as she bites the inside of her cheeks. I'm scared. The mission lands bare and honest. I've been sitting here for 3 days looking at those bridges, trying to talk myself into calling you, or calling it off. Haven't slept much, haven't written anything. But I keep thinking, what if this doesn't work? What if I just see something in there and that makes it worse? She picks at a thread of her jeans, she catches herself, bites her cheek again. But I'm more scared of staying stuck. What do you think you'll see? I don't know, maybe nothing, maybe everything I've been avoiding. Parts of me thinks I'll see proof that I'm broken, that the reason I can't write anymore is because something inside me just died. And part of me thinks I'll see the opposite, that I'll remember what it felt like to make something, and then have to watch it slip away again when the bridge cuts out. She said, safe, you lying? I said it was safe-ish. It won't kill us, probably. Okay, you can't say something like that. All right, show me the bridges. Exhales like she's been holding her breath since he walked in. Right, the bridges. She reaches behind her, pulling the 2 rigs forward. Here's how it works. She turns one over, showing him the contact points. These create a temporary synaptic bridge. When we're both wearing them, our sensory cortexes will link, neural pathways temporarily align. Your brain won't know where you end and I begin, neither will mine. She holds her headset in her lap, her almond-shaped eyes fixed on Howard's, waiting for the final green light. Nope, too many unknowns is a bad idea. Then don't do it, walk away. You trusted me with this, I'm not backing out now. Alright, let's see if your ghosts like my ghosts. She helps Howard settle the headpiece over his temples. Then she fits her own, her black layers of hair falling over the wires. An experience point. Brace yourself, I'm a lot. Her hand finds the switch, she looks at him once more, then throws it. Howard's last thought before the plunge is that he should have stuck to whiskey, cigarettes, and ordinary self-destruction. Then the bridge takes him. He's standing at a train station that does not exist. The floor is water, but he does not sink. The ceiling is sky, but there are no stars. There is a single moon, except it's not a moon, it's an eye. Closed. Twitching behind the lid, it's like dreaming of him. He turns. There are copies of him. Dozens. Hundreds. Lining the walls like mannequins. Each one is frozen, mid-argument, mid-pour, mid-bleed. Their faces are his face, their wounds are his wounds. But their eyes are Nikki's. Howard looks down at his hands. They are every hand he's ever had, small and scarred, cuffed and bleeding, reaching for a bottle, reaching for a gun, reaching for something he lost before he knew its name. He looks back up, Nikki's eyes, almond-shaped and black, but multiplied, a dozen pairs blinking in the walls, the ceiling, the water beneath him. He sees a mirror. When he looks into it, his reflection is Nikki, and Nikki's reflection is a version of herself with no eyes, ink pouring from the sockets in steady, patient streams. She isn't afraid of that version, she's homesick for it. He turns around. A third chair. Empty. Waiting. Sit with me. This Nikki's translucent. She's made of everything she's lost. And so is he. The world snaps back. Howard is sitting in Nikki's studio again. Neither of them says anything. Some experiences don't survive language. Howard quietly heads for the door. Oh! Okay, well I hope it helps her. So Bacall, brown velvet, guttered, static uncles. Okay, well hold on. One of these is to the sleepy thing. To Jet's container, right? Like, I don't know where Jet's container is. I just know I have to go shopping somewhere. So I'm gonna go to Bacall. Tiny cramped hole-in-the-wall shop squeezed between two massive ventilation turbines. Howard has to duck to enter, his massive new shoulders scrape against the racks of expired candy and old electronics. If you break it, you buy it. Sorry, Bubba. Behind the counter sits the vendor, an ancient man in a stained undershirt with a thick mustache and sleepy eyes. He is sipping tea like the world can't hurt him anymore. Well, speak. Turbines are loud. They drown out the talking. I like it. How long have you been here? Too long. Ever tired of the noise? You stop hearing, my son. You stop hearing it, my son. He hated it. You lonely down here? He doesn't answer. He looks down at his tea, then looks at the empty stool next to him. Thanks for the conversation. Ooh, Sonotafav? Sonotafav? Sorry, what was that? 5.2% of people have gotten this insight. Okay. Temporary monument built for wasted breath. You filled the empty space with words. Proving existence requires a witness. By wasting time on small talk, you committed an act of rebellion. You reminded a lonely man that he exists, and being seen is the only currency that matters. Okay, enough sentimental garbage. I'll give you the good customer items, not the trash I sell to tourists. How many dice do I have? Nope. Try again, Nina. Final result, anger issue. Every face is equal to 2. Always roll 4. Communist die. Howard, 0. I have 6 die. Reroll. Single use. See, this says perception reroll, and this says single use reroll. You think single use would be in here. Intelligence, single use, persuasion, single use. This is all single. Yeah, I'm done here. Waves a hand without looking up. Good, go spend your dice somewhere else. Ducks back out of the wet heat of the foundation, the turbines howling above him. Alright, thank Bacall. Brown velvet? Shop smells like damp fabric and lavender. It's a narrow, dimly lit corridor lined with racks of clothing that sway gently from the vibration of the magway trains overhead. Sitting on a pile of rags in the center is the vendor. She is sewing a button onto nothing, just stitching the air. I am Velvet, and you are loud. Not your voice, your texture. You feel like sandpaper and grinding gears. You hurt the air just by walking through it. Sorry. Ooh, self-weight! Come a black hole of heavy choices. 7.9% of people. Well, hold on now. Look at all these secret insights we're getting. The more you try to be gentle, the heavier you become. You are a black hole of heavy choices. Oh! You're always sorry. Sorry for the noise. Sorry for the space you take up. Sorry for being a weapon in a room of glass. You try to walk lightly, but your regret weighs more than the metal. Softer won't help. You need a different soul for that. I hurt the air. Imagine what I do to people. Why are you sewing nothing? Do you sew clothes? Why are you sewing nothing? I'm not sewing nothing. I'm repairing the ghost of a jacket that was burned yesterday. Do you sew clothes or just poetry? Rush, rush, rush. You run towards your grave like it's a finish line. I'm here to buy a coat. To hide the metal or to hide the man? Never mind, it's the same thing. I need something durable. I need something that doesn't stand out. I need something that hides things. Velvet stands up. She moves like she has no bones. Wait, I cannot fit a coat to a ghost. I need to measure the displacement. She pulls a rusted tape measure from her neck. She doesn't touch him with it. She holds it 3 inches from his metal plating, measuring the empty space around him. You are a difficult size, metal man. You are X-large in sorrow, but medium in hope. She leans closer, squinting at the length of his boosted arms. Impossible in width. I cannot put sleeves on you. Too long, too hungry. You need a vest. Stop doing that. It feels like you're skinning me. Do you charge extra for the psychoanalysis? Just find me something that fits. Boring. You want function over form. You want to be a wall, not a window. Fine, let us cover the noise. She turns to the rack and pulls down 3 identical-looking vests. This is the survivor. It's heavy. It has seen violence. It knows how to take a hit. This is the mule. Reinforced lining, extra hidden pockets. You could fit a shotgun, a bottle of whiskey, and a spare arm in here without ruining the silhouette. And this is a standard. Cheap, synthetic. You keep the rain off, but if you get set on fire, it melts to your skin. What? Anger issues? Persuasion. Okay, hold on. So it's anger and persuasion. What do I currently have? I have that. I have my foolishness. I have my perception. I'm gonna say persuasion. She will get 1 anger. Actually, you know what? You're gonna get both angers because I don't want these to be the last dice I have. You can now suffer in style. Velvet sits back on her pile of rags and resumes stitching the empty air. Yay. Now get out, you're blocking my light. Bundles the heavy fabric under his arm and steps back out into the wet ground foundation, Magway thunder rolling. Ooh, he sheds the old rags and pulls on the new vest. It sits right. Wow. With a terrifying delicacy, his massive metal fingers pinch the stem of Rose. He lifts her from the filth and tucks her safely in the fresh breast pocket of the new vest. Hey, beneath the ashen horizon. Nice, clean pockets, soft fabric. It's like you upgraded my prison cell. And oh, is that dice? Did you rob her or did she just forget to empty the pockets? Either way, I'm calling it a finder's fee. 3 dice. Let's freaking go. I'm trying to move. Okay, book haul. Gutter Arcade, Static Uncles. I guess Gutter Arcade? There's a dead-end alley where the neon signs buzz loud enough to kill a headache. In the center of a small crowd, a man with jittery hands and a smile missing 3 teeth stands behind a makeshift table. Step right up, test your sight against the light. 3 cups, 1 prize. His hands are a blur. 3 rusted metal cups slide, scrape, and orbit each other. A single gleaming die flashes beneath 1 cup before being trapped. The eyes lie, the hand is swift, but fortune favors the sufficiently observant or the sufficiently stupid. His visored gaze lands on Howard. Oh, big guy, all that metal must weigh down the perception, or maybe you're just rich and bored. Tell you what, simple rules for the heavy hitter. You put dice on the table, and if you find the lady, I double it. You bet 1, you get 2. You bet 4, you walk away. With 8, you miss, I keep the change. High stakes, simple math. Can you processors handle that? I don't have time for games. Howard turns away, stepping down the alley and back in the crushing humidity of the concrete. Drowning out the cheers and curses of the crowd behind him. I was like, I ain't risking my dice. I was like, are you kidding me? I am not risking my dice. The interior of Static Uncles is a claustrophobic nightmare. It's a hollowed-out Magway carriage jammed into a concrete alcove. Every inch of the walls is covered in tech rot, stacks of cracked screens, wire nests, and bins labeled with nonsense like work sometimes and do not ask. Behind the counter sits the uncle. He's wearing 3 pairs of goggles on his forehead and is currently soldering a toaster to a radio. What? I didn't steal it. It was trash. One man's trash is, oh, you're not an alternate. You're just big. I need a coal mic. Good, straight to business. I got shelves of that, but you gotta narrow it down. You want it sturdy, steeled up, or just stupid cheap? What's the most secure one you have? He kicks a rusted toolbox that slides open, revealing 3 devices nestled in oily rags. Option A, the brick. Military surplus, range of 3 blocks, battery life of 10 minutes, can be used as a blunt weapon. 2 dice. 10 minutes. Option B, the whisper. Stolen from corporate, encrypted, only shows the color green. 4 die. Option 3, the mystery. I don't know what it does. Sometimes it picks up the FPD frequency. Sometimes it screams. 1 die. What? Ooh, anger issues, perception, intelligence. Okay, hold on. What do I have? I have perception. I have persuasion. Perception and persuasion. Perception and persuasion. You have perception and persuasion. Perception and persuasion. I think we should get the intelligence one. But this has me interested. Give me the whisper for 2 or this place gets a new ventilation hole. Why? Probably because it's encrypted, but I'm like, I kind of want the mystery because intelligence. I want to spread my stuff so I have a chance of succeeding. Yeah. Anger issues, dice total, communist. Dice total 12. You're gonna get just a regular boop boop. You're once again reachable. Tragic. Stowe's the new comic. The uncle's already ignoring him. Goggles sliding back down. Oh, can I not get another one? One crisis averted. You are now capable of calling for help, even if your pride won't let you. I thought it would let me buy a second one. I guess not. Howard steps away from the storefronts. The weight of the new vest settling over his plating. Eee! Go to my insides. Okay. So we have intelligence, persuasion, foolishness, and perception. Right? Those are the things we have. And spectral sight. Just great. And foolishness. Hold on, working on my insights. I'm thinking I don't want to do anger just so it's less dice. Perception, intelligence. I'm gonna go with perception. Sensory activity increases perceptual awareness, making it easier to discover and analyze hidden clues. Let's see. Best comic, we have the gear removing. Best comic, we're set. Now we wait. Guess we're moving? Whoa there, Bowser. Isn't it here? You're right, we still have time. Exactly, we have time, which means you can do something rare. We can do something rare for you. Alright. We do something shocking. We don't sprint into the next obvious trap. We let the heat cool, and we do it somewhere Pit isn't watching. I don't like waiting. I can't just wander around. So don't wander. Move with purpose, like a paranoid rat with a schedule. The foundation is a maze. Dead drops, forgotten stashes, people looking for muscle. Besides, we spent a lot of dice back there. Maybe we find something useful in the gutters before we go confront the past. Worst case, you get grimier. Best case, we get richer. Either way, let's go. We make a solid point. Supply van, recall, vending machine, mama's finest. Let's go check out the supply van. A delivery van sits abandoned in the middle of the street. One front tire is blown out, leaving the front corner resting low. The vehicle is dirty with fresh dents and scratches along its side. Dents. And check the driver's cabin. Slides halfway onto the driver's seat, getting a better angle to check the compartments. Oh, I thought I was just gonna see if there was a driver, not get in it, but I guess I'm in it. Search the glove compartment. Pops the latch. It's filled with crumpled toll receipts and old napkins, but buried in the back, he finds a small pocket radio. He takes it. Pocket radio? What does the pocket radio do? Oh, plus 4 to perception, single use. Nice. Dig through the center console. He sifts through the tangled old charging cables and empty gum wrappers, but comes up empty-handed. Sun visors, pulls down a visor, small handful of dice clatter on his lap, along with expired parking stuff. He pockets the dice. Let's go. Look under the seats. Kneels and shines the light under the driver's seat. Amidst the dust, crumbs, and trash, he spots a few dropped dice, pockets them. Oh my god. Slides out the driver's seat and pushes the heavy door shut. The latch clicks firmly as he steps back to the seat. I'm gonna examine the dents. Examines the fresh, deep scrapes along the van's sides. Sensory sharpness. Pieces of a broken red highlight are wedged into the impact zone. Someone rammed them off the road. Check the blown front tire. Crouches beside the wheel. The tire is completely shredded, and a closer look at the exposed rim reveals a clean, punctured hole. Check the company logo. Layer of dirt from the panel to read the lettering underneath. Weird code. Beneath it, a slogan: delivering better tomorrows. Peek through the windshield. Crumps his hand to the glass and peers inside. The cabin is empty. A stale coffee sits in the cup holder, and the keys are gone from the ignition. Rear doors. Grips the handles and pulls. The rear doors swing open without resistance. The bay is completely empty. Deep scrapes mark the floor, scar the floor, leading toward a dead man sitting against the wall. He has a clean bullet hole in his forehead. Okay, search the empty bay for clues. Scans the empty space for anything attackers might have left behind. Tucked in the corner where the floor meets the wall, he spots a thick metal bolt. He picks it up, turning over his head before quietly pocketing it. Why did you pocket a bolt? Re-roll any failed check, single use. Let's go! Examine the marks. Trace the deep gouges in the steel floor. They run straight out the back, disappearing over the edge of the loading ramp. Whatever was back here was incredibly heavy, and the attackers dragged it out in a hurry. Search the dead man. Climbs the van and crouches beside him. The man's hand is still wrapped around a delivery manifest. Moisture has fused most of the pages together and bled the ink, but the final line is legible. Delivery confirmed. Howard quietly climbs out and pulls the rear door shut. The latch climbs. Leaves the van behind, continues down. Whatever happened here, he doesn't need to get involved. Oodles of dice. Alright, but college has had a bunch of single-use things. Let's check out the vending machine. Whoop! An old vending machine stands against the side of a shipping container. The snack rows inside are half empty. A thick layer of dust coats the glass. Inspect the snacks. Wipes a patch of dust from the glass to get a better look. The few remaining packages inside are bloated, their fading plastic wrappers wedged tight between rusted metal coils. But the machine survived. Look at it. Rusted. Neglected. Barely holding together, yet it's still here. Metal buys time. Time for what? Hard to see flexes his mechanical hand. I get it now. Pick it. Yeah! Delivers a firm kick to the machine's side. The heavy metal casing clangs under the impact. Inside, a rusted coil shifts. Something rattles down the chute and drops in the collection tray. You broke it so good it gave you a prize! He forces his hand past the stiff security flap. Items collected preserved by neglect? What? Reroll a clarity. Reroll an anger. Nothing moves until you make it. Again, hard this time. A shower of rust drifts through the air before settling back on the pavement. Nothing falls this time. Nothing moves. The machine has nothing left to give. Howard stares at it for a long moment. The vending machine didn't win. It simply outlived everyone who needed it. Its purpose disappeared long before it did. Alright, I'm gonna leave it alone. I'm not giving it a die. The vending machine fades in silence of the fog. Still standing. Still waiting. Yeah, I was like, you didn't see anything worth it. You know, the vending machine could have secretly been like a door or something, but I'm like, I need my dice. The stall is a little more than a rusted metal awning welded to the side of a massive ventilation pipe. Behind the counter stands Mama. She is a mountain of a woman, wearing a stained apron stirring a large boiling pot. Oh, I like your tattoos. She stops as Howard approaches. She looks him up and down, whistling through a gap in her front teeth. Ah, look at this. You look like you tried to wrestle a Magway train, and the train won. Just give me what's in the pot. The Magway looks worse than I do. It was a draw. Then you are harder than concrete down here. Respect. She leans over the counter, grinning. Her presence is overwhelming. What kind of soup is it? The kind that fights back. Sump, eel, and chili. How much for a bowl? Price is one story. Any story. Make me like it. Soup's free. Bore me to die. Alright, what do you want to hear? Something true. A memory. Wow. A memory. A regret. The weather. It seasons the broth. I tried to hang myself. Oh! Thinks the voices in my head I'm still alive. Wow. And wiped an abstract data. Wow. I interrogated a corpse. Okay. It drugged us blind, had to walk through the whole thing using just my nose. And woke up in a butcher shop with these arms. I have a talking flower who insults me all day. I led a metal concert. Yeah, I scream my lungs out. Sometimes you have to scream until the metal bends. You have the soul of a noisemaker. Eat, keep the voice strong. Mama scoops a heavy ladle of broth and slides the chipped bowl across the counter. Mama's fish soup. Boiling fuel for detectives. What does Mama's fish soup do? Oh, he doesn't tell me. Howard carries it to the rest of the table, the plastic stool groaning under his new weight. He takes a spoonful. The taste is aggressive. Brine, chili, and stale oil. It burns going down. A full belly counts too. Yeah. There, that'll put hair on your chest. I still prefer Hero's sushi. Fancy fish like that stays upstairs. Hero doesn't deliver to the gutter. A hooded man in the worn uniform of the Foundation Police Department lowers himself onto a crate beside him. He nods to Mama, who wordlessly brings him a bowl. Officer... Oh? Who are you, officer? It's Maria. A drone operator for the Foundation Police Department and an acquaintance of Howard. Openly disgusted by the PID, he has a bad attitude toward paperwork and authority, having long ago lost whatever respect he was supposed to have for either. Oh, hey. Howard doesn't stop eating, but his shoulders tense. Relax, if I wanted to bag it, I brought a squad, not a spoon. He slurps his soup loudly, wiping his mouth with the back of a gloved hand. Saw you on the feeds. PID's got a kill order with your face on it. Armed and extremely dangerous. Makes you sound almost interesting. You here to warn me or threaten me? If I wanted to threaten you, I wouldn't be sitting within arm's reach of that new metal grip of yours. Call it professional courtesy. A chat between two guys who hate the PID. I haven't seen them this scared since the riots. So, are you gonna tell me why half the city is hunting you, or do I have to guess? I followed a lead back to them. I'm still figuring that out. Guess I'm curious. They didn't like the results. I poked around where I followed a lead. It led back to them. It always leads back to them, but this time, that fear you put in them, it's a weapon. Don't waste it hiding in the pipes. If you're gonna burn something down, make sure PID feels it. Sound like you'd help. I can't pull the trigger. The FPD tracks my weapon usage, but I can load the gun for you, and I have a hell of a bullet right here. I've been looking into PID for a while. Started with a budget leak, usual corruption stuff. Then I found something bigger. A magway train that runs off the books. Officially, it doesn't exist. Still makes the trip between the burnt Eden Core Station and Vortex Bay. I kept a drone on it for 5 days. Got the whole thing on chip. It's worth checking out. Might be what you need to make them feel it. Alright, let's see what they're hiding. Gives a single firm nod. Give me a day or two, I'll find you when it's safe and bring the chip. Just stay alive until then. Brief pause. Something almost respectful passes between them. Next soup's on me. Welcome back to the Foundation, Detective. Yes. He turns and disappears in the thick steam from the ventilation shaft swallowed by the dark. Howard looks down at his own bowl. The soup is cold now, a thin skin of grease forming on the surface. Eat your soup, we're gonna need the energy. Eat my soup. A call. Jets container, propaganda poster. And then I'll stop by Bacall one more time. The weathered propaganda poster flaps against the damp wall, waving like the defaced flag of a long-dead empire. It shouts this message in bold lettering. You know what? I think in the demo, I made her do the forced talking with the dead people, and that's how we got the MI and everything. We rise together or we sink together. We are the architects of tomorrow, building your dreams today. Your sacrifice of sunlight and open air today becomes security, wealth, and unity tomorrow. We ascend together into the heavens or sink in the mud. Oh my god. The Foundation wasn't always the Foundation. It was once the whole of New Stratum. It existed on a knife's edge, a tug of war between the state, corpos, and crime, an orgy of decay. But it stopped being enough. Corpos started this race to reach higher and higher, climbing up as if they're in a frenzy to reach the sun. In that race, they took things from people they didn't even realize they had. The sun, clean air, and their health. Somewhere along the way, breathing clean air became a privilege. Nobody even noticed till it was gone. And there's no other choice. They didn't take those things. People handed them over, wrapped in posters like this one. Right. Once it happens, people stop asking what was stolen. They start asking how much it costs. The poster rustles softly in the damp, still preaching to a city already buried beneath its promise. Well, now we check on Bakla. Nothing has changed. You're back! Your son, what was his name? Glass stops halfway. For a long moment, the turbines are doing sound. Kareem. His name was Kareem. He stares into his tea, watches something only he can see. Haven't said that in a while. How's the tea today? Expecting like might answer him. Hot. Tiny, almost impeccable smile touches the corner of his mouth beneath the thick mustache. You want some? Yeah. He fills the second glass, slides it across the counter. Don't get used to it. This isn't a cafe. Rabbit's blood. A small glass of deep red tea, too dark to be comforting, sweet on the tongue, bitter on the way down, exactly what you needed. +5 to virtue. Sips of tea, it's scalding, sugary, and surprisingly good. The turbines seem a little quieter for a moment. Good, right? Now, business? Can I sit? Glass at the empty stool. A long second passes. Fine, sit. You ever wonder if staying was a smart choice? If I stole something, would you chase me? You look slow. Your heartbeat changes every time you look at that stool. I do not want to tear it all down. I forgive you for everything, for things you haven't even done yet. Can I ask you something personal? Jesus. Save that for someone who deserves it. Your heartbeat changes every time you look at that stool. Old pump struggle, nothing more. I'm still breathing. That's smart enough for today. I do not want to tear it all down. Who says I don't? If I stole something, would you chase me? Try it, see what happens. Success is 12. You know, I just imagine Just imagine I could have the dice at the +10. Don't you do it, Nina. You might need that dice, but I kind of want it. I want to know. Because look, now I automatically win. Beep, beep. I want to know. I want to know. Depends on the question. Go on, I'll decide if I answer. What was Kareem like? Somewhere far away. He doesn't answer right away. He was everything I'm not. Loud where I'm quiet. Brave. He stops to take a slow sip of tea. When he finally speaks, it's not an answer. Not really. He wanted to see the surface. He was always looking up instead of where he was stepping. It's the happiest memory. Quiet night before they built the upper layers. You could almost see the stars. That's enough for today. He reaches into his pocket, pulls out 4 dice, slides them across. Here, refund. Good conversations, free. Now, you buy something or just picking at scars? Show me what you're chilling. All right, let's see. You got the reroll, single use, reroll. Done. Doors behind you. Hide whatever expression you might be wearing. So if I come back in here and talk to you, come back. And I sit. Opportunity missed. Oh, I only got to ask 2 questions. Oh, I would have picked it better. God dang it. Maybe I have to wait for a different day. But there we go. Gets container. I was like, I need to know. I was like, maybe I'll get an insight. Random encounter. Clang, clang, clang. The clang of metal on metal rolls through the damp, narrow corridor, drowning out the mega structure's endless mechanical drone. It is far too loud for a city that usually prefers its damaged quiet. Someone's really going at it. Let's see what's making that noise. Rounds a rusted support pillar and stops. A bulky figure in an antique-looking diving suit is hunched over a massive leaking hydraulic valve. No visible weapon or gang colors, the suit looks ancient, hand-modified, and heavy enough to break a spine if it falls wrong. He's aggressively hammering a misshapen plate of scrap metal into the breach. Either a lunatic or a maintenance worker dressed for the wrong kind of job. The hammering stops, the helmet turns toward Howard. What are you doing? Is this your job? You're not from maintenance, are you? You look like you're expecting to fled. You're not from maintenance, are you? Maintenance doesn't come down here. Too smart for that, or too scared. Someone will eventually, you're doing this for free. Do you need a hand? Who are you supposed to be? What are you doing? Do you need a hand? You mean that? All right, grab that flange, hold it steady, and thank you. Don't hear that offer often. Good work is contagious. Howard steps in, braces both hands against the flange, and holds it steady while the diver hammers the scrap plate into place. The leak slows to a thin, angry hiss, then finally goes silent. There. Should hold for a while. He stands up straight, his antique suit groaning under its own weight. He looks absurd and oddly heroic at the same time. What's your name? Otto. Just Otto? That's been enough so far. What are you getting out of this? You planning to save the whole district by yourself? No, just my little piece of it, same as everyone should. What are you getting out of this? A clear conscience? Alright, good luck. Luck's for gamblers, but I appreciate it. You stay careful too. He gathers his heavy tools, his blue visor flickering once before he lumbers back into the darkness of the corridor. That was weird. You should have used your spectral sight. You think he was an abstract? Yeah, maybe I should have. He didn't seem dangerous. Think he was an abstract? The suit? Didn't you see the visor, the way it flickered? I think he's an abstract, but not the violent kind. More like me. Or maybe he's just a human who found an abstract suit and put it on. That would explain the flicker. Howard turns and starts walking out of the corridor. Behind him, the patch pipe holds. You know what I keep thinking? Doesn't matter if he's human or abstract. Good and bad aren't tied to what you are. Maybe they're just choices. Maybe he's an abstract who learned to choose differently. Or a human who never forgot somehow. Or maybe I'm overthinking a man in a diving suit. I do that sometimes. I'm talking too much again, aren't I? Howard doesn't answer, but for a moment the corner of his mouth lifts into something that could have been past for a smile in a kinder world. Okay. Well, it's not like I was given the option to go boop, boop. Alright, let's go to the container. I'm just like, what's up, man? Howard slides the key chip into the reader and the container door swings open with a groan. The space is longer than it is wide. A narrow tube of lived-in clutter. It smells like engine oil and instant noodles. He collapses onto a crate. Something hard presses into his hip. He shifts, regenerates him, and pulls out a die. Stolen? No. Rescued from neglect. This place is depressing. Anyway, Kari, we're really gonna meet her. Walk right into that... walk right into what smells, feels, and is almost definitely a trap. What am I looking at back here? Oh, it's a fan. Howard rubs beneath his left eye. The itching has gotten worse since his crash. She was a friend. She sounded scared. She warned us about DKs. Even if it is a trap, what if she has no choice? And that makes it better. If she's being forced, she'll still lead you right into the crosshairs. Doesn't matter. Friend, victim, or traitor, that changes absolutely nothing. You still walk in, so do me a favor, figure out how to walk back out. I could soak you, get a look ahead before we commit. I can handle the exit. I could soak you. And there's a glimmer of strategy. I was worried it'd been surgically removed with your old ribs. So stop staring at the walls, find some ice. Howard's gaze shifts in the small fridge in the corner. He pushes off the crate and crosses the narrow space. He wrenches the door open, grabs a frosted ice tray, and cracks it over a chipped ceramic cup. He fills it with tap water, the ceramic growing cold in his grip. Carefully lowers Rose into the water. The petals stiffen as the cold bites. Rose inhales. Oh, wow. Ah, there it is. Her eyes roll back, her petals trembling. She begins to fracture the timeline. See rails and a magway train. It slows down like it's about to stop, but it doesn't. I'm inside. There's something in the center. Looks like an altered, but with 3 faces. Ugh, even my visions are getting trippy. Is that the magway train Tumar talked about? What do you see anything about the crow? Right? Is that the one you talked about? How would I know? I'm getting symbolic impressions of a metaphysical crime, not pulling transit logs. The vibe, though, that matches what your cop friend described. What are they transporting? I have no idea, but it feels weird and uncomfortable, like something that really needs to be moved. Anything about the crow? All right, I'm focusing the crow. I see a bird. Very big purple bird. Is it him? Is he in trouble? Who's the purple bird? Anything else? It's very purple. What's it doing? Sitting in a big armchair, reading. Somehow there's a book in its hands, wings. She snaps her eyes open, shaking herself off as the water splashes over the rim. This is what you get when we stop sleeping and start running from catastrophe to catastrophe. She goes quiet for a second, her petals still shivering from the cold. The sarcasm drains from her voice as she looks Howard in the eyes. But that magway thing, we should probably look at it. Reaches for the cup. He carefully lifts Rose from the freezing water. Hey, wait, I'm not done. Footsteps approach outside the metal door. They don't need to know my flower talks back. Get in. Just wait. One day, I'll have my own legs. And I won't forget who kept stuffing me in pockets. My first act of mobility will be a very targeted kick. Right into your shiny metal... Howard slips her to the inner pocket of his vest, warm fabric closing around her and muffling her final protest. The door groans open. Jet stands in the doorway, helmet under one arm, eyeing him. Talking to yourself already? The doc warned me about neural rejection. I was on a call. You alone? Did anyone follow you? The doc's just careful. I'm fine. You offering a psych? You have an actual news. I'm just... Be nice. Careful is how you stay alive. But hey, you do you. Just don't leak hydraulic fluid on my floor. I just got the smell of blood out my jacket. Understood. Good. Keep the compliance levels high. I'll make the next few hours a lot easier for both of us. The container door swings open again, letting a gust of humid oil slicked air. DK enters first, followed closely by Lil. Holy upgrades. Did they leave any of the original you under all that? More than I like, less than I am. They didn't replace the import. Still me, just harder to kill. Still me. The vest is a nice touch, though. Very tactical chic. I think it's desperate, but we're all dressed for the same funeral. Alright, fashion review's over. We need to focus. The crow drops in 40 minutes. We need to be in position before the bar hits foundation level, or our window is gone. Which means we move in 10. Right, so what am I doing? Or fallback. If this goes wrong, you survive. A fallback with drones is called air support. I'm more useful out there than stuck in this can. You're staying. End of discussion. Don't make me lock the door. Glad that's settled. Now, move. She snaps her helmet into place, already halfway out the door. DK gives Lilith one last look and turns away. Seriously? Howard follows him out of the container. The door shuts behind him. Jazz Bar, Sector 6 Memorial, the dead end. Well, hold on. What's the dead end? Whee! I'm in a little car. I'm driving around. I'm gonna check in on my boy. Oh, it won't let me? Bye. Bye. Goodbye, sir. Okay. So this is where I need to go. Like, I need to go to the bar, right? Midnight, the crow, Kriya's answers. You have the song I wasn't ready for. Find your stalker before it finds courage. The payment trail ends at a name. Load secured. New problem. Old colleagues. New deal with the consequences. Witness the city's cleanup crew in actual woes. Starting to see the cracks in the concrete. Keep tucked away and safe. Okay. Sector 6 Memorial. What is the dead end? I'm gonna go to the memorial and then we're gonna go dead end. Because the crow is where I need to go. Like, that's the main story thing. I kind of wish the main quest would be highlighted a different color so you knew, like, hey, if you click this, this is gonna be the thing. Howard stops. He hasn't stood in front of it for 2 years. I shouldn't have come here. I buried this place for a reason. Read it. Guilt is one of the few things still keeping you human. Yeah, read the memorial. Sector 6 was lost beneath the floodwaters. Gallons of water destined for Netherville were diverted after an act of sabotage attributed to the F-failers. The flood devastated Foundation Sector 6 district, destroying hundreds of homes. The district was declared uninhabitable. The number of dead and missing remains unknown. Howard doesn't move. His eyes stay fixed on the final line. It was not the F-failers. The order came from Kree. The bullet came from you. You were impulsive, reckless, the PID. You ruined it here. He tears his eyes away from the monument and continues deeper into Foundation. The guilt keeps me human. What did... Kree ordered me to divert the water? Why? Girl. What's the dead end? The alley runs between shuttered shops and sweating brick, narrow though as it feels like the city is trying to close its fist. Howard's boots tap against the pavement. Each step sounds like someone following. Each step confirms he's alone. Until he isn't. A blade bites into concrete and drags out a long, ugly screech. The dark alley coughs up a figure. He limps under a struggling street lamp, patched clothes, hollow cheeks, and skin the color of sour milk. A Quiquo. What? Quiquo. Vaguely remember this in the demo. The outcasts of Nethervale, people failed by the system and forced in the Foundation's depths. To the city above, there are rats in the walls, feral and desperate enough to take your dice, boosts, or life if you slip. Oh! What's that, man? In one hand, he clutches a comic, its screen stuttered with hollow image, and the other, a rusty knife. He stops 20 feet out, squints at Howard, then down his comic, then back up. Jaws a match, peepers too, yeah, proper greedy look on him, definitely greedy. He takes another step, the knife lowering just slightly as his confidence grows. Oh, he's bounty hunting. You're a slippery one, aren't you? Spent half a cycle in the wet looking for the smug. Whatever he told, it wasn't me. Sure, and I'm the mayor of Skyreach. I gave him a chance. He spits on the concrete, the rain swallows it. Name's Plek, Arbiter sent me, got a dispute, needs settling. You're the debtor, I'm the claimant, that's how this works. So we gonna arbitrate or do I gotta get creative? You mean chaotic arbiter? They're scammers, you got played. Then they played us both because I ain't leaving empty. Shifts his weight, knife hand steady. 2 dice, 1 boost. And the kind of insult the 6 in a man's teeth. That's the debt. Scared little bastard. Talk him down. 12? 12. I think I can do it. Oodles of dice. This is an aim. Sensory sharpness 1 to total. Always 4. I need to live. Sucks the air out of the empty street, a sudden thunderclap that drowns out the rain. Oh look, my outfit's different. Plek's eyes go wide. He looks down at the hole in his chest, confused, almost offended, as blood begins to spread across his shirt. The knife slips from his fingers, his knees buckle, he hits the concrete face first and doesn't move again. Well, that's one way to settle a dispute. Bit final, though. That's what arbitration should look like. Well, according to the chaotic arbiter, you didn't have to do that, he's just a symptom of the city. Howard leaves him there for the rain, the rats, and whatever Nethervale called justice. He keeps moving before the street decides to cop up another problem. Cool, so that's that. Alright. I was like, I'm just gonna deal with my problems and keep moving. Midnight rendezvous. Wow, what a shot. The silence of the Foundation is obliterated by the scream of industrial trains recording Newstrom's surveillance. The Crow Jazz Bar descends through the stagnant fog like a falling star. It lands on the docking platform with bone-shaking force, mag rails locked in place with a hiss. Above the massive underside of Nethervale hangs like a low iron sky. Howard approaches alone. Jet watches the upper balconies from the driver's seat. DK rounds the side of the building towards the service tunnel. East balcony is clear. If this goes sideways, we have exactly one exit. Don't waste it. Howard doesn't respond. He pushes the heavy doors open. The interior is dark, most of the lights off, a single lamp burning behind the bar. The bartender stands behind the counter. In her hand is a PID-issued sidearm. It's aimed at Carrie, who sits frozen on a bar stool, her hands visible on the wood. What's going on? She didn't come for a drink. She brought a whole PID kill team with her. Howard stares at Carrie, the woman he worked with for years, drank with, trusted with his life more times than he could count. Tell me she's wrong. I'm still PID, Howard. I still have to live in the city. You're a liability and PID doesn't leave loose ends. I thought there was still a person left under the uniform. I'm trying to keep you alive. If you surrender to me right now, I can negotiate. If they breach that door, I don't think you have that much time. Whatever you're planning to do it now. Heads up, we've got movement 3 levels up. I see them too, at least 6, maybe more, Howard. If they've reached the platform before you're out, then this becomes a very short revolution, so maybe wrap up. Where are they breaching? What's the order? Did you know about... Were you watching too? Ooh! I did what I had to. Boots hit the roof above. Heavy, deliberate, right on time. Red tactical lasers cut through the frosted glass. Last chance, Howard. Surrender? I'll tell them you cooperated. I'm done running. I'm gonna save real quick because this could determine some things. Save real quick. Okay. I'm done running. I won't kneel. You should have warned me. Do what you have to. You should have warned me. Hard meets her eyes. Doesn't raise his voice. Carrie's eyes go wet. She blinks it away fast, but it was there. Her hands shaking from choosing wrong too many times. If I had, I wouldn't be standing here. The last word barely leaves her mouth before the frosted glass panels behind her explode inward. The bar becomes a war zone in seconds. Get down! 4 troopers storm in, rifles sweeping the room. The bartender doesn't hesitate. She levels the PID sidearm. 3 rounds center mass. The first trooper drops. 3 dives behind the bar as return fire shred the liquor bottles above her. Glass rains. Howard moves, finding cover behind a steel support beam. He leans out, squeezing off 2 shots. One hits, one forces the others to scatter. He tracks the movement through the haze. 1 trooper's down, another is bleeding out behind a shattered table. Manageable, he can work with 2. He adjusts his grip, ready to finish the sweep. Howard, contact, I've got 4 more coming up the service tunnel. So much for manageable. Push forward, and there are the 2 before the others arrive. Stay put, let them waste ammo while you pick your moments. They're both bad. But I think I have intelligent. I think I have angry dice. Oh yeah, I got some angry dice. Okay, give me a second. Get that there. Moral. Angry dice. Moral. Morals together. Yes, angry dice. I'm trying to keep the samesies together. Alright, this is Howard's. Do I have any more angry dice? Persuasion. Okay. You need 9 more, Nina. That's the problem. I need 9 more. So 4 and 4 will give you guaranteed 8. 8 plus... I think you'll be fine. Right, because 4 will put you at 13. And out of 13, you need 5. I can re-roll. Let's freaking go. Howard moves before the thought finishes. He rolls out from behind the beam, firing twice. I'm coming in. Don't you dare die. The first trooper catches rounds through cover. Wood splinters. Body drops. Tires hot. Platform's clear. 90 seconds before this, whole deck is swarming. The second trooper swings toward him. Too slow. Howard's third shot punches through the visor. 2 seconds. 2 troopers. Silence. Then the ceiling explodes. Dust and industrial debris rain down as the second wave drops through on high-tension cables. 4, 5 more. At the same moment, DK bursts through the shattered door. She catches 2 troopers in the back before they can even detach. Howard, move! But there are too many. Howard raises his sidearm, tracking the nearest trooper as he lands. He squeezes the trigger. Click! Empty! The trooper pivots. The barrel rises. Howard finds himself staring at the black void of the muzzle. The trooper's finger tightens. Time slows. Howard's world goes dark. Not again! The last thing he sees before his eyes close is a massive shadow claiming the room. Is my chest not bulletproof? I thought maybe it'd be bulletproof. Oh god.
You're going to get everyone killed. You do understand that, don't you? No, Smith just himself.
No, I don't think so. His plans are terrible. We keep dying over and over, and yet we always make it to the next mistake.
I know what that is.
Clarification. We remain alive by margins too small to respect. Nah, we're just respawning with worse cosmetics.
You say that like this is a game.
I don't know. Looks like one.
Shh, wait.
Something's wrong with the face. It feels heavy.
Rose's friend.
Welcome back. If you can call this back.
This is such a cool part of it. I love it so much. Oh boy. Cost of staying alive. Oof. Oof. First thing Howard registers is the smell. Ozone, sterilant, hot metal. Familiar now, almost routine. The second thing is the weight. His skull feels heavier, like someone filled his sinuses with lead. Welcome back. He opens his eyes. The concrete ceiling's the same. He's on the same bloodstained table, the same workshop. Same nightmare. He tries to sit up. The hydraulics in his arms respond instantly. Smoother now, more natural. He's getting used to them. That's almost worse. He reaches up to touch his face. His fingers, industrial claws, clink against something. The sound is metallic. Doc, what did you do? Outside, pacing holes in my floor. Tell me I at least look pretty. No. You'll get used to it, or you won't. Either way, it's yours now. What did you do? Saved your life again? You're welcome. Howard slides off the table. He lurches toward the back, a grim sense of deja vu guiding steps. He slams the door and turns the lock, sealing the world out. He steps up to the sink. The cracked mirror awaits. Half robot, half hobo, full badass. Who the hell is that? A matted black alloy plate buries both sides of his mouth, sweeping upward to the bridge of his nose. It is seamless and bolted directly into the bone, turning his expression to a fixed industrial grimace. Rose? Still here. She pulls herself up from the pocket, her petals tilt at him. Still here, and unfortunately, I still have eyes. You look like a vending machine kissed you, and you kissed back. Keep staring at the mirror. Say something, you're scaring me. I look intimidating. Punch the mirror. At least I'm alive, that's what matters, right? Does it? I mean, yes, obviously, I don't want you dead. But you're allowed to be more than just alive, Howard. You're allowed to be upset about this. Important parts still work. Eyes, brain. Being upset won't put my face back. I wasn't winning. The important parts still work. That's not what I meant, and you know it. Howard doesn't answer. He tries to straighten his collar, but his metal fingers lack the tactile grace to feel the fabric. He just stares at the stranger in the glass. One more change survived. Look, I know you want to stand here and count the pieces, but brooding's a luxury we don't have right now. Give me another minute. I'm saying goodbye. I'm making sure I recognize. Think anyone notice if I wear a paper bag from now on? Say goodbye on the way. Our Uber's been waiting long enough. What? Green hair, stripper pole, remember? Howard freezes, his metal hand hovering near the door. Oh, so that's... Okay, I was wondering, because I was like, I feel like I don't look like my grizzled self. Now I do. Why? He didn't say. You know how it is with the strong, silent type. Go on, he's been sitting there long enough, starting to feel sorry for him. Howard twists the lock and pulls the door open. The workshop is quiet. The tech doc is hunched over his workbench, back turned, deliberately not looking. Standing near the exit are DK, Jet, Lilith, and the mysterious visitor. DK is the first to see him. When she looks up, her face goes through 3 emotions in 2 seconds. Relief, horror, then a desperate attempt to hide both. Lilith is perched on a crate. She jumps up when she sees him. Wow. I mean it as a compliment. Mostly. Where'd your shirt go? Howard's gaze shifts to the man standing behind them. How do you feel? How do I feel? Like a science experiment? Like I owe you another thank you that's getting to a habit? Functional, report what happened at the bar. Like half a man, but the good half. The robot half is just for show. Don't thank me. Thank the doc. He put you back together. Thank him. She gestures toward the mysterious visitor, who remains a mountain of silent, scarred muscle. He walked in the middle of the slaughterhouse like he'd been waiting for it. Covered us, dragged you clear. No idea who he is, but he hasn't left. The guy doesn't talk, by the way, like at all. Howard's eyes drift back to the mysterious visitor, still standing near the exit, his gaze as unreadable as a dead screen. How did you find us? Why help us? Meet Howard's. Nothing else moves, not a muscle, not a blink. Check if he's an abstract. You look like you've been through the same hell I have. Independent contractor. Check if he's an abstract. His gaze settles on the visitor. He waits for the familiar green distortion that marks an abstract, but the man standing before him is entirely physical, flesh, bone, and thoroughly human. You look like you've been through the same hell I have. Silence answers. A long beat passes before the visitor finally moves. He steps away from the exit and strides in the room until he's standing between Jet and DK. He plants his heavy metallic pole into the floor and crosses his boasted arms over his chest. Guess he's coming with us? Seriously, we just have a new member now? No interview, no background check? He saved our lives. That's enough resume for now. Fine, but we're not all crashing at my place. Let me worry about that. I'll find something. How? I know somewhere? Apparently not. Probably love how solid this plan is. Who? An old contact from the FTEP. You trust a cop? Trust is a strong word. We just happen to hate the same people. That's close enough. Howard pulls out his comic, presses call, one ring, two. Well, if it isn't Netherville's most wanted detective. I need a place. Figured that was coming. I know a spot in the Foundation nobody checks anymore. Sending you the location. The line goes dead. You three stay here. Too many of us moving together draws eyes. I'll send the location once we're in. Howard turns to the visitor, finding that unreadable gaze already locked on him. Without a word, the visitor hefts his pole and falls into step beside him. Okay. I have a friend. Structural beam, Bacall, workers' quarters. I'm gonna go to the beam. I'm communing with the beams. Boots crunch on the pulverized rebar and dust as he finds a rusted structural beam to serve as a seat. He reaches into his inner pocket and pulls Rose free. I've been thinking about what happens to me when you finally get yourself killed. Let's see, I sit down for 5 seconds. You start planning the funeral. That way you're asking if I plan to die soon. You'll find another pocket. I'm sure the city's full of spare codes. You won't outlive me. I'm too stubborn and you don't have feet to run. Spare codes, sure. Spare idiots who talk to flowers? That's a smaller market. Howard goes quiet for a moment, his gaze lost in the lattice of rusted beams above. Do you ever think about your own death? Less than I should. More than is healthy. Depends on how bad the day's been. Only when I'm awake, so constantly. Less than I should. That feels irresponsible somehow. Howard shrugs and lights another puff. The brief flare of orange warms his face in the dark. Do you think there's something after? I think people ask that because they're afraid there isn't. Maybe, but I doubt it looks anything like stories. I don't know, and I don't trust people who sound too sure. I'm gonna go with maybe. Are you scared of dying? Terrified, but I'd never admit that to anyone who wasn't a flower. I'm most scared of how it happens than that it happens. I'm not scared of dying. I'm scared of leaving things unfinished. Scared implies I have a choice. I don't, so I stopped wasting energy. Not scared, just not ready. I don't think I ever will be. Right? Unfinished. I don't think I'm scared of dying either. I think I'm scared of ending before I even got to be anything. You know, being brief, being small, disappearing before I ever got to matter enough to leave a mark. You don't need a monument to have matter. Most people leave less than you think. You've already changed more than you realize. Some things matter exactly because they don't last. Howard crushes the cigarette ember gently against the bench arm, then looks at the thin thread of smoke lifting away. If I die, do you think I'd go somewhere? Into the dirt, into the rain, the next thing. You're here now. I think you'd haunt me out of spite, minimum. If you do, I hope it's kinder than here. Ooh! It's kinder. I hope so too. Summer with sunlight and no rain that smells like garbage. That'd be enough. Howard doesn't answer. His thumb brushes lightly against the edge of her stem. Still breathing. He ducks her back in the pocket, careful as ever. With a weary groan, he steps off the rusted beam and starts walking again, his silhouette shrinking beneath the massive concrete pillars. And our friend. I'm gonna go say hi to Bacall again. I'm checking in on him. Ducks under Step aside. The mysterious visitor tries to follow. His shoulders catch on both sides of the door frame. He has to turn sideways and duck. It's almost impressive how much one man can struggle to enter a room. You gonna make it, big man? That's what I thought. You look heavier than last time, and you brought a friend who doesn't understand doors. Key. Ah, dang it. What's new in the shop? Got some new junk since the last time around. A single use. A passive modifier. Oh, it's a tally counter. I already have one. Should I get it? No. You don't use foolishness, Nina. I know, but it's there. It almost makes me think I need to buy it because there's gonna be something silly. Something silly. It's 2 dice. Do I have dice that I can spare? Like, do I have 2? Persuasion, final rolls, persuasion, final result, virtue. I could do the -2 virtues. I'ma do it in case there's something down the road that is just like hilarious. You done? Oh, that's it. I should go. Door is where it was last time. Howard ducks under the frame, wedges himself through after him. Question, does that mean I have 2 now? Does that mean I'm +10? I'm +10 on the silly tee-hees. So if there's ever a silly tee-hee moment, I will succeed. The foundation grows quieter the deeper Howard walks. The pipes here are older, thicker, the concrete darker, stained by decades of steam and industrial rust. A narrow corridor opens into a massive chamber built in the oldest structure layer beneath Nethervale, the forgotten bones holding up the city above. Kimmer Khan is already there, leaning against a door frame with his hands tucked into his FPD jacket. Behind Howard, the mysterious visitor scans the corridor in silence, his grip tightening around the heavy metallic pole. There he is. Newstrom's most wanted. Still breathing? I'll update my bets. Keep your dice. Good to see you too. Glad to know I'm entertaining someone. You sound disappointed. Good to see you too. Save the warmth, I'm not your mother. His eyes drift to the visitor behind Howard. Who's the muscle? Don't think I've seen him around here. He's the reason I'm still walking. He covers my back. Found him or he found me. Hard to tell. I picked him up on the way. He's the reason I'm still walking. Doesn't talk much, does he? Doesn't talk at all. The weird ones always find each other down here. Pushes off the door frame and gestures down the corridor. Anyway, follow me. He leads them deeper. Rows of identical metal doors stretch in the darkness. The ceiling is reinforced with massive, prehistoric-looking steel ribs grunting under the weight of the city above. What is this place? Worker quarters, where they slept 8 race families, the ones who built Nethervale with their own hands, before they started second civilization on top of itself, before anyone even thought to call this the foundation. He slows his pace. For a moment, he studies the rusted doors like he's trying to see the people who once lived behind them. You ever wonder what was here before Nethervale? Before they started stacking? Maybe optimism? Maybe, but optimism doesn't pay. Still, probably some of that too. You Valers, you built your city stealing the sky from us. And now they're building Sky Breach on top of you. Guess you finally get to know what that feels like. Same story, Howard, just a different floor, just higher up. Past is the past. Right now I need somewhere to survive. I know what got buried to build. That's exactly why I'm still fighting it. Maybe you're not as Valer as the rest of them. He exhales through his nose, then reaches into his pocket and pulls out a small ring of keys. Inheritance. My grandfather was one of them, back when they were pouring the first layers of Nethervale. When he died, these ended up with me. He lifts the ring slightly. 3 keys hang from it, each tagged with a faded number. Enough nostalgia. Yeah, hold on. Only through my grandfather's stories. Unit 12 belonged to the crew's mechanic, kept tools under his bed, diagrams on the walls. My grandfather said he was always tinkering even after hours, could make anything run. But he saw people the same way he saw machines. Unit 8, the foreman's quarters, he was the one who kept the crew's logs, wrote the reports, told the stories, had a shelf full of notebooks in there, years of construction gossip, rumors, names. My grandfather always said a crew works better when they believe in something, even if it's just a good story. Unit 3, he pauses at the last key, holding it a little longer before speaking. My grandfather's room. He wasn't a foreman or chief, just a worker. Dug the tunnels, laid the cable, bolted the supports, came home, slept, went back, did that for 30 years. 30 years in the dark, building something he'd never own, for people who'd never know his name. Said the only thing that kept him sane was knowing the walls would outlast everyone who hated him. He holds out the keys. They're all standing more or less. No PID, no cameras, just the occasional Queequo looking for shelter, but they move on if you make noise. Rats, obviously, but you've got bigger problems than rats. Anyway, choose the one that fits how you plan to survive. A base of operations. A door that locks 4 walls, a ceiling. A place to hide, a place to breathe, a place to drink. To make them pay for what they did. Ooh! The Fixer, +2 intelligence, but -1 virtue, +2 perception, but -1 anger, +2 anger, -1 intelligence. I don't want anger, so I think we're gonna go with the storyteller. Because perception. Howard takes the key and slips in his pocket. Thanks for this, I owe you. I know what the cost, I won't waste it. Guess this makes me your tenant now? My grandfather used to say that home isn't where you're safe, it's where you get to choose what kind of person you are. He'd have liked you, I think, not because you're special, but because you're still standing. He tucks the remaining keys back in his pocket, then reaches into his inner jacket and pulls out a small data chip. He holds it out. The ghost train. 5 days of drone footage, guard rotations, route logs, everything I could scrape. Howard takes the chip, turning it over in his metal fingers. That chip gets traced back to me. I'm not just fired, I'm fertilizer, so maybe don't drop it in a soup bowl. I'll keep it safe. See that you do. It's not a gift, it's ammunition. Oh, one more thing. He tosses Howard a die. For the road. Call it an investment in your survival. Yay! He gives a sharp 2-finger salute, then turns and vanishes into the gloom. The chamber falls quiet again. Only Howard and the mysterious visitor remain. So, you home, sweetheart? Something like that. He walks toward the numbered door, toward the whatever's left of the man who had once called this place home. The mysterious visitor follows, silent as ever. Above, another veil burns with light, blind the dark gathering its roots. By this time tomorrow, they will write a new story. A crew will rewrite the rules of a game they were never meant to play. They will force the city to notice, or they will bring the whole sky down trying. Junction point. I was like, I feel like we have to be close to the end. Because it's going to be whatever mystery crate, and then the night air screams pass Kintsugi, concrete walls rush on both sides, rusted pipes rattle overhead. Jet's hands are resting over her laps, her neural interface doing the heavy lifting as she weaves the car through the needle-thin service corridor. 60 seconds to junction point. DK, tell me you're ready. In the backseat, DK doesn't look up from her deck. Her fingers dance across the interface, sweat beating on her forehead despite the cabin's cooling system. I'm ready. I'm surprised she doesn't have like an interface to do the... Beside her, the mysterious visitor sits motionless, his grip locked around the metal pole. He hasn't blinked once since they entered the tunnel. Howard watches the walls blur, his metal fingers curl and uncurl, a nervous habit he didn't used to have. He looks down at his hand. The servos whine softly with each flex. 3 dice. Ask DK about the junction act. Odds, fail safes, what happens if it doesn't work. Watch Jess, she's flex too. What's she not saying? Girl. Sensory sharpness. Hold on. Sensory sharpness is perception. Pretty sure I have. Yeah, I'm already at a +6. And what you not saying, girly? I guess there's no way to move it. Okay, well then I'm just gonna do this. Already a win. Already a win with my passives. Alright, is she too calm? Howard studies Jet's hands, resting loose, almost bored. She's done this before. Tunnels, chases. That second extraction is a calm as an act. It's muscle memory. Has a story behind it. You've done this before? Everyone down here has a story. Mine just involves more G-forces than most. Tunnel opening in 5. The claustrophobic darkness of the tunnel shatters. Kintsugi bursts out into the gargantuan expanse of the main mag artery. 4. Below them, the twin magnetic rails stretch in the distance. 3. The ghost train roars past beneath them, a 200-ton chrome thunderbolt that displaces the air so violently Kintsugi lurches in its wake. 2. The engine howls as the vehicle dives after it, responding to Jet's silent command, sliding into position above the rails while the chrome serpent races ahead. 1. DK now. Determination and death wishes. Sorry, do I have like 28 hours? What is this? What is this countdown? The interior is quiet. Dust motes drift through the beam of a single industrial work lamp. Stands guard at the door, silent as always. Jet looks around the room, a smirk tugging at her lips. Cozy, really leans into that fugitive aesthetic. Yeah, I like it. It's got personality. If someone's home, show respect. Good house as you work worse. You were expecting? Relax, Saint. I'm just appreciating the decor. In the corner, DK hasn't looked up once. She sits on a low crate, her customized deck humming on her lap. Fingers fly across the keys, piling up files, sorting through the drone footage. 5 days, multiple angles, night vision. This is good intel. Timur knew what he was doing. Whoever's on that train, they didn't choose this. But they're probably getting good dice for it. Still, that doesn't change what we have to do. I know, just saying it out loud so I don't forget. Whoever's on that train is part of the problem. Lilith watches him for a moment. Something shifts in her expression. You're weird, you know that? DK keeps her eyes on the screen, searching for something that looks like a weakness. He sets a closed loop from Eden Core Station to Vortex Bay. It's been running like this for months. It really never does stop, at least not in these 5 days, but look at this. She taps a command. The screen fills with the timestamp clips of the train approaching the ruins of Eden Core Station. The Magway train doesn't stop, but it slows. Is that a drone? It settles under the train's roof. A hatch slides open. The drone lowers something through the opening. A delivery. Supplies, food, maybe? Or equipment? Whatever they need to keep running. The drone lifts off and the train immediately accelerates back to full bore. Where's the drone coming from? How often does this happen? Where's the drone coming from? DK zooms the footage in, the image grains, and smooths into a crisp, high-res capture. The PID logo is unmistakable. Did anyone actually expect something else? The footage continues, the drone finishes its delivery, lifts off, but the feed doesn't follow it. That's it. Timur's drone stopped tracking. How often does this happen? Scanning the 5-day feed, this is the only delivery. If that train hasn't stopped for months, they've probably done this a few times before Timur started recording, which means we don't know when the next one comes. Exactly. We know it happens, we just don't know when. Howard's eyes stay on the screen, the drone lands, the hatch opens, the container disappears inside, the train accelerates, the loop resets. So whoever's in there, they've been sealed in since the loop started. They never leave? Like prisoners? Or a crew on a mission with no expiration date? How many people are we talking about? No idea. Could be 5, could be 50. 50 good more targets. Numbers don't matter. The real problem is how we get inside. 5 would be nice. So what's the play? We sneak on, hope for 5 instead of 50, or do we just blow the tracks and sell the scrap? Sneak on? Lilith, that thing is a Magway bullet. It's pushing 350 clicks minimum on the straightaways. And it never stops except for that drone. I'd call this mission off. There must be a way. There is. If I ghost hack a mag rail junction at certain points, there are safety overrides. If the system detects a catastrophic failure, a track breach or a power surge initiates a safety lockdown. It won't stop the train, but it will force an emergency crawl, 20, maybe 30 clicks. You could trigger that? If I can get to the junction control subnet, yeah, it's not even hard. The problem is what happens next. Beginning of the end. Oh. What happens next? DK now. Well, that seems like a weird time skip, but okay. Code floods across DK's deck in violent blue bursts. Lines of system architect cascade down the screen. For a moment, nothing happens. Read the code, try to understand what she's doing. Watch the train, is it slowing yet? How's he handling this? Howard glances at the mysterious visitor. The man hasn't moved. His breathing is so slow, it's almost not there. Who are you? His eyes, they're fixed on the train with something Howard can't name. Almost there. The screech is deafening, the sound of metal screaming in a language only the Foundation understands. The 200-ton monolith shudders, its violent momentum hitting an invisible wall. Oh, it's like a whole train. I thought it was just like a little container cart thing. The magnetic rail's high-pitched screaming drops to a low, grinding growl, the safety lockdown taking hold. Outside, the blur becomes a shape. The shape becomes a target. The chrome serpent speed bleeds away, car by car, till Howard can count them. Jammers live. A heavy mechanical thud echoes through Kintsugi. Above them, the roof panels cycle open. From the exterior housing, a cluster of folded jammer antennas snap upright one after another, rising into the slipstream like metal spears. On the deck, a new window opens. A frequency scan. The train signal spikes once, twice, then flatlines. Confirmed. External signals are cut. It's just us and them now. How long do they notice? It depends on who's watching. Could be minutes, could be hours, but eventually someone's gonna wonder why they stopped checking in. Which is why we don't have hours, we have minutes. Kintsugi dives, its nose dipping sharply toward the train's roof. The distance closes rapidly. 5 meters. 3, 2. Burning itch creeps into his eyes, threatening to blur the world. He forces them open. Not now! They hover directly over the supply hatch, caught in the violent slipstream between the car and the train. Study. This is the part where we jump. Look at DK. She's scared. Acknowledge it. Howard looks at DK's. Her face is pale, sweat dripping, but her hands are steady on the deck. You did good. Looked up, surprised. Save the praise for when we're out. I'll save some for then, too. All right, this is as close as I get. If you got a god, now's the time to give them a heads up. Howard's metal hand curls one last time, then stills. Oh, dangerous margins. And then now we're back to the top. What? What? I'm confused on the time. If I can get into the junction control subnet, yeah, it's not even hard. The problem is what happens next. Okay, so we went into the future, now we're going back to the time. The alarm. The second that lockdown hits, the train screams to the PID. They'll have response teams in the air within seconds. We'd have a window the size of a needle eye before this turns into a shooting gallery. How many seconds? We don't need long. What if we cut the signal? Let them come. Right, what if we cut the signal? Jed is quiet for a moment, then she shifts forward, her gaze locking on the mag rail schematics with a sudden intent. I can keep them quiet. Kintsugi has a jammer, can fry any signal the train tries to send. The train's external comms array is military grade. To fully isolate it, I need a continuous jamming field within about 1 kilometer. She pulls up a holo map. The magway's route cuts through Newstrom like a knife. Straight lines, no mercy. Jet's fingers trace alternate paths branching off it. I take the arterials, cut north through Sector 6, loop back around. I can stay within range the whole time. 1 kilometer, that's a dangerous margin to bet everyone on. What about the internal security? If we're jamming the outside, does the inside go dark too? Air comms. That's why I'm driving, detective. Just worry about your own feet. I'll keep the blackout steady. You'll be redlining through a concrete pipe. One wrong twitch and you're a smear on the wall. Right? No, they'll still have control of the internal systems, cameras, door locks, comms, whatever. We'll be invisible to the city, but loud as hell to everyone inside that train. The room goes quiet. Howard and DK exchange a look. How do we stay in contact once we're on the train? I can isolate a frequency, create a point-to-point channel through the jammer, but you need a hardwired connection, a data port, a camera junction, anything physical. Plug in and I can pull your voice through. Until then, you're on your own. Suicide round. Never said it would be comfortable. Said I can do it. What happens if you fall out? Well, they know we've cut. What if the jammer fails? What happens if you fall out of range? Then the bubble pops, the train signal hits the nearest relay, and every PID tactical unit in the sector gets a ping on your exact coordinates. How reliable? Reliable enough that I'm betting your lives on it. This isn't some street market toy. Military surplus hardware tuned personally. As long as I stay within range, the blackout will hold. Will they know? I hope they'll be too busy trying to figure out why their train just pooped itself down to 30 clicks. What if it fails mid-run? Then the train screams, which means PID response teams will be on their way before you finish your next sentence. All right, let's talk entry. Silence. The word hangs in the air. Outside, somewhere in the dark, a magway train cuts through the city at 350 clicks an hour. Yeah, that part. That part sounds slightly important. Howard looks at Lilith and at Jet and finally at DK. No one rushes to say it. Lilith finally does. It'll still be moving. 30 clicks is 30 clicks. It's not exactly step above friendly. Slow enough, I match speed. I was hoping for... All right, who's jumping first? 30 clicks is survival. I mean, yeah, if you're going the same speed, then it's fine. 30 clicks, moving target, a window of less than 2 seconds, 1 chance. You trust her math? Blue glow of DK's deck washes over, pale face. She keeps her eyes glued to the scrolling code, avoiding everyone else's gaze. Lilith paces a small room, moving right to left like a caged animal. In the corner, the mysterious visitor hasn't moved, but his eyes are fixed deep into Howard's, as if trying to pull a specific answer out of him. I trust that we don't have another option. So here I am, the 200-ton monolith. Clapping. Why was there clapping? Howard doesn't remember jumping. Okay. There was only one terrifying void between the car and the train, and then impact. He lands hard, his metal hand slamming down into the casing to anchor himself. The metal surface is slicker than it looks. Behind him, the visitor lands with the grace of a predator, already crouched. DK isn't so lucky. She hits awkwardly. A strangled cry escapes her. She starts to slide toward the edge. Howard's hand shoots out, his metal fingers clamping around her wrist. She hangs there for a half-stopping second, her legs kicking in the 30-click wind before he hauls her back into the relative safety of the train's spine. Wait, did you hear that? Something mechanical just opened on the roof. 10 meters ahead, a section of the train's roof panel slides back. A gun turret rises from the opening on a hydraulic lift. Its twin barrels swivel toward the center of the roof. Oh, God. Behind them, the same sound. Another turret. They're boxed in. DK sees the trap and goes pale. She mouths something, probably a curse, but the wind and the jammer's field swallow her words. The first turret opens fire. Rounds chew into the roof mere inches from Howard's head, but not where they're crouched. A blind spot. Accidental. Temporary. They're in a small dip where two roof panels overlap, just out of the turret's direct line of sight. The path forward is a killing field. 20 meters of flat exposed metal slick with wind and vibration. And there, in the dead center of the roof, sits the hatch, fully exposed, bathed in the crossfire of both guns. The first turret stops firing. The barrels smoke. The second turret behind them still hasn't fired. Waiting for a clean shot, or maybe slave to the first. The wrong step puts her in the kill zone. Alright, check DK. Howard catches DK's eye. He points at her, then at the dip in the roof. Stay. Then he points at himself at the turret. I'll handle it. She understands. Presses herself flatter against the metal. She trusts you. Don't waste that. Use the comms. Jet. Listen here. Watch where the barrels track. There has to be a dead angle. I don't want to get shot. Jet, come in, Jet. No response. Only dead air and the faint, ugly hiss of the jammer eating the channel. I'm gonna try again. Press the comm harder this time. Jet, come in, Jet. Idiot, the jammer cuts both ways. Maybe if you'd ask Nancy, I'll make an exception. Howard has to move now before the train accelerates back to full speed. Rush for the blind. And they don't have that. Oh God. Oh God. Where did you last save, Nina? Well, you're probably about to die. This is an action? Okay, I got a plus 11. It's always gonna be 4. Okay, so this 4 will bring me up to 17. I don't think you have enough, Nina. I don't think you have enough. Alright, because that 4 will bring us to 17. And then you need 7. Good luck. Oh my God. Go! Howard moves with no rhythm to follow and no safe path to trust, but the simple fact that staying here will get him killed anyway. He breaks from cover and runs straight into the kill zone. The turret fires. Howard doesn't stop. He cuts across the roof at an angle that makes no sense. Boots slipping on the metal, body twisting through the burst by instinct, panic, and something uglier than courage. Rounds shredding the metal behind him, beside him, everywhere he was a fraction of a second ago. He should be dead. Instead, he crashes past the line of fire, hits the roof on one shoulder, rolls hard, and comes up behind the turret housing. Alive. Somehow. That shouldn't have worked. The physics, the wind resistance, it's impossible. Impossible is just a word for people who don't have Armageddons. Howard rises behind the turret, breath ragged. The machine is right there. One good hit, one clean shot, one violent shove, and he's done. Didn't you forget something? He definitely did. Howard's stomach drops. The rear turret, still standing, still very much a problem. He turns. DK is still pressed flat in the overlap, still alive, but she's trapped in a crossfire he only half resolved. Then he sees the mysterious visitor. Standing in the middle of the kill zone, not hiding, not crouching, just standing there, a tube resting on his shoulders that definitely wasn't there before. Howard's eyes flick to the rear of the train, but the turret is already gone. He catches only the final moment, the entire assembly ripping free from its mount, tumbling into the dark in a violent saw of sparks and twisted metal. The visitor lowers the launcher, brushes dust from his coat. His coat? He's not even wearing his shirt. Starts walking toward Howard like he just took out the trash. Oh, now he brings out the launcher. The bastard could have just used down the first turret. Could have saved us the trouble. Howard turns back to the turret in front of him. Now it's personal. Armageddon. Tear the turret loose from its mount. Rip the whole thing out. 12, 18, 18. Well, I guess we gotta go for 12. Armageddon? Is Armageddon like a type of anger? Well, it's not sensory, I can tell you that much. I don't think it's persuasion. It's not persuasion. Get my little normal die. 6, 9, 12. I think I can do it with 3 dice. Yes! I was like, I just need enough. Howard grabs her with both hands. He digs his fingers in the seam, finds purchase, and pulls. Metal shrieks under the grip of his Armageddon. He plants his feet, twists hard, and rips upward with everything the boost can give. Hydraulics scream, bolts groan, then the whole assembly rips free from its mount. Howard hurls a scrap off the train. The turret vanishes in the dark. The roof is finally quiet. Well, the train still howls beneath them. The wind still screams its 30-click fury, but both turrets are dead, and that's the only quiet that matters. He's already moving, crossing the roof with the same unnerving calm he seems to bring to everything. DK rises from the overlap, still pale. She runs across the kill zone, past the dead guns toward Howard. They stand at the hatch. It's silent, sealed, and daring them to try. Below them, the train vibrates harder. The safety lockdown is fading. Soon they'll be moving at full speed again. He's already compromised. Oh, metal on metal. Like, I gotta... Okay, well, hold on. So, you would need 11. So, 3, 6, 9, 12. You would have to get perfect on everything. You're gonna have to do 3. Oh, we're gonna fail everything inside. Oh, fudge! Grabs the edge and pulls, but the reinforced composite won't give. He plants his feet, heaves again. Servo screams, something shifts, metal groaning deep in the seal. Loose, compromise. Still close, one more. Try again. Put everything into it. Oh god, and it's my last dice too. Why couldn't the mysterious visitor do it? He's strong. Really? No, you better roll that again. Don't you do this to me, game. Begin to smoke, his vision blurring with pure, unadulterated rage. Metal shrieks and bolts groan under the impossible pressure. With the final explosive crack, the locking pins shear off and Howard heaves a heavy slap upward, pinning it back against the roof. It was never going to win. Nothing made of mere steel gets to say no to me. Warm air rises, the way in, the unknown. No going back now. Going in blind. Oh, gods. Okay, so now we're going back in time. Okay. Oh, DK pulls up a new set of files. Cold blue light spills across her face and hands turning her skin to a color of drowned corpse. Give it to me straight. What are we dropping into? She turns the screen so everyone can see. A rough schematic of the train. 5 cars, basic dimensions, but most of the interior is blank. Dotted lines where walls probably are, question marks where data should be. This is all I could piece together from the exterior scans. We know the roof hatch opens here, the rear section probably into a supply hold, cargo, storage, maybe maintenance. Probably, maybe. Love the certainty. She taps again, a few highlighted lines appear. These are the heat vents, same patterns across multiple cars. That means occupied sections, living quarters, crew spaces. Howard leans closer. How many are we talking about? Give me a head count. Based on vent clusters and square footage, 10, maybe 12, small crew. Probably isn't a plan. What do we know? I know the train exists, I know it runs a closed loop, I know PID doesn't want anyone near it. That's not what else, that's what we already have. That's all I've got. Exterior scans don't show interiors, that's not how physics work. Drop is blind. She points with her boosted index finger. Gang Fang catches the light. As soon as I find a port, I push a mapping sweep, and 30 seconds later we've got the whole layout. Walls, doors, security nodes, everything we need. Just saying, 30 seconds is a lot of time for the conductor to realize we're there. Jet lets out a short, humorless laugh. Realize? The Netfinder will feel us the second we touch the roof. DK's hands freeze over the keyboard. She raises her eyes. What do you mean? What do you mean? Seriously? Those trains don't have conductors. You know that, right? She looks around at the blank stares. Right. It works like Kintsugi. Neural interface, a Netfinder sits in the cockpit, plugged into a bridge, engine, rails, locks, cameras, security. The whole train runs through them. So we drop in and there's already an armed reception waiting? Probably. If they are the train, then we're a virus. How do we stay hidden? A neural bridge, so if we take the whole system. That's a lot of machine for one mind. Exactly, which is why whoever's in that bridge is going to be a problem. No, that's physically impossible. One car is one thing, but a full magway train, internal security, maybe research compartments? The sensory load would fry a human brain in minutes. It's ugly work, but it's not magic. You get used to it. She looks down at Gang Fang at the argument that's supposed to be her advantage. When I jack in, they'll film me the second I touch their systems, and they'll try to burn me out before I can even map the first car. And even if I get them out of the bridge, then what? I sit in that cradle and pray my brain doesn't turn to slag while I'm trying to find the brakes? For a second, the safe house goes dead quiet. Nobody says anything. Then Jet breaks the freeze. She pushes herself out the wall. No, you're not doing that, Cold. Before we hit the train, you're getting in Kintsugi with me. I'll teach you what I can. That's a car, Jet. This is a Magway. I know what it is, but I also know you're the best Neth finder I've ever seen. You don't lack skill, you lack feel, and I can give you that. DK still looks like she stared at her own funeral. You don't have to do this. You'll make it. I know you will. She's gonna die. She lets out a breath that almost sounds like a laugh, but doesn't. Then make sure I do. Back to the 200-ton monolith. Great plan. It's a great plan. I have no dice. I have no dice. Oh god, this is so bad. I don't have any dice. Everything is gonna be a fail. Oh look, it's us. Oh my god, we're so cute. The welcome committee. Why they gotta be dandelions? Oh, what a strong breeze. Oh, he's saying, oh, he's gone. He's like, Howard lands in the dark. The air inside the wagon is warm, dry, and unnervingly still. Nothing like the wind screaming across the roof. Above him, DK swings over the edge. The mysterious visitor catches her arm, lowers her like she weighs nothing, and drops beside them with a landing far too quiet for a man that size. They're in a supply hold, exactly as guessed. Magnetic racks pin crates against the walls, tools hang from reinforced hooks, and the only light comes from the thin emergency strip running along the floor and ceiling. DK is already moving, her fingers trailing across the walls and panels, searching for a physical interface. Come on, where is it? The sound stops her cold. They all hear it. A heavy clank, then another, then the rhythmic, synchronized thunder of multiple impacts marching closer. The lights snap on, brutal white, drowning every corner in clinical glare. Systems are back, full power. The footsteps stop directly outside the interior door. A sharp hiss of pressurized air slices through the hole as the seal breaks. The door starts to slide open. I'm out of dice. Stack the crates, block the door before they're through. Weapons up. It's automatic. The crates don't move. Howard strains, servers winning on the load, but the magnetic locks hold. He can't get purchase. He can't get anything. He turns back to the door. Through the widening split, light catches matted gray plating and glowing red optics. Alternates, not the thin service models from the city. Heavy-duty industrial shells plated in thick composite armor. Ooh! The first one steps through. More crowd behind it. 3 units, maybe 4, all waiting for room to push through. When the door freezes, halfway, stuck, Howard catches the reason in the same breath. DK crouched at the far wall, Gangfang buried in a panel, eyes gone blank. She's holding it. But the gap is wide enough. The first alternate is already inside, red optics locking onto Howard. Behind it, a second unit forces its way into the frozen opening. More weight beyond. Howard is face to face with a ton of industrial steel. This is all bad. I'm gonna fail everything. Okay. Don't back up, shoot until it drops. Meet it head on, metal metal. Drones up, hit it from both sides. I am. Thanks, Harold, I am. Howard triggers Overwatch. The drones launch from his shoulders, but the low ceiling throws off their stabilization. When did I get Overwatch? Their fire goes wild, sparking off reinforced composite, doing nothing. The machine doesn't even flinch. It lunges, though. Its heavy claw closes around Howard's throat and slams him in the bulkhead. I was hoping he would grab the drone. His feet kick once, twice. The surge of the sound of the train, the rush of the wind, DK's shouting, all fade into a peaceful white noise. He feels surprisingly light. Am I dying again? Hydraulic pressure crushes. Something in his neck cracks. Howard Thornfield nearly dies in a train supply hold, with his boots off the ground and his last thought not even cool enough to be worth writing down. Nearly. Secret insight unlocked? Authority? Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Sometimes the only thing that saves you is the stubborn will of someone who refuses to let the story end here. Mercy is not luck, mercy is narrative, and narrative is a tyrant who can afford to be kind. This is the guy who was like, sometimes I'm gonna fudge things. Yeah, so that kills you, but I'm feeling generous. Also, I already wrote what happens next, so we're gonna pretend that roll never happened, and you're gonna appreciate the narrative I've crafted for you. For the record, this is a one-time thing. One time only. Do not expect this level of mercy again. I'm out of dice! Take this and roll better this time. Neither of us wants to start from the last checkpoint. I think you just gave me 1 dice. 18! Okay, okay. Hit it from both sides. I feel like I should do this because it's his face. Metal to metal. I really hope. Man, thank you, Authority. I was like, I'm out of dice. This is not gonna end well. I did do everything I could to stay on the train. Howard doesn't give ground. He steps in the breach, meeting the alternate chest to chest. His metal hand catches its incoming claw mid-swing. Hydraulics scream on both sides as they lock. Machine against man, steel against steel. With a brutal twist, Howard snaps the joint. Right? Fourth wall broken indeed. Thank you. You know, that's kind of a fun thing. Like, imagine you have this mechanic where you have to roll dice, but it's like, if you run out of dice and you keep failing, I do like that the game's like, look, I understand you're out of dice and you're gonna actually fail everything because you don't have any dice and you can't fail because if you fail, all these are death options. But just, you're gonna live? You're gonna live. I want the story told. Beside him, the visitor moves like a blur, his heavy pole swinging in a wide arc to smash the sensors of the second unit trying to enter. Howard puts his shoulder into the lead machine and rams it back into the gap, choking the whole push behind it. DK seizes the opening, she yanks the command through the system. The door surges forward, shearing through a trapped limb before slamming shut. The seals hiss, the breach is closed. DK remains motionless, Gang Feng still buried deep in the data port like a needle in a vein. She is somewhere inside the train's nervous system. Howard keeps his eyes on the sealed door, watching the frame flex with every impact from the other side. The visitor moves beside Howard, positioning himself between the door and DK, his heavy pole braced for whatever eventually shears through. Copy, Howard, DK? Comms crackle back to life, so suddenly it feels intrusive. Copy, we're inside. I'm here. DK's plugged in. Took you long enough. DK's plugged in. As Howard speaks, DK's eyes snap back from the digital void. She yanks her finger from the port. Sweep's done. Got partial layout. She taps her wrist-mounted deck, projecting a holographic map of the train's next 2 cars. I only got 2 cars before the Netfinder cut me off. Couldn't push past the bridge. Next car reads like a lab. Can't confirm until we're through the door. Either way, we go in, pull whatever's there, and I push it straight to Lilith. I'm ready on my end. The door takes another hit, harder this time, a sound like something bending that wasn't meant to bend. What is that? It sounds like something's tearing the damn thing apart. Howard glances back at it, the steel's starting to bow inward. Yeah, that's about right. Hostile utterance, heavy ones, the sound of us running out of time, it's just a welcome. Ignore the noise and keep the archive ready. Bridge is 1 car past the lab, I know that much. Everything past that. She closes the projection. We find out when I jack in. The mysterious visitor is already at the forward door, pole low in one hand, waiting. How many crews between us? Where? How long do we have before that door gives? Open the door, let's get moving. Where? 2 cars ahead, jacked from the bridge. How many crew? I didn't get far enough to pull into the heat signatures. How long? Not long enough to keep talking about it. Time to go! Time to go! DK turns back to the port and drives Gang Feng in without hesitation. Behind them, the pounding is relentless. Every impact shudders through the frame. It's holding, but the metal is screaming, seconds away from a total structural snap. That's scrunchal. Structural snap. DK works fast. She knows the system now. She knows where to look. The forward lock disengages. Howard shifts to the threshold, weapon leveled at the dark, ready. The door slides open. Bum bum ba bum bum. Bum bum ba bum. I don't have any dice. Bum bum ba bum bum. Here's hoping I win. The dead man's switch. Okay, back in time. So this is us finding out the plan along the way, which is kind of nice. It's not like the whole thing's revealed. The holographic map of the Magway train shows blue light over tired faces. Outside, a train passes. Not theirs. Another Magway cutting through new stratum on its nightly run. The walls vibrate. Dust shifts on the floor. 300 clicks. Gone as fast as it came. Bold plan. Shame it depends on us finding something worth dying over. It's worth dying over. Silence falls, heavier than the dust in the air. Eyes settle on DK. He nods once, so slight it's almost invisible, like that answer told him everything he needed to know. So we're definitely doing this, right? Like this is happening? Howard? She's watching him, waiting. They all are. Howard lets his silence hang for a beat longer, his eyes finally moving from the screen to Lilith. No, you're not coming. You stay with Jet. I need someone I can trust on the outside. If we don't make it back, somebody has to finish this. We can't go on. Yeah. So you're planning to die down there. Listen. No, you listen. You're walking into a sealed tube full of who knows how many Netherfinder linked hostiles with DK as your only backup. You need every gun you've got. What we need is this to mean something. We both die. This dies. More firepower won't help, but the truth never gets out. But that's not how this works. We're a crew. We go together. That's exactly why you stay. The second I'm in their system, I route everything to your archive. You're the dead man switch, and if we don't come out, you'll come out. Then you make sure the whole goddamn city sees it. Lilith wipes her face quickly with the back of her hand and grated herself for the gesture. She's right, Lilith. The hard part happens after we're done. That's you. Look on the bright side. You get to ride in a warm car instead of jumping onto a moving train. Alright. Lilith nods slowly. The blue light from the map catches the wet in her eyes before she blinks it away. Speaking of which, Kintsugi is a racing car, not a bus. Me in the pilot seat, Howard, DK, and him. There isn't a square inch left. So I just wait here? Jet steps in beside DK and takes control of the deck, pulling the map back up. The hollow widens, spreading from the mag line into the streets around it. No, you wait there. She taps a point on the map, a junction where two routes converge. The magway has to take the long curve around the wall. I don't. There's an old maintenance cut that runs straight through. Tight as hell, but Kintsugi fits if I don't mind losing some paint. Her fingers trace ahead of the train, then stops at a point farther down the line. I drop you on the roof, then I cut through the maintenance route, pick Lilith up on the pass, and switch back in before the gap gets too wide. She taps the pickup point again. Timing's brutal. You get a 3-second window to get in. 3 seconds from what? When do I start counting? When you see Kintsugi's lights, you move the second you see them. And if I'm not ready, then you won't make it. Is she jumping? Is she like jumping and like landing in the car? What happens if she misses the window? Do you still keep what happens? Then I keep moving, can't wait around. If I do, we lose the train and the jammer bubble with it. Does that still keep you in? Barely, that's why the timing has to be exact. Better be more than cargo. It is, it has to be. Whatever Harris was part of, whatever they did to people, to my father, that is connected. I'd bet on it. You think that train has more of them? More experiments? I think PID doesn't build a rolling black site to move office supplies. And if they were willing to turn a tower in the middle of Nethervale into a kill box just to watch what happens, imagine this train out there, no one sees it, no one hears it, no witnesses. Get out of here, Matt. PID doesn't do small evils. Whatever it is, they don't want New Stratum knowing exists. And if you're wrong, well, know when the door opens. And then the door opens. And then the door opens. That looks pretty normal. The next car. What are we looking at? More octopus. Really like the octopus motif. Look, there he is. There's his eyeballs. Unless that's telling. Unless we're all just being controlled by some spooky octopus. A laboratory. Cramped, clinical, retrofit into a space never designed for, and certainly not the kind built to save lives. An operation table sits bolted to the middle of the narrow train car. Around it, thick glass tubes stand in rows, each one filled with a vicious black fluid. Abstracts. Across from them, 2 consoles glow, both alive with data. DK crosses the nearest one. Gang Fang extends, finds the port, and slides home. Door first. The screen jumps, glitches, then folds with technical data. She punches in a command, and the heavy bulkhead they just passed through slams shut. On the second console, lines of video files are stacked across the screen. Beside it, physical reports, stapled documents marked with the red ink of PID authority. At the far end of the car, another door waits, the way to the bridge, to the Nethfinder, to their only exit. I'm in, Lil. Data's flooding. Send it all now. You ready? Always. Feed me. The mysterious visitor takes position by the sealed bulkhead, watching it like he expects it to give at any second. Behind it, the alternates are still tearing at the cargo hold door. When it gives, and it will, they'll be right outside the lab. There. I don't even know what I'm looking at, but it's ugly. She keeps working, the data keeps flowing, the pounding keeps coming. They have minutes, maybe less. Okay, so scattered reports. See what's on this video. I feel like the black fluid is abstracts and maybe they can help me. Power steps toward the rows of tubes. The fluid inside is thick, black, and lightless. It looks like abstract blood. The lab notes taped to the unit say otherwise. Unknown, unknown, cross-reference against all catalog biological, chemical, and synthetic, no matches. The bulkhead behind them shudders and hard enough to rattle the tubes. There's no distance left in the sound now. The alternates have reached the lab door. Just a few more seconds, I finish the uplink, crack the forward door, and remove. There's already more than enough. Get out of there. I'm not leaving half the truth behind. The bulkhead can hold that long. One last look. That's all the room gives him. Okay. So it's not abstracts. It's not abstracts. At least the goo isn't. I was hoping if I got to the goo, then maybe Rose or my little vial would say something, because that is somebody. Could I stab that vial into somebody? Because they wanted a new shell, right? Video files? I feel like the video files would be good. Video files. Howard opens one of the video files. Security footage, no audio. An alternate walks into frame carrying a containment box. Inside, a dark, shifting mass. An abstract presses against the glass. The unit moves toward a large spherical structure that looks like a PID containment cabin. Its surface is sealed, industrial, almost overbuilt. As it steps closer, the camera zooms in on the box. Howard watches the thing inside come apart. Its form thins, turns into particles, then disappears completely. The box is left empty. Did they finally find something that kills abstracts entirely? We have a problem. I can't open the door. It's not responding. I've tried everything. The Neth finders locked me out. They're too good. I can't. She doesn't finish. The mysterious visitor moves 3 long strides to the forward door, grips the edge with both hands, plants his feet, and pulls. Woo! Behind them, the lab door takes a hit so violent the frame begins to crack. The alternates are seconds away from tearing open. I'm out of dice. I'm out of dice. Out of dice. I'm out of dice. I'm out of dice. He's not trying hard enough. Men work better when you question their strength. Call him out. If I had a dice, I could use my +10 for foolishness, but I don't have a dice. Listen, the door mechanism stress, find the weak point. Step in, pull with him, 2 sets of hands, more force. Listen. 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 Howard stands back, watching the visitor's muscles lock. That's all you've got? I've seen cargo loaders with more fight. You're gonna let a slab of meat and bears you pull it together. You wanna be the reason we don't make it? You got a special kind of stupid, aren't you? A rare, antique, museum-grade moron. Even he thinks you're an idiot now. You're a psychological, it just cost us 4 seconds we didn't have. Listen! The bulkhead behind them booms again. Whatever margin they had is thinner now. I thought I'd try. It was gonna fail. Howard pulls until his vision blurs and his servers smoke, but the door stays shut. Behind them, the lab door finally shatters. The first alternate is on him before he can even turn. Metal fist slams in his skull, crushing bone, and everything goes dark. Last thing he hears is DK screams. I don't have any dice. I don't have any dice! Okay. Further review deemed unnecessary, case closed under P. Construction. History of instability and violent. Cause of death. During lawful intervention. Sure. I should have saved. Right? Because where is my checkpoint for this? So you're saying there was a chance I could have done something. So you're saying I shouldn't have done the foolishness. Come on. Take me back to my continue. So what's my 3rd fail? Normally it doesn't take this long. Oh my goodness. There we go. 1, 2, 3. Alright. See where that checkpoint is. Continue. I imagine this is us going in blind. Oh my god. All the way back here? Bruh. Bruh. Goodness. Okay, fine. I'll save. We don't have to do this all over again. How many are we talking? Alright, we're going in blind. We've had this conversation. I'm still gonna try to do it the same way I did before. Wow. What do you mean, Nethfinder? Oh my goodness. That is... God, that was a conversation ago. Right, we're like, that's impossible. Right, keep it samesies. Hold on, that mercy thing. Did we already use that? You'll make it. Uh-oh. Ooh, I hope not. Because that would really suck. Please tell me I'm on card 2. Oh, no! The mercy thing! Is it gonna... I don't think it's gonna give it to us again. Because it already gave it to us. Well... This is gonna be interesting. The welcome committee. I should have saved. I figured going from one train cart to the other cart would count as like an autosave, but I guess not. That sucks. Alright. Systems are back. Bum, bum, bum. Alright, I tried stacking, but obviously stacking didn't work, so boop boop. Fires the moment the gap is wide enough, round spark enough, something metal in the dark. Got the thin surface models. I should have saved before there. First one steps through, it doesn't matter. Halfway stuck. Looks at her, she's got it. Second unit coming in. Shoot until it drops. Meet it heads on. Right, I did the drones, but obviously that won't work. So, metal on metal. I'm assuming I'm going to die. Speed kick once, twice. Sound of train. He feels surprisingly hydraulics. Dies nearly. Secret. And he's like, I'm gonna fix that. And then I'm like, here you go. Surprise, I actually live. Here you go. Boop boop. Can't fail if I'm plus 18. And then I'm back to having no dice. Alright. From here, DK's plugged in, right? Trying to keep it same. I did change one thing. I tried to shoot at him versus putting my boxes. Right, I told them about hostels. Right, how long before? I'm just gonna go. I'm gonna see if maybe not having those two conversations gives me extra time. We'll see if it gives us extra time. She's like, not enough to keep having this conversation. It's like, that's all you gotta say. I'm gonna go. Now we're back in the second car. Right. She's the dead man switch. What is that sound? It sounds like a... I don't even know. Listen here. Listen. This to mean something. Right? That's why you stay outside. After we're done, that's you. Yeah. Same conversation. What happens if she misses? In the range. See, I kind of wish, like in Disco Elysium, the text would be highlighted differently, so it's like, hey, if you pick this, this is a final decision, it's going to move the conversation forward, or, oh, if you pick this, it'll let you pick other options. So, would be nice. Okay. This is your second thing. This is where you're going to save, Nina. So you don't have to do all this again. You might as well put it at number 2. Right? Let's see what happens. Because clearly, there's something you can do better. Right? There's something you can do better. Okay, door first. Good on her. Alright, she's got it. Mysterious visitors ready. Okay. This is a better spot to save. Number 2. Okay. Videos, tubes. Right, let's look at the table. Let's be different. An altered lies on it, chest plate pried open, inner systems exposed, something has been mounted inside. A red sphere, no limbs, no mouth, just a single closed eye in the middle, ringed with thin lashes. An abstract. Cables run from the sphere into the alternated's chest, a fusion that never finished. They were trying to give the abstract a body. Whatever they were trying to make, it didn't work. The bulkhead behind them shudders hard enough to rattle the table. There's no distance they've reached. Just a few more seconds, I need the uplink. Get out of there. I'm not leaving half the truth. Scattered reports. Very classified, internal authorized personnel only. Scanning red stamps, blacked out names, clipped field notes. Owl 3 location. Netherville status active passive observation notes. Longitudinal study on human proximity and emotional contagion. Euphoria. Entity regret. Owl 1. Physical state liquid black application injected. Subject redacted host response see attached. Ambition. Host Harris. Status. See attached. Writing samples indicate escalating violent fixation. All outcomes logged. So whatever's on floor 2 of the Crow is Euphoria. Regret was the tattoo ink, DK's girlfriend. And then ambition was the pen. Page after page, dozens of them. Not containment, not protection, field testing. If they're all concepts, what concept is Rose? We have a problem. I can't open the door. It's not responding. Right, he moves. Okay, don't be fooly. Right, find the weak point. Step in. Powder pulls until his vision blurs, but the smoke behind him, the labs finally shatter. Come in, slams the skull, everything goes dark. The last thing is DK stream. Okay, so not that one. Well then, let me try the other one. Because here's the thing. Read the scattered reports. Ooh, Nina, you loaded too fast. I did load too fast. Fine. Return to the title. I loaded too fast. You're too fast, Nina. You're too fast. We're gonna load the game. Number 2. Whoa, 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 whoa. 1537. Weird. Okay. I was like, wait a minute. Field notes. Oh, weird. It didn't do the whole thing. Ah. Okay, hold on. I don't like that at all. I'm gonna load again because that got really weird. Save to. Load the game. Study the table. Right? An abstract. Blah, da, 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 da. Try to put a body in it. Right, a few more seconds. Read the scattered reports. See, now I get all the stuff. And then I should get the, like, what is Rose? Alright. Then this, we're gonna save here, so I don't have to keep doing this. I'm gonna put it at save 1, because save 2 is before all this. Now, this got us death. This got us death, so we'll try this. Straining for anything useful, but the pounding behind them swells every sound. The visitor's breathing his own heart. He can't separate the noise, can't find the flaw. And worse, he lost the seconds he didn't have. Is it foolishness? It might be. Right, we pull, but we're gonna die. Is it the foolishness? Because I'm like, those are the only options I have left. Because I tried to listen, but I can't hear anything. And it's like, not my fault. So we're gonna load. Go back to the first one, right? 1541. Yes. I'm gonna try foolishness. Oh, God. Yeah, no, I'm just too fast. Oh my God. Am I... did I soft lock the game? That would be hilarious. Well, we gotta try foolishness. That's like the only other thing, right? Alright, foolishness. Okay. And then I'm gonna save. And this is gonna be save number 3. Right, I did that. You're gonna let a slab of metal embarrass you. You've got a special kind. Right, then we step in. We're gonna die. I think you just soft locked, Nina. Oh, that's gonna be so funny. I'll be like, that's it. That's my ending. Alright, return to the title. Wow. I ran out of dice. What was I supposed to do? I ran out of dice. Okay. Alright, that's all you got? Nope. That's it. I tried all available options. The authority is not looking to save me again. Wow. Is this a soft lock? Because I know if I hit continue, it's going to take me to, like, the checkpoint, but I'm like, I still don't have dice. I used all my dice to get on the train. But I'm like, I have modifiers. I have modifiers that could, like, win on some of those dice rolls automatically. Like the foolishness. I have a +10 modifier for foolishness. You kidding me? Quick, somebody roll a dice. Well. Oops. I guess we'll look at the credits. I think my names should be in here. Well, that's the end of that game. I'm out of dice. There's nothing I can do. And Authority won't come in and save me again. He said it was a one-time deal, and I'm like, it's a one-time deal? And that close to the end, too. Oh, that close. No idea who the visitor is. No idea who Rose is. Man. Sadness. It's a good game, though. It's a good game, but I'm just like, I feel like the dice need to be just a little more forgiving. Deus Ex Machina mofos? What? I'm guessing that person worked on Deus Ex Machina. Machina, however you say it. They were just like, rah, rah, rah. I think it was what, F12 is a screenshot? Well, enjoy the music. I'm gonna look at the credits and see if I can find my name. I do believe in you, Kareem. I just wasn't smart enough to win the game. It is a good game. It is a good game. I just think it might need a few tweaks here or there. Because I'm like, the demo didn't seem that tough. But yeah, no. There were a lot of things where it's like missed opportunity. And I'm like, how did I miss it? I feel like I talked to everybody. But I guess just it's the decisions you make determine the outcome, and the decisions I made got me a permanent game over, so. Well, thank you for watching. I highly encourage that you guys give the game a shot yourself, or anyone who claimed it for my little, like, Discord thing. Be sure to try the game out for yourself. See if you can get to the ending. If not, I wish you the best in your dice rolls. Until next time, this is Mousy. Bye-bye.